Tisk, the clouds look ugly today. I lay on the grass by the Nanha River, a lollipop between my teeth, both hands pillowing the back of my head. The setting sun dyed the sky a shade of orange-red, and the clouds drifted about like scorched cotton candy, scattered and chaotic. A soft chuckle sounded beside me. Senior Lichuan sure has high standards for clouds. I turned my head and saw that Brat Luwan was lying beside me, hands behind his head, as well squinting up at the sky. A 12-year-old brat, yet he always carried himself like an old man, and even when speaking to me, a jōnin, he never bothered with proper respect. What would a brat like you know? I turned back, shifted the lollipop from the left side of my mouth to the right. Beautiful clouds can lift your spirits. Ugly clouds only make people irritable. What a hassle. Luwan sighed. You even have to judge clouds as good or bad. I raised my hand, intending to flick him on the forehead, but recalling that his father was the squad leader of the jōnin, I clicked my tongue and withdrew my hand in the end. It wasn't that I was afraid of anything, I simply didn't want to cause trouble for Senior Lugio. He was one of the very few people who could actually make me behave. Let's go. I stood up and patted the bits of grass off my black combat uniform. Time to buy groceries. Luwan slowly got up as well. I'll go too. Mother told me to buy miso. We walked one after the other along the streets of Konoha. One of my hands was shoved into my pocket, the stick of the lollipop bobbing up and down between my lips. Villagers on the street subconsciously stepped aside when they saw me. My red hair and the bandages on my face did make me look rather like a delinquent. A few old grannies selling vegetables, however, greeted me warmly. Xiao Lichuan, the radishes are extra fresh today. You're here. Saved the best salmon just for you. I replied to each of them and turned the corners of my mouth lifting of their own accord. Luwan stared from the side, dumbfounded. What are you looking at? I glared at him. I just didn't expect Senior Lichuan to be so popular among the elderly. Luwan scratched his cheek. Usually you wear that, come any closer and I'll kill you look with everyone. Tisk, shut it. I smacked him on the head, this time for real. You must show respect to your elders. That's basic. By the time we finished buying groceries, the sky had already grown dark. Luwan and I parted ways at a fork in the road. He headed toward the Nara residence while I turned toward a small house at the edge of the village. I had bought it with my own savings, though not large, it had the virtue of being quiet. Yet when I rounded the final corner, what greeted me was a billowing mass of thick smoke. My home, or rather what used to be my home, was now nothing more than a smoking heap of rubble. The lollipop slipped from my mouth and fell to the ground. I stood there stunned for 3 seconds, veins bulging on my forehead. Which bastard did this? I dropped the basket of groceries and was about to charge forward when I was blocked by an Umbu operative who appeared out of nowhere. Jōnin Enga, please calm down. The Umbu, wearing a fox mask, spoke evenly. This was an accident caused during Nara Jōnin's pursuit of an enemy spy. The Hokage is already aware and will fully compensate you. Nara, Senior Lugio. Half my anger dissipated at once only to flare up again. Even if it's Senior Lugio, he can't just blow up someone's house. My limited edition kunai set I just bought yesterday is still in there. The Umbu seemed to sigh. Nara Jōnin said he will apologize to you personally. For now, please don't get too close. There may still be residual explosive tags. I raked my fingers through my red hair in frustration, my nose beneath the bandage itching slightly from the smoke and dust. Just as I was considering forcing my way through, a familiar voice sounded behind me. Lichuan. I turned to see Nara Lugio standing there, an apologetic expression on his face. Luwan stood behind him, his face full of embarrassment. Senior Lugio. I forced down my anger and bowed slightly. Could you explain this? Lugio rubbed his temples. Sorry, Lichuan. The spy I was chasing is very cunning. I lost track of the reach of my jutsu for a moment. Until your house is rebuilt, you can stay at my place for now. Huh. Luwan and I spoke in unison. Father, this. Senior Lugio, that might not be very appropriate. Lugio waved his hand. It's decided. Luwan, go help Lichuan get his luggage. Oh, looks like there's not much left to take. He glanced at the ruins of my home and let out an awkward chuckle. My mouth twitched. I wanted to explode, but mindful that he was a senior, I swallowed my anger instead, only to choke and break into a cough. What a hassle. Luwan muttered under his breath, but he still walked over and took hold of my wrist. Let's go, senior. We need to find you a place to stay first. I shook off his hand. Don't pull me. I can walk by myself. In the end, though, I still followed the Nara father and son back to their home. On the way, Luwan kept sneaking glances at me, opening his mouth as if to speak, then thinking better of it. The Nara residence was larger than I had imagined. Nara Yoshino Lugio's wife and Luwan's mother was a gentle woman. Upon hearing what had happened to me, she immediately arranged a guest room. Just treat this as your own home, she said with a smile, then turned to her husband. But dear, next time could you pick a method of pursuit that doesn't involve blowing up villagers' houses? Lugio coughed awkwardly twice. At dinner, I volunteered to cook as a way of thanking them for letting me stay. Lady Yoshino seemed a bit surprised, but Lugio looked as though he had expected it. After all, I occasionally brought him bento I'd made myself. Senior Lichuan can cook. Luwan's eyes widened. I snorted. What is that, a problem? No. Just feels like it doesn't really fit with Senior's image. I picked up a carrot as if to smack him with it, only to be stopped by Lady Yoshino's amused laughter. The kitchen became my domain. Chopping, stir-frying, seasoning. Each movement flowed smoothly, without a hitch. In less than half an hour, a table full of dishes rich in color, aroma, and flavor was set out. I'll start. Lucio pressed his hands together in thanks, then picked up a piece of teriyaki salmon. Liachuan, your cooking has improved again. Lady Yoshino also couldn't stop praising the food. Only Lu Wan, after taking a bite, suddenly stared at me for a long time. What? Not good? I frowned. No, it's really good. Lu Wan lowered his head, the tips of his ears tinged red. I just didn't expect Senior to be this amazing. I let out a proud little snort, my mood improving a bit. After the meal, Lu Wan was assigned to do the dishes while I was sent to the bath first. When I came out towel in hand and drying my hair, I saw Lu Wan carrying bedding toward the guest room. I'll take that. I reached out to grab it. No need, Senior. You're a guest, Lu Wan said, dodging my hand. As he avoided me, one corner of the bedding slipped to the floor. Tisk, clumsy. I bent down to pick it up at the same time he squatted, and our heads collided. Ow. What a hassle. We spoke in unison. I pressed a hand to my forehead and found Lu Wan's face right in front of mine at close range. The brat had rather delicate features. Shame he always looked like he'd just woken up. Senior's hair. So this is what that red looks like. Lu Wan suddenly said. When it's wet, the color's even deeper. I froze for a moment, then realized I wasn't wearing my forehead protector. My red hair was completely loose. I normally kept it pressed down under the protector. Almost no one had seen me with it down. None of your business. I straightened, snatched the bedding away. Go take your bath, brat. Lu Wan shrugged and walked off. Standing in the corridor hugging the bedding, I suddenly felt my face grow warm. Tisk, must have been that the bathwater was too hot today. The guest room was comfortable, but I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Part of it was not being used to a different bed. The other part was my constant thoughts of the house that had been blown apart and the collection inside I hadn't managed to save. Damn spy. I punched the air toward the ceiling. Just then there was a soft knock at the door. Who is it? It's me. Lu Wan's voice came from outside. Senior, are you asleep? I'm asleep, I replied irritably. The door still opened. Lu Wan stood in the doorway hugging a pillow, dressed in blue pajamas, his hair a messy tangle. I can't sleep, he said. Can we talk? No. I turned over, presenting him with my back. Go sleep. Don't you have a mission tomorrow? He didn't answer. After a while, I felt the mattress sink. This brat had actually sat down on my bed. Hey. I whipped around only to see what Lu Wan was holding out to me. My limited edition kunai set. The box was a bit charred, but the kunai inside were intact. I went to look for it secretly after the explosion this afternoon, Lu Wan said, scratching his face. Figured Senior would be really upset about these. I took the box at a loss for words for a moment. My nose beneath the bandage started itching again. Oh, I rubbed it hard. Thanks. I finally squeezed out the word, my voice much lower than usual. Lu Wan smiled. Not his usual lazy grin, but a genuinely happy smile. Senior looks pretty cute when you're embarrassed. Get out. A pillow flew and hit Lu Wan square in the face. He burst out laughing as he bolted from the room. I lay back down, clutching the kunai box tightly to my chest. Tisk, that brat. Sometimes he isn't all that annoying. At 5 in the morning, my biological clock woke me right on time. I opened my eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling and stared blankly for 3 seconds before remembering I was in the Nara family's guest room. My own home had already turned into a pile of ruins, all thanks to Senior Nara Shikaku's so-called accidental move. Clicking my tongue, I raked my fingers through my messy red hair as the bridge of my nose beneath the bandage itched from the strange scent of the pillow. Outside, the sky was only just beginning to lighten. I got out of bed as quietly as I could and folded the quilt. The corridor was utterly silent. I slipped into the bathroom and took a quick shower. The cold water snapped me fully awake. While toweling my hair, I stared at my reflection in the mirror. Short red hair clung damply to my forehead, and the bandage on my nose had loosened from the water, so I simply tore it off and replaced it with a fresh one. In the kitchen, I began preparing breakfast. It would be shameless to sleep in while staying under someone else's roof, though at the very least, I should cook a meal to show my gratitude. The Nara family's refrigerator was well stocked, and I took out egg salmon and some vegetables. The aroma of seared salmon quickly filled the air. I was chopping scallions when a yawn sounded behind me. Up this early? Mrs. Yoshino stood at the kitchen doorway, rubbing her eyes. It's not even fully light yet. The knife nearly slipped from my hand. Sorry, did I wake you? No, I usually get up at this hour too. She walked in with a smile. But it seems I don't need to make breakfast today. Please let me handle it. I bowed my head and went on chopping, my ears growing a little warm. It's my way of thanking you for letting me stay here. Mrs. Yoshino did not insist. Instead, she stood to the side watching me cook. Under her gaze, my movements grew stiff, and I nearly reduced the scallion slices to minced paste. Riki Senkin is very skilled in the kitchen, she suddenly remarked. It's okay, I guess, I stammered, putting the chopped vegetables into a bowl. You pick things up when you live alone long enough. Shikaku said your parents passed away quite early. I gave a brief reply, cracking eggs into a bowl and whisking them hard. Considerate as ever, Mrs. Yoshino did not press further and instead asked if I needed any help. I shook my head, so she went off to prepare the tableware. When breakfast was almost ready, I heard dragging footsteps coming down the stairs. Nara Shikamaru appeared at the kitchen door, hair sticking up in all directions, eyes half closed like he was sleepwalking. Smells so good. He sniffed, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. Senpai, you're the one cooking. Who else, a ghost? I replied irritably, sliding the fried eggs onto a plate. Go wash your face and brush your teeth. We're eating soon. Shikamaru scratched his head and shuffled lazily toward the bathroom. I noticed a blade of grass stuck to the back of his pajamas. Just how wildly did this kid sleep? Senior Shikaku soon got up as well. The family gathered around the dining table, showering my cooking with praise. Rikizan with skills like this, you could open a restaurant, Senior Shikaku said. He took a bite of tamagoyaki, and his eyes lit up. Exactly, it's even better than mom's, Shikamaru mumbled around a mouthful of food. Mrs. Yoshino shot her son a mock glare though her eyes were smiling. I lowered my head to sip miso soup, feeling my face grow warm. I never know how to handle being praised. After breakfast, Senior Shikaku headed to the Hokage's office, and Shikamaru left to carry out a drank mission. As a jōnin, I just happened to be in a rest period with no missions assigned for now. I'll go buy groceries, I offered. I'll handle dinner as well. Mrs. Yoshino was about to refuse, but Shikamaru immediately raised his hand. I want senpai's beef stew. Who cares what you want to eat? I glared at him, yet silently filed his request away in my mind. After seeing them off, I returned to the guest room to sort through what little luggage I had left. The things Shikamaru helped salvage from the ruins last night were pitifully few: a few changes of clothes, a ninja tools pouch, a set of kunai, and my bank book. Fortunately, the important items had either been on me or stored safely in the bank. Once I finished tidying up, I decided to go out for a walk. Morning in Konoha was bustling. Street vendors were already calling out their wares. I bought some ingredients and replenished a few packs of bandages. Those bandages were practically part of me. Passing by a candy shop, I hesitated, then went in and bought some lollipops. The shopkeeper, a familiar face from my frequent visits, saw me and grinned. The usual, strawberry flavor. I nodded, taking the candies and slipping them into my pocket. On the way back, I ran into a few acquaintances and exchanged brief greetings. Most villagers kept a respectful distance from my red hair and perpetually sour expression. Only the elders would warmly strike up conversations with me. When I returned to the Nara house, Mrs. Yoshino had gone out, leaving a note saying she was attending a women's association event. I sat alone in the living room for a while before deciding to find something to do. In searching for a task, I discovered just how messy Shikamaru's room really was. Is this place actually fit for a human being? I stood at the doorway, utterly stunned. Books, clothes, and ninja tools littered the floor. The bedsheet was wrinkled as if a storm had ravaged it, and there was half a bowl of ramen on the desk of indeterminate age. In one corner, there was even a suspicious pile of what looked like dirty socks. TCH, what a hassle, I muttered, mimicking Shikamaru's catchphrase as I rolled up my sleeves and began to clean. While cleaning, I realized that although this kid was a slob in daily life, his notes were meticulously organized. I casually opened a notebook to find tactical analyses and shogi records, the neat handwriting hardly matching that lazy brat's image. By the time I finished, the room was completely transformed. Dirty clothes were washed and hung in the courtyard, books were arranged neatly by category, and even the bedsheet had been stripped and tucked back on cleanly. Clapping my hands in satisfaction, I suddenly noticed that the desk drawer wasn't fully closed. I hadn't meant to pry into his privacy, but something sticking out from the crack caught my eye, a photograph. I carefully pulled it out and saw it was a picture of me taken during last year's Chunin exams. I was biting a lollipop, staring off into the distance in a daze. Odd. I had no memory of ever taking this photograph. I put the photo back where I found it and was just about to leave when the door suddenly swung open. I'm back, senpai. Shikamaru stood at the doorway, eyes wide. What are you doing in my room? Can't you tell? I gestured at the spotless room. Cleaning up this pigsty of yours. Shikamaru's expression shifted from surprise to embarrassment, finally settling into a strange mix of shame and indignation. Who told you could just walk into my room? Huh. I went to the trouble of cleaning for you, and that's the attitude I get. My temper flared as well. It's not like I asked you to help. Shikamaru rushed in and dragged a box out from under the bed. Where did you put my cloud photographs? I had them arranged by date. Those scraps of paper. I pointed at the bookshelf. I sorted them by color and put them there. What good does arranging them by date do? Does it help you find the ugliest cloud faster? That's my system. Shikamaru clutched at his hair in frustration. And what about my socks? Washed, I replied with folded arms and a cold smirk. Leave them a few more days, and they'd start walking on their own. Shikamaru opened his mouth as if to argue, but couldn't find a retort. In the end, he let out a defeated sigh. What a drag. Senpai, do you have some kind of cleanliness obsession? It's called basic hygiene. I rolled my eyes. You're 12 and still can't keep your room in order. Aren't you embarrassed? I'm only 12, not 120, Shikamaru muttered, then suddenly his eyes lit up. So senpai cleaned my room because you care about me, right? Wah. I was momentarily speechless, the bridge of my nose beneath the bandage beginning to itch. Don't flatter yourself. I just couldn't stand looking at it. Shikamaru grinned like a cat that had stolen cream and sprawled lazily onto the freshly made bed. Senpai's getting shy. Get lost. I grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him, but he dodged nimbly. I was about to keep going when Mrs. Yoshino's voice drifted up from downstairs. Kids, I'm home. During dinner, Shikamaru kept shooting me that half-smiling look, making me feel completely ill at ease. I buried myself in my food, pretending not to notice his gaze. Riki Senkin cleaned the whole house today, Mrs. Yoshino told her husband. He even tidied Shikamaru's room until it was spotless. Senior Shikaku raised his brows in surprise. Really? That's a miracle. Senpai has a cleanliness obsession, Shikamaru cut in. He even insists on sorting my socks by color. That's what normal people do. I ground out between my teeth. Riki Senkin is very attentive, Mrs. Yoshino said with a smile. If only Shikamaru were half as diligent as you. Mom. Shikamaru protested. I ducked my head over my rice ears burning. Being praised. I really never get used to it. After dinner I volunteered to wash the dishes. Shikamaru wandered in, leaning against the counter to watch me. What? I snapped. Nothing. He handed me a lollipop. For you. I wiped my hands dry and accepted it. It was strawberry, my favorite flavor. Thank you, I murmured, unwrapping it and slipping it into my mouth. Shikamaru said nothing, only smiled faintly before turning to leave. Watching his back as he left, I suddenly felt that this kid could be pretty considerate sometimes. Late that night, I lay in bed tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. The unfamiliar environment had my nerves on edge. The slightest rustle would jolt me awake. Eventually, I gave up on sleep and tiptoed out to the balcony for some air. Konoha's nightscape was beautiful, a scatter of lights stretching into the distance. Leaning on the railing, a lollipop between my lips, I gazed out. The one Shikamaru had given me was long gone. This was another I had taken myself. Soft footsteps sounded behind me. I turned to see Shikamaru shuffling over, rubbing his eyes. Senpai, you can't sleep either. Yeah, I answered briefly. What woke you up? Thirsty. Shikamaru came to stand beside me, and we looked up at the night sky shoulder to shoulder. Are you thinking about home, Senpai? I fell silent for a moment. There's not much to miss. I live there alone anyway. Shikamaru didn't reply, but he inched closer to my side. The night breeze brushed past us, and he sneezed. Coming out dressed like that. Are you trying to catch a cold? I frowned and shrugged off my jacket, tossing it to him. Shikamaru blinked in surprise, then smiled as he draped the jacket over his shoulders. Senpai is actually really gentle. Shut up, or I'll take it back. We stood there in comfortable silence for a while, until Shikamaru started yawning again. Go to bed, kid, I said. Shikamaru nodded, but didn't move. Senpai, will you cook again tomorrow? I will. Then I want curry. TCH, you're full of demands. I flicked his forehead lightly. Go to sleep. Shikamaru walked off, smiling, forgetting to return my jacket. I shook my head and decided I would ask for it back tomorrow. Back in the guest room, I unexpectedly fell asleep quickly. In my dreams, I seemed to catch a faint scent of herbs. The Nara family's special incense, the fragrance that always clung to Shikamaru as well. The morning sunlight pierced through the gaps in the curtains, stinging my eyes. I frowned and turned over, burying my face into the pillow. On the 5th day of staying at the Nara household, I still hadn't adapted to this mattress that was far too soft compared to my own. Tisk, sleep is elusive. I rubbed my neck and sat up, my nose itching from the unfamiliar scent of the pillow. Today is the weekend and Shikamaru has no missions to attend to, while Senior Nara Shikaku is also resting. I put on my usual black collared shirt and ninja pants, casually tousling my red hair in the mirror. With my forehead protector in place, a fresh band-aid on my nose, and a lollipop in my mouth, I at least looked like a normal jōnin. In the kitchen, Mrs. Yoshino was already preparing breakfast. I took the initiative to help, as we had formed a tacit understanding over these few days. Retsukawa, could you help me slice some pickled radish? Mrs. Yoshino smiled as she handed me the knife. I took the knife and skillfully sliced the radish into even, thin pieces. Your knife skills are impressive, Mrs. Yoshino praised. The girl who marries you in the future will surely be very happy. Cough. I almost cut my finger. Why, you're joking, right? Mrs. Yoshino just laughed and didn't say anything further. But her words planted a seed of unease in my heart. During breakfast, Shikamaru kept looking at me with a strange expression, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I glared back at him, but he pretended not to see and lowered his head to sip his miso soup. I'm going to the market today, I announced after taking my last bite. Is there anything you need me to buy? We're running low on eggs, Mrs. Yoshino said. And if you can get some fresh mackerel, that would be wonderful. I want chips. Shikamaru raised his hand. Who asked you? I shot him a glare, but still noted down the shopping list. Just before I left, Senior Nara Shikaku called out to me. Retsu, the reconstruction approval for the house has come through. We should be able to start in about 2 weeks. That's great news. I sighed with relief. Although the Nara household had treated me well, being a guest indefinitely was not ideal. Thank you for helping with the arrangements. Anytime, Senior Nara Shikaku patted my shoulder. After all, I'm the one who blew up your house. Leaving the Nara household, I walked down the streets of Konoha with my hands in my pockets. The village was livelier than usual on the weekend, with many parents out with their children. I avoided the crowds and took a shortcut to the market. Turning a corner, someone suddenly blocked my path. Enkika senpai. I halted, frowning at the girl in front of me with brown short hair and a Konoha forehead protector. She appeared to be a chōnin, but I had no memory of her. Is there something you need? I asked, briefly shifting the lollipop from the left side to the right side of my mouth. The girl took a deep breath, clenched her fists tightly, and her face flushed bright red. Too like you, senpai. Please go out with me. Huh. My brain momentarily short-circuited. The lollipop fell from my mouth with a thud onto the ground. The girl looked down, too shy to meet my gaze, but her voice was firm. I've liked you since I saw you fight during the last mission. I stood there flustered, feeling my face flush with heat. The nose under the band-aid itched madly, and I rubbed it vigorously, yet couldn't figure out how to respond. Sorry. In the end, I managed to squeeze out a line, my voice dry. I'm not considering this at the moment. The girl looked up, her eyes already reddening. Is it because I'm too weak? I'll work hard to become stronger. That's not the issue. I raked my fingers through my red hair, feeling more nervous than confronting 10 jōnin. It's just TSK. Just as I was at a loss for words, a suspicious rustling sound came from the nearby bushes. I turned sharply but saw nothing. Anyway, I'm sorry. I bowed to the girl and then practically fled the scene. After running for 2 blocks, I finally stopped to catch my breath. My heart raced and the heat in my face lingered. What was happening? Suddenly being confessed to. I had no experience in handling this. Senpai runs really fast. A familiar voice came from behind me. I turned sharply to see Shikamaru leaning against the wall wearing a sly smile. You? I pointed at him, suddenly realizing the rustling sound from before. Were you following me? I just happened to pass by. Shikamaru shrugged, but the laughter in his eyes betrayed him. I didn't expect to witness such an exciting scene. Shut up. I grabbed his collar. If you dare to tell anyone, he'll kill you. Instead of being scared, Shikamaru laughed even more. It's rare to see senpai so shy. I let go of him, fuming as I walked ahead. Shikamaru jogged to catch up. Isn't it normal to be confessed to? Senpai is handsome and strong. Tisk, so annoying. I quickened my pace. I'm not interested in such things. Really? Shikamaru tilted his head to look at me. Then what type does senpai like? What's it to you? Come on, tell me. If you ask again, I'll hit you. As we bickered, we finally arrived at the market. The market was bustling with people, stalls crowded together. I took out the list Mrs. Yoshino had given me and started shopping. Eggs, mackerel. I muttered, stopping in front of a vegetable stall. Auntie, how are the radishes today? The old woman selling vegetables brightened up. Ah, it's little Retsu. The radishes today are especially sweet. I saved the best for you. Thank you. I picked out 3, but when I tried to pay, the old woman refused to accept my money. Take them, take them. She insisted. By the way, little Retsu, my niece, just came back from Short Book Street last week, and she's a beautiful girl. Would you like to meet her? I froze and placed the radishes in my hand, suddenly feeling hot. Before I could answer, the old woman selling fish also chimed in. My granddaughter just graduated from ninja school this year, and she's a perfect match for little Retsu. Wait, The old woman selling fruit refused to back down. My niece works in the medical class. She's gentle and capable. In the blink of an eye, I was surrounded by 5 or 6 old women, each eagerly introducing their relatives. I took a step back until my back hit the wall with no escape. The nose under the band-aid itched unbearably, and I kept rubbing it, yet I didn't dare to lose my temper at this enthusiastic group of seniors. I am not considering this right now. I tried to explain, but my voice was drowned out by the old women's enthusiasm. Little Retsu is so excellent, but it's better to settle down early. Exactly, being alone is so lonely. My girl cooks incredibly well. Just as I was about to suffocate, a lazy voice interjected. Sorry ladies, Retsu-senpai already has someone he likes. The crowd fell silent instantly. I widened my eyes, looking at Shikamaru, who had appeared beside me at some point. He wore an innocent expression, but his eyes glinted with mischief. Really? The old woman selling vegetables was the first to react. Whose girl is it? Well, Shikamaru deliberately prolonged the last syllable, glancing at me. It's a secret. The old woman sighed with disappointment and curiosity, but finally let me off the hook. I grabbed the things I had bought and pulled Shikamaru away from the scene. What nonsense are you talking about? As soon as we were in a less crowded area, I pinched Shikamaru's ear. Ouch, ouch. Shikamaru winced. I was helping senpai out. That doesn't mean you can make up lies like that. Who knows if it's a lie or not? Shikamaru rubbed his ear, looking at me meaningfully. I was momentarily speechless, not knowing why my heart was racing again. To cover it up, I turned and walked ahead briskly. Let's go back. Senpai, you're going the wrong way. Shikamaru reminded me from behind. And you forgot to buy my chips. In the end, I still bought that damn bag of chips. When we returned to the Nara household, Mrs. Yoshino was pleasantly surprised to see our bags full of goodies. Did you get the mackerel? That's wonderful. She took the bag. Oh, and how come there are chips? Shikamaru insisted on buying them. I immediately distanced myself from the responsibility. Retsu-senpai ate some too. Shikamaru shot back. Who ate your lousy chips? You clearly stole 2 pieces on the way. Mrs. Yoshino watched us bicker, shaking her head with a smile. You two really get along well. Shikamaru and I fell silent simultaneously, and a hint of awkwardness filled the air. I prepared lunch together with Mrs. Yoshino. Grilled mackerel, radish miso soup, and cold spinach. Simple yet delicious. Senior Nara Shikaku praised the meal endlessly. Retsu, your skills are improving. He picked up a second piece of fish. Whoever marries you will be really lucky. Cough, cough. I choked hearing such words for the second time today. Dad, you don't know? Shikamaru interjected with a mischievous smile. Today's senpai was. I stepped on his foot hard, and Shikamaru winced in pain. What was that? Senior Nara Shikaku asked curiously. He was praised by the old ladies at the market. Shikamaru changed his words, twisting his face. They said he is a good man. Oh, Mrs. Yoshino's eyes lit up. Did they introduce you to someone? I buried my head in my food, pretending not to hear. But my flushed ears betrayed me. Yes, they were very enthusiastic. Shikamaru continued to fan the flames, but I said senpai already has. Shikamaru. I warned him through clenched teeth. What's wrong? Mrs. Yoshino pressed. There's very important work to do, and I don't have time for romance. Shikamaru winked at me. I sighed in relief, but then stepped on his foot again under the table. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. After lunch, I took the initiative to do the dishes. Shikamaru wandered in, leaning against the counter to watch me. What are you doing? I asked irritably. Are you mad, senpai? He offered me a lollipop, my favorite strawberry flavor. I dried my hands and took it, snorting. If you keep making wild remarks, it won't just be stepping on your foot next time. But I was speaking the truth. Shikamaru blinked innocently. Senpai really does have someone he likes. Huh? Who? Me. The bowl in the sink almost shattered in my grip. I turned to glare at Shikamaru, only to find a triumphant grin on his face. Just kidding. He laughed and dashed out of the kitchen. Senpai's reaction is so amusing. You brat. The dishcloth I threw hit the closed door. In the afternoon, I practiced shuriken throwing in the yard. This was a daily requirement. I couldn't slack off even without a mission. Just as I focused on aiming for the target, I felt someone watching me. Turning around, I found Shikamaru sitting at the edge of the corridor with a book in hand, but his gaze was fixed on me. What are you looking at? I put away the shuriken. Senpai's movements are beautiful, Shikamaru said as he closed the book. Clean and crisp without any unnecessary flair. The unexpected compliment made me a bit uncomfortable. I scratched my head. Thanks. Want to play chess? Shikamaru suddenly suggested. Shogi. Yeah. I thought for a moment and nodded. After all, I had nothing else to do in the afternoon. We set up the chessboard in the corridor. Shikamaru played black and I played white. The opening was calm, but I quickly realized this guy was no ordinary player. His moves seemed casual, yet concealed deadly traps. Tisk. I stared at the chessboard, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Unknowingly, my king was already cornered. Checkmate. Shikamaru placed down the last piece, revealing a victorious smile. Let's play again. I protested. After 3 rounds, I lost all of them. Shikamaru's tactical mind exceeded my expectations. He could see through my intentions several moves in advance every time. Senpai thinks too linearly, Shikamaru evaluated. Being aggressive is good, but it lacks flexibility and adaptability. You're so talkative. I grumpily packed up the pieces. I'm not a ninja who makes a living by playing chess. But it's the same in relationships. Shikamaru suddenly said. What? When Senpai is faced with a confession, the first reaction is to evade and deny. Shikamaru leaned his chin in his hand, looking at me. Just like in chess, only thinking about offense and not considering other possibilities. I froze, not expecting the topic to shift in this direction. The nose under the band-aid began to itch again, and I rubbed it vigorously. Children don't understand feelings. I mumbled as I stood up. I'm going to prepare dinner. Shikamaru said nothing further, but that meaningful look followed me until I entered the kitchen. After dinner, I went to the balcony as usual for some fresh air. The night breeze was cool, and the starry sky was dazzling. Sucking on the lollipop Shikamaru had given me, my thoughts drifted back to the events of today. Umbu from the Dark Valley report to the Hokage's office immediately. In the early morning, I was practicing shuriken in the yard when the Umbu ninja appeared and vanished after dropping this line. I frowned, glancing at the sky, though it was just past 7. What could be so urgent? Tisk troublesome. I put away my ninja tools, changed out of my sweat-soaked shirt, and casually grabbed a clean black high-collared shirt. With my forehead protector on, a fresh band-aid applied, and a lollipop stuck in my mouth. Shikamaru rubbed his eyes and came out of the house. Senpai, where are you off to so early? Summoned by the Hokage. I tightened my ninja boots. Don't wait for breakfast. In front of the Hokage building, I encountered Asuma, who had also been summoned. The jōnin with the bushy beard nodded at me while holding a cigarette. Do you know what it's about? I asked. Asuma shook his head. It might be an urgent mission. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat behind his desk, his presence magnified by the swirling smoke. 3 kids stood in the office, the Ino Shikacho trio, namely Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji. Everyone is here. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke. There's an urgent mission that requires the 5 of you to execute. I raised an eyebrow, me and Asuma taking these 3 jōnin. That was the original plan. The third Hokage looked at me, but Asuma has just received another important task. Therefore, you will take over as team leader and lead the Ino Shikacho team on this mission. Huh. I widened my eyes. I alone will lead 3 jōnin. Hey, who are you calling jōnin? Ino interjected unhappily. Silence. The third Hokage tapped his pipe. The mission involves escorting confidential documents to the border transfer point of the Land of Water. It's a prank mission, but there might be hostile ninjas trying to intercept. I glanced at the 3 jōnin. Shikamaru looked half asleep. Choji was munching on chips, and only Ino appeared somewhat alert. Tisk, taking this kind of team for a prank mission. I can handle this alone, I suggested. It would be faster. The documents require 5 people's chakra seals to open. The third Hokage explained, so we must go as a team of 5. Reluctantly, I accepted. I irritably ran my fingers through my red hair. What's the deadline? We leave at noon today, and you must complete it within 3 days. The third Hokage handed over the mission scroll. Dark Valley, as team leader, you must ensure their safety. Tisk got it. Leaving the Hokage building, the 3 jōnin followed behind me. I turned to face them. Listen up, this mission is under my command. If you don't obey, I'll tie you up and hand you over to the logistics team, understood? Yes, the 3 of them replied in a drawn-out tone, showing no sense of urgency. Gather at the village entrance at noon, and bring all your equipment. I waved my hand, dismissed. Shikamaru lingered. Senpai, do you need to go home and prepare? No need. I checked my ninja tool pouch. My stuff is always in a ready state. What about lunch? We'll eat soldier pills on the way. I interrupted him, mission comes first. Shikamaru pouted and slowly walked away. I shook my head. This jōnin was still too laid back. At noon, when we gathered, I was the first to arrive at the village entrance. Dressed in black combat gear with light armor, I checked my ninja tools and scrolls 3 times. With a lollipop in my mouth, I leaned against a tree and closed my eyes to rest. Senpai, you're so punctual, Shikamaru's voice came. I opened my eyes to see the Ino Shikacho trio walking with Asuma. Asuma was carrying a backpack looking like he was heading out for a long journey. Retsukawa. Asuma patted my shoulder. I'm leaving them in your hands. I nodded briefly. Asuma pulled Shikamaru aside and said a few words, then waved goodbye to us. I looked at the 3 jōnin, and to my surprise they were all well equipped. Even the usually lazy Shikamaru was in formal combat attire. Once you're ready, we'll depart. I unfolded the map. Following this route, we'll reach the first rest point by evening. Along the way, I maintained a vigilant state, senses fully alert. The 3 jōnin were surprisingly quiet. Even Choji didn't complain about walking too much. Occasionally a flock of birds took flight, and my hand instinctively went to my kunai, confirming safety before proceeding. Senpai, you're so nervous. During a break, Ino whispered. Shut up. I glared at her. A prank mission is not a picnic. Enemies could appear at any moment. But this is too. Ino. Shikamaru interrupted her. Listen to the captain. I looked at Shikamaru in surprise. I didn't expect him to side with me. As evening fell, we reached the designated rest point, a secluded clearing in the woods. I instructed the 3 of them to gather firewood, while I set up defense traps and seals. Captain, should we start a fire? Choji asked. No. I scanned the surroundings. Firelight will reveal our position. Eat soldier pills, and take turns on watch. The 3 jōnin looked obviously disappointed, but said nothing more. We quickly ate soldier pills, and I assigned Shikamaru to the first watch, Ino to the second, and Choji to the third. What about you? Ino asked. I won't sleep. I jumped into a tree. If anything happens, wake everyone up immediately. As night deepened, I sat at the treetop on guard. In the moonlight, I could see Shikamaru sitting by the remnants of the fire. Surprisingly, he was very focused, occasionally getting up to patrol the surroundings. During the shift change, I saw Shikamaru stealthily sprinkle some powder next to Ino and Choji's sleeping bags, a special insect repellent from the Nara family. Finally, he looked up at me perched in the tree and hesitated for a moment before climbing up. You shouldn't be exhausting your energy, I whispered. This is for you. Shikamaru handed me a small bottle. It's refreshing. I took the bottle and smelled the familiar herbal fragrance. Thank you. Shikamaru said nothing more and went back to sleep. I opened the bottle and took a sip. The bittersweetness indeed refreshed me. Early the next morning, we continued on our way. The weather was gloomy, and it seemed like it was going to rain. I quickened my pace, hoping to cover some distance before the rain. Captain, there's a stream ahead. Choji suddenly said, should we refill our water? I sensed the surroundings, sure, 5 minutes. By the stream, we filled our water bottles. As I was checking the water quality, I suddenly sensed a faint anomaly in the chakra, very weak, but definitely not from an animal. Enemy attack. I shouted, defensive formation. Almost at the same instant, 5 shuriken shot out from the bushes. I instantly formed a seal, fire-style great fireball technique. The huge fireball engulfed the shuriken while illuminating the ambushers' positions. 3 rain ninjas, who judging by their chakra levels were at least jōnin rank. Get back, jōnin. I drew my kunai. This is beyond what you can handle. But Captain. Ino tried to say something. This is an order. The mist ninjas charged forward. I met them with all my physical skills. The first enemy swung a blade at me, who I sidestepped and landed an elbow strike to his ribs, hearing a clear crack of a bone. The second enemy attempted a sneak attack from behind. I kicked back, without looking, hitting his jaw. The third enemy finished forming his seals, water-style water dragon bullet technique. A massive water dragon lunged at me. I clicked my tongue, quickly forming seals, fire-style fire dragon flame bullet. Fire and water collided, creating a mist of steam. Taking advantage of the chaos, I dashed and landing a punch to the last enemy's abdomen. He spat blood and flew backward, crashing into 2 trees before finally stopping. The entire encounter lasted no more than 30 seconds. I sheathed my kunai and turned to the 3 jōnin. Are you all okay? They stared at me dumbfounded, as if they were seeing me for the first time. Shikamaru was the first to snap back to reality. I'm fine. Pack your things, or we need to leave immediately. I frowned. This was just a reconnaissance team. There might be more coming. We quickly vacated the scene. On the way, Ino quietly asked Shikamaru, is this guy always this strong? Shut up in the mountains. I said without looking back, stay focused on guard. During the rest of the journey, the 3 jōnin noticeably quieted down, and their gazes towards me held a hint of reverence. Tisk, I should have shown my skills earlier to avoid them not listening. In the evening, we spent the night in a cave. It started raining, and we had to light a fire to dry our clothes. I still insisted on not sleeping, but Shikamaru forced a bottle of warm herbal tea into my hands. Drinking this will keep you alert without harming your body, he insisted. I reluctantly took it, finding the temperature just right for drinking. How did this kid know I liked it warm? At night, I sat at the cave entrance on watch. Ino was on the second watch, sitting by the fire and occasionally glancing at me. Just say it if you have something to say. I finally couldn't hold back. Captain, what's your relationship with Shikamaru? Ino asked curiously. What kind of relationship? I frowned. I mean, You live in his house and he takes special care of you. Ino blinked. You guys aren't. We're simply senpai and kohai. I interrupted her, that's all. Ask any more unnecessary questions, and you'll be in for extra training. Ino pouted, but didn't pursue further. However, her expression of, I understand, inexplicably annoyed me. On the afternoon of the third day, we finally reached the transfer point and abandoned shrine. Following the instructions, the 5 of us input our chakra to unlock the seal of the document scroll. Mission complete. I put away the receipt, prepare for the return journey. Just then my danger sense suddenly screamed. Almost instinctively, I lunged at the nearest Shikamaru, pushing him away. Boom. A bomb tag exploded where we had just been standing. Enemy attack. Take cover. I shouted, simultaneously forming seals, shadow clone technique. 3 shadow clones appeared, covering the 3 jōnin as they ducked behind the shrine. Meanwhile, my real body leaped onto the roof, spotting 5 ninjas rushing out of the woods, members of the Mist Pursuit team. Fire-style Phoenix fire technique. Dozens of small fireballs scattered out, pushing the enemies back. But one of them suddenly vanished, appearing behind the shrine, targeting the jōnin. Shikamaru. I shouted. Understood. Shikamaru's voice came, shadow imitation technique. The Mist Ninja's movements suddenly froze, caught by Shikamaru's shadow. Seizing the opportunity, I teleported in front of him and delivered a hand strike to his neck, and the enemy fell to the ground. Good coordination, I commented briefly. Shikamaru smiled. Senpai's instructions were very clear. The remaining enemies, seeing the situation unfavorable, threw down smoke bombs and retreated. Once I confirmed safety, I gathered the team. Is everyone unhurt? The 3 shook their heads. Ino looked at me with admiration. You were amazing, Captain. They were all jōnin. Just basic operations. I checked to see if the documents were intact. Prepare for the return. We'll take another route. On the way back, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Choji even dared to ask me about my combat skills. Captain, how did you practice that elbow strike? I hit an iron post 1,000 times every day. Then I'll pass. Shikamaru walked at the back, but I kept sensing him. This kid was consuming a lot of chakra. During a break in the evening, I tossed him a pack of soldier pills. Boost your energy. Shikamaru looked surprised as he caught it. Thanks, senpai. Don't get the wrong idea. Oh, I'm just afraid you'll hold us back. I turned my head away. Ino was snickering beside me, and after I glared at her, she pretended to look at the scenery. On the afternoon of the 4th day, we finally saw the gates of Konoha. The mission was completed smoothly, and we even finished half a day early. Dismissed. I announced, write the mission report and submit it to me tomorrow. The 3 jōnin cheered and went home. I then went to report the mission details to the 3rd Hokage. Well done. The 3rd Hokage nodded in satisfaction, especially in ensuring the safety of the jōnin. You did very well. Just doing my duty. I replied briefly. Leaving the Hokage building, I hesitated whether to go straight home or visit the market. Just then I was suddenly surrounded by a group of old ladies, the same ones from the vegetable market. Little Retsukawa is back. Was the mission tough? Oh dear, you've lost weight. Come and eat at my place. My niece is visiting today. Shall we all go? I was cornered, my nose itching crazily under the band-aid. Just as I was at a loss, a lazy voice rang out. Sorry ladies, Rikawa-senpai just completed a mission and needs to rest. Shikamaru appeared from nowhere, pulling my hand and rushing us out of the encirclement. We stopped running 2 blocks away. How did you get here? I asked, panting. I guessed you'd run into trouble, Shikamaru said with a smile, releasing my hand. Senpai, even though you're strong, you have no way against the old ladies. Tisk meddlesome. I adjusted my wrinkled sleeves, but wasn't really angry. On the way home, Shikamaru suddenly asked, Senpai, why did you push me away first during the mission? What? When we were attacked, you protected me first. Shikamaru looked straight into my eyes. Why? I was momentarily speechless. Yeah, why? In that moment, Ino was closer to the explosion. It was just instinct. I finally mumbled, don't get the wrong idea. Shikamaru smiled and didn't press further. But that meaningful look returned, making me feel uneasy. Returning to the Nara household, Madame Yoshino prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome us. At the dinner table, Ino and Choji also arrived. The 3 jōnin excitedly described my combat prowess to Uncle Shikaku. Dark Valley's captain is super amazing. He took down 5 jōnin by himself. Those mist ninjas ran away when they saw the captain. I buried my head in my food, my ears turning red. Rikawa-senpai even took special care of Shikamaru. Ino suddenly added, her tone ambiguous. Cough, cough. I choked. Yeah, he gave me special soldier pills. Shikamaru replied calmly, the captain treats all team members equally. Uncle Shikaku and Madame Yoshino exchanged a glance, but said nothing. After dinner, I took the initiative to wash the dishes, and Shikamaru leaned in to help, which was really just watching me wash. Senpai, he suddenly said, thank you for protecting me. That's the captain's duty. I didn't look up. Not just this mission. Shikamaru's voice was soft, always. Thank you. I looked up at him, finding this kid unusually serious. The sunset streaming through the window cast a gentle outline on his face. On the 3rd morning after the mission's conclusion, I stood in the courtyard practicing shuriken. Dawn light filtered through the leaves, dappling the ground in shifting gold. Narrowing my eyes, I flicked 3 shuriken in swift succession. Each struck the bullseye with quiet precision. Humph, excellent feel. With a lollipop resting between my teeth, I walked forward to retrieve the weapons. Since returning from that mission, I'd maintained a rigorously intensified training regimen. Though I dispatched several jōnin with apparent ease, the battle had exposed subtle flaws, particularly a slight lag in counterattack speed while shielding the younger genin. Here, catch. A canteen arced toward me. Without turning, I snatched it midair, unscrewed the cap, and inhaled the familiar earthy aroma of medicinal tea still warmly steeped. Why so early today? I took a sip. The bittersweet tang bloomed instantly across my tongue, sharpening my senses like a sudden gust clearing mist. Shikamaru leaned against a corridor pillar, stifling a yawn. Mother asked me to sundry herbs, and then fell asleep herself. I grunted, resuming my shuriken practice. He didn't leave. Instead, he settled onto the veranda to watch. That steady gaze prickled my awareness. My wrist stiffened imperceptibly, and the next shuriken veered several centimeters from the center. TCH. I frowned. You're over-tensing your wrist, Shikamaru remarked suddenly. You always chase the perfect single strike, yet sacrifice control in the process. I whirled to glare at him. What do you know about shuriken jutsu? Nothing, he shrugged. But I've watched you long enough to notice patterns. I froze. Watch me, for how long? A sudden itch flared beneath the bandage on my nose. I rubbed it hard, masking the fleeting flush of disarray. Tilting my head back, I drained the remaining tea in one swallow, then tossed the empty canteen back to him. Refill it. He smiled faintly. You really do enjoy this brew, don't you? Let's talk, just give it. Gladly, he said, shaking the canteen lightly. But on one condition: teach me 2 advanced shuriken techniques. I arched a brow, sudden burst of diligence. What a drag. He raked fingers through his hair. The Chunin exams are approaching. I ought to prepare. In the end, I conceded. 2 high-level shuriken techniques exchanged for an entire day's supply of medicinal tea. Shikamaru learned swiftly. Though lacking raw strength, his accuracy was uncanny, a testament to his tactical mind. Relax your wrist further. I stepped behind him, instinctively reaching to adjust his stance. Like this. Harness the momentum of the swing. His wrist was slender, his skin smoother than I'd imagined. Only then did I register how intimate the posture had become. I withdrew my hand sharply and stepped back. Practice on your own. I snapped, turning away. A soft chuckle followed me. Heat flooded my ears. Damn brat. That afternoon, Ino arrived unannounced. I was in the kitchen preparing dinner, a fair exchange for the tea and shuriken instruction. I'd promised curry, Shikamaru's favorite. Hey there, Captain. She leaned lazily against the doorframe, grinning. Cooking yourself? State your business. I replied, eyes still fixed on slicing carrots. Just visiting Shikamaru, she said, slipping inside and glancing around curiously. Whoa, it smells amazing. You're quite the chef, Captain. Don't touch that pot. I slapped her hand away as it reached for the simmering pot. She stuck out her tongue, then leaned in close. Captain, you and Shikamaru. How have things been lately? What do you mean, how? I frowned. Well, are you getting along all right? Her wide eyes gleamed with a knowing, unnerving light. Standard senior-junior rapport, I said, tossing diced meat into the pot. Ask another odd question, and you're out. She didn't press further, but that unsettling smile never left her face. Only when Shikamaru appeared did she shift her focus. Shikamaru, I've got a puzzle I need your help solving. She grabbed his arm and tugged him toward the courtyard. I shook my head and resumed cooking. The rich, spiced fragrance of curry soon filled the kitchen. When Lady Yoshino returned home, she paused in surprise. Dinner was nearly ready. Retsukawa is truly remarkable, she said warmly, helping me set the table. Shikamaru's certainly lucky these days. Merely an equitable exchange. I answered tersely. At dinner, Ino kept casting those peculiar glances between Shikamaru and me, as if awaiting some long-awaited revelation. Shikamaru seemed to sense it. He kicked her discreetly beneath the table more than once, but I pretended not to notice. I'm finished, I said, setting down my chopsticks. Thank you for the meal. Here, your tea, senior. Shikamaru handed me a steaming cup. I took it, sipped, and found the temperature perfect. Lately, I'd grown fond of this taste. A warmth unfurled through me, easing tension like dusk settling over mountains. Delicious, I murmured, unguarded. His eyes lit up, just slightly, and the corner of his mouth lifted. Ino suddenly erupted into violent coughing, as if choked by rice. Are you all right? Lady Yoshino asked, concerned. No. Ino waved a hand, face flushed crimson. It's just, this curry is unexpectedly spicy. Strange, I'd used barely any chili. After dinner, Ino claimed she'd help Shikamaru review his studies, and the two retreated to his room. I went as usual to the balcony for air. A cool breeze carried the delicate sweet scent of cherry blossoms unique to Konoha. A strawberry lollipop, Shikamaru's gift after dinner, rested on my tongue. How many had he bought? Just as I savored the quiet, a rustle sounded behind me. Ino stood at the balcony entrance, expression oddly strained. Captain. She hesitated. What is it? I frowned. You've been drinking Shikamaru's tea often lately, haven't you? I raised a brow. What of it? It's just. She bit her lip, wrestling with whether to continue. Is it pleasant? Acceptable? I studied her warily. What exactly are you implying? She drew a slow breath, then broke into a bright, enigmatic smile. Nothing at all. Just that. You and Shikamaru seem remarkably close. Nonsense. I turned to leave. Captain, she called after me. If someday you realize. Shikamaru, Ino, I cut in, voice icy. Say one more word. and tomorrow you'll run 100 laps around Konoha. Ino clamped her mouth shut, but her grin widened sharper and more knowing than before. I ignored her and strode straight to bed. Oh my gods, oh my gods, oh my gods. I pressed a hand over my mouth crouched inside Shikamaru's closet hard hammering. I'd used the mind-body switch technique to sneak into his room searching for his Fuinjutsu notes, and stumbled upon a revelation too staggering to believe. One entire wall of shelves, packed with things belonging to Captain Retsukawa photographs, duplicate mission reports, used bandages. Ugh, so creepy. Even discarded lollipop sticks, even creepier. And at the center, a thick, meticulously kept notebook chronicling every detail of Captain Retsukawa's habits, preferences, and combat metrics. Ino, what are you doing in my room? Shikamaru's voice echoed from outside. I instantly released the technique and recentered myself. Thankfully, I'd hidden my body earlier among the garden shrubs. Nothing. I dashed into his room, feigning arrival. Just came to ask about that seal technique solution. He eyed me skeptically, but asked no further questions. We reviewed half-heartedly for a while, though my gaze kept drifting again and again toward the closet. Good heavens, I'm best friends with someone secretly in love with our captain. This is straight out of a shoujo manga. At dinner I observed their interaction closely. The way Shikamaru looked at him, tender enough to melt ice. And those little gestures, remembering precisely where the captain preferred to sit pouring tea before he even asked, quietly removing carrots from the curry. He'd overheard the captain complain about them during that last mission. And Captain Retsukawa, outwardly stern and sharp-tongued, yet accepting every kindness Shikamaru offered, especially that expression while drinking the tea, like a wild cat finally allowed to purr. I'm finished, Captain Retsukawa said, setting down his chopsticks, his movements far gentler than during missions. Senior, your tea, Shikamaru offered, extending the cup. Their fingertips brushed, just once. They touched. I nearly spat rice across the table. Delicious, the captain murmured, and actually complimented someone. That volatile jōnin praising something. I choked, coughing violently, while internally screaming. This felt like watching newlyweds. And Shikamaru's smile. I'd known him for years, yet never seen him look so genuinely radiant. After dinner I claimed I'd help Shikamaru study. Really, I wanted intel. But he remained guarded, revealing nothing. So I resolved to confront Captain Retsukawa directly. On the balcony the captain leaned against the railing, moonlight carving clean lines along his profile. Fiery red hair, a small bandage, a lollipop, held casually between his teeth. Undeniably striking. No wonder Shikamaru fell. Captain, I gathered courage. You've been drinking Shikamaru's tea frequently lately, haven't you? He tensed instantly, like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. A fascinating reaction. When I cautiously broached the subject of his feelings toward Shikamaru, his threat was fierce, but the tips of his ears flushed crimson. There's definitely something here. That night, I rushed home and pulled out the advanced scroll on the mind-body switch technique. One thing needed verification, the tea's composition. The next noon, I happened upon Aunt Yoshino while she shopped for groceries. Auntie, what a coincidence. I greeted sweetly. May I ask you a few herb-related questions? She warmly invited me home for tea. While she stepped into the kitchen, I swiftly activated the mind-body switch technique and scanned the medicine cabinet. There it was. Those distinctive ingredients. The Nara family's secret blend, Harmony Tea, designed to gently heighten affection and attachment toward the one who prepared it. Good heavens. Is Shikamaru drugging the captain? Wait, no? Aunt Yoshino's notes clarify the effect is subtle, merely amplifying pre-existing emotions. I found myself torn. Should I tell the captain? Yet he drank it so contentedly, and the atmosphere between them, undeniably rare. Walking home I witnessed something thrilling. Captain Retsukawa stood before the dango shop hesitating, then purchased 3 skewers. Not for himself. He headed straight for the training grounds where Shikamaru often played shogi. I hid behind a tree watching as the captain placed the dango beside the sleeping boy and awkwardly draped a coat over him. That gesture, impossibly tender. As the captain turned to leave, the faintest trace of a smile curved his lips. All right, I've made my decision. This secret, Ino Yamanaka shall guard it with my life. Tisk the sand ninja scum. I crouched atop the treetop staring at the 3 sand ninjas sneaking below. They were dressed in casual clothes, but the distinct chakra of Sunagakure was undeniable, much like a scorpion in the desert that can't hide its venomous sting. Border patrol wasn't my duty, but 3 days ago the old Sarutobi summoned me to investigate the unusual movements of Sunagakure. During the Middle Chunin exam, countries were supposed to remain peaceful, yet these sand ninjas sneaked into the Land of Fire's borders, which could only spell trouble. Captain Weave confirmed it's a special operations team from Sunagakure, came the voice of a colleague from the Umbu in my earpiece. Should we capture them alive? No need. I adjusted my forehead protector, the humidity of the forest making my nose itch beneath the bandage. Deal with them directly. In an instant I had appeared behind the closest sand ninja, my kunai piercing precisely into his neck's nerves. The other 2 immediately sensed danger, but it was too late. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. A blazing fire dragon roared forth, engulfing the second sand ninja. The last one attempted to form hand seals, but my kick landed heavily on his abdomen, sending him crashing through 3 trees before he finally stopped. Cleanup complete. I spoke into the communicator. They have summoning scrolls on them, possibly intending to summon something. Received. Captain Hokagesima has ordered you to return to Konoha immediately. The finals of the Chunin exam are about to begin. I frowned. The Chunin exam. That little brat, Shikamaru. Understood. I increased my speed on the way back to the village. Normally it takes a day to travel from the border to Konoha, but I had to arrive in 3 hours. Continuously using body flicker technique was exhausting, but I remembered I had promised to watch Shikamaru's final match. Tisk, troublesome little brat. As the gates of Konoha came into view, my chakra was nearly depleted. The Chunin guarding the gate was startled to see me covered in blood. Jōnin. You're injured. It's not my blood. I waved my hand dismissively. Has the exam started? The finals have just begun and you can still make it. I nodded and leaped onto the rooftops, taking a shortcut to the exam venue. The wind howled past my ears, and the metallic taste of blood reminded me of the battle at the border. The eerie smiles of those sand ninja, before they died, made me feel like something big was about to happen. Chunin exam venue. Upon arriving at the venue, I found the stands were already packed. I silently landed on the highest railing, scanning the arena. Hokagesima was seated in the main stand, flanked by the Kazekage, and his guards. Below, Shikamaru was facing off against a female sand ninja. I made it just in time. I sighed in relief, only then noticing I was still wearing my bloodstained combat uniform. But at this distance, Shikamaru shouldn't be able to see me. The bell signaling the start of the match rang out. That lazy brat Shikamaru still looked nonchalant, but his gaze was sharper than usual. I crossed my arms, intently watching his every move. He used the shadow imitation technique more skillfully than during the last mission, and his tactical layout was quite ingenious. Not bad, little brat. I couldn't help but smile slightly. Halfway through the match, Shikamaru seemed to be at a disadvantage. The spectators in the stands began to whisper, believing he was about to lose. But I could see clearly that the kid was pretending. Sure enough, a few minutes later, he successfully trapped his opponent and claimed victory. Well done. I whispered, knowing he couldn't hear me. The moment the referee announced Shikamaru's victory, I sensed an unusual chakra fluctuation from the direction of the Kazekage. Almost instinctively, I flickered towards the main stand. Too late. Ninjutsu for purple flames formation. A purple barrier rose instantly, trapping Hokagesima and the Kazekage inside. The four-sound ninja disguised as the Kazekage's guards stood at the corners of the barrier, while the Kazekage slowly removed his disguise to reveal Orochimaru. The Konoha collapse plan begins. Orochimaru's chilling voice echoed throughout the venue. Chaos erupted instantly. Countless sand and sound ninja poured out from the stands, launching indiscriminate attacks on the audience. I couldn't afford to care about anything else. I charged directly towards the barrier to rescue Hokagesima. Retsukawa. The third Hokage looked at me with a hint of surprise. How did you? The border mission is complete, I said briefly, standing in front of him. Tsunagakure and Otogakure have teamed up. Orochimaru looked at me with interest. Oh, another interesting little brat has arrived. Don't let your guard down, Retsukawa, the third Hokage said solemnly. He's about to use the impure world reincarnation. Coffins rose from the ground, and when I saw who emerged, my blood nearly froze. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju. Choose one, old man, Orochimaru sneered. The third Hokage's expression grew grave. Deal with the second Hokage. His water release counters your fire release, but you have the advantage in speed. Understood. The second Hokage looked over with an impassive expression, his eyes from the impure world reincarnation devoid of life. But when he made his move, the terrifying power was still evident. Water release, water break wave. A high-pressure water blade swept towards me. I barely dodged. The stone pillar behind me sliced cleanly in half. This is the legendary second Hokage. Even weakened, he's incredibly strong. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. My countering fire dragon was easily extinguished, and the second Hokage appeared at my side in an instant. Kunai aimed directly at my throat. I barely blocked it, but was kicked away, crashing into the barrier's inner wall. Retsukawa. The third Hokage shouted worriedly as he was engaged in battle with the first Hokage. I'm fine. I spat out the blood in my mouth, standing up again. The impact had caused pain beneath the bandage, but it made me more alert. The second Hokage attacked again, and this time I changed my strategy. I wouldn't rely on ninjutsu, but on physical techniques. My speed was indeed an advantage, as after several exchanges, I finally found an opening to leave a scratch on the second Hokage's chest. Not bad for a body flicker technique. The second Hokage suddenly spoke, his voice cold, but carrying a hint of appreciation. Unfortunately, it's still not fast enough. His hand seal speed accelerated suddenly. Water release, water dragon bite explosion. A massive water dragon lunged at me, and with no way to dodge, I could only take it heat-in. Earth release, earth flow wall. A wall of earth rose just in time, blocking most of the attack. It was the third Hokage's support. Focus on your opponent, old man. I shouted, I can handle this. Don't overestimate yourself, Retsukawa. The third Hokage panted. The second Hokage's strength is far beyond this. I knew he was right. The second Hokage clearly hadn't used signature techniques like Flying Thunder God, likely because he was being controlled and couldn't exert his full power. But even so, I was still being thoroughly suppressed. The battle had reached a stalemate. The chaos outside the barrier continued, but I couldn't afford to be distracted. At one moment, my thoughts uncontrollably drifted to Shikamaru. Was that little brat safe? He should have retreated with his companions by now, right? Distracted in battle is seeking death. The second Hokage's cold voice was close at hand. I snapped back to reality, and his kunai was already piercing towards me. In a moment of crisis, I tilted my head to dodge, but my cheek was still grazed, leaving a blood mark. TSK. I wiped away the blood and readied my stance. Retsukawa, the third Hokage, said amidst the battle, when I perform the Shiki Fujin, you need to hold off the second Hokage. A jolt ran through my heart. Shiki Fujin. That's a forbidden technique that leads to mutual destruction. Is there no other way? The third Hokage shook his head. For the future of Konoha, you must survive, Retsukawa. You're still young, and you don't even have a partner. Who says I don't? I abruptly cut him off, not even knowing why I blurted that out. The third Hokage looked at me in surprise, but now wasn't the time to discuss that. Orochimaru seemed angered by our conversation and commanded the first and second to intensify their attacks. Let's begin, the third Hokage said solemnly, starting to form hand seals. I took a deep breath and charged towards the second Hokage, this time, holding nothing back, channeling all my chakra into my speed. Fire release Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Flames in the form of shuriken rained down on the second Hokage, forcing him to retreat. I followed closely, unleashing my physical techniques, not giving him a chance to form hand seals. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the third Hokage had completed that dangerous technique. The shadow of the Shinigami appeared behind him. Now's the time, Retsukawa. I swiftly withdrew, and the third Hokage's chakra chains instantly ensnared the first and second Hokage. Orochimaru realized the danger and attempted to flee, but was also caught by the chains. The ensuing scene was too horrific. The third Hokage paid with his life to seal the first Hokage's hands and most of the second Hokage's power, while also stripping Orochimaru of his ability to use ninjutsu. When the barrier finally dissipated, I knelt beside the third Hokage's gradually cooling body, my fists clenched until they bled. The sounds of battle outside had quieted considerably. It seemed Konoha's ninjas had regained control of the situation. Umbu jōnin. Several Umbu arrived. Are you okay? I'm fine. I stood up, my voice hoarse. Go check on the villagers' evacuation status and tally the casualties. Yes. I took one last look at the third Hokage before turning and jumping onto the stands. The venue was in disarray, but most of the audience had safely evacuated. My gaze unconsciously searched for that familiar figure. Shikamaru, where are you? Rikawa-senpai. A familiar voice made me turn around abruptly. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji were running towards me from a distance, all appearing unharmed. I sighed in relief, only then realizing the tension in my muscles had finally relaxed. I'm glad you're all okay, I said briefly, trying to keep calm even though my heart was racing. Seeing him safe, some indescribable emotion swelled in my chest. Shikamaru's gaze fell on the wound on my face. Did you get hurt, senpai? Just a scratch. I turned my face away. You all hurry to the shelter. I still have tasks to handle. But that's an order, Shikamaru Jinin, I said firmly, then lowered my voice. He'll come find you later. Shikamaru's eyes lit up, and he nodded, leaving with his companions. I watched his back as the itch beneath the bandage on my nose returned. Tisk, troublesome little brat. Always distracting me. As I turned towards the command center, I realized what I had just said to the third Hokage. Who says I don't? Oh no, what was I trying to say? The morning sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains as I opened my eyes in bed. This was the guest room of the Nara family, and despite staying here for over a month, I still had not gotten used to the overly soft mattress. TSK. I ruffled my messy red hair, and my nose covered by a band-aid itched from the unfamiliar scent of the pillow. Outside, I could hear the clear chirping of birds and the gentle humming of Madame Jinai. I rolled out of bed and neatly folded the blanket with swift movements. While washing up, I looked at myself in the mirror. My short red hair was tousled from sleep, and there were faint dark circles under my eyes. Last night, I dreamt about the battle that day. The death of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's cold smile, and the fierce water release of the second Hokage. Shaking my head, I splashed cold water on my face, forcing myself back to reality. Good morning, Retsukawa. Madame Jinai greeted me with a smile, asking, did you sleep well? I responded briefly, walking to the kitchen to help her prepare breakfast. Is there anything I can assist with today? Since Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, the village has been in the process of rebuilding. Fortunately, my house suffered no damage, but it needed an interior renovation. As a jōnin, without a fixed task for now, I volunteered to help the villagers. You don't need to help today, Madame Jinai said, handing me a cup of hot tea. Isn't your house almost done? You can go check on the progress. I took the cup, the warmth seeping through the ceramic into my palm. All right. The tea was the kind Shikamaru often brewed for me, with a faint herbal aroma. Unknowingly, I had grown accustomed to this taste, even beginning to like it. After taking a sip, I felt warm all over. At the breakfast table, Shikamaru sat down, yawning, his hair messy like a bird's nest. Ever since he became a chunin, he had taken on more missions, but his lazy habits hadn't changed at all. Morning, senpai. He greeted me, mumbled, his eyes half closed. What time is it, and you're still sleepy? I habitually scolded him, while pushing the freshly fried egg towards him. Eat it, then go back to sleep. Shikamaru squinted and smiled. Senpai, you're becoming more like my mom. Are you looking for trouble? Madame Jinai watched us bicker with a mysterious smile on her face. Senpai Takiju has gone to the Hokage office for a meeting, and the jōnin have been extremely busy lately. After finishing breakfast, I headed to my house to check on the progress. Walking on the rebuilt streets of Konoha, many villagers greeted me warmly. After that great battle, their attitudes towards me seemed even friendlier. After turning a few corners, my small house came into view. The workers were painting the exterior walls, and it looked like they were nearing completion. The roof and walls which had been destroyed were now brand new and even sturdier than before. Lord Anku, the foreman, saw me and wiped his sweat as he approached. As per your request, we have reinforced the beams and walls and expanded the kitchen. It will be finished in 3 or 4 days. I nodded and walked inside to take a look. The smell of dust and paint was strong and my nose began to itch again, and I quickly rubbed it. The layout of the living room, bedroom, and kitchen remained largely unchanged, but the details were more exquisite. My fingers brushed over the newly installed window frames, the wood smooth and sturdy. The storage room has been converted into a ninja tool room with sealing techniques added, the foreman introduced. And there's that thing you requested. I interrupted him, not wanting too many people to know about the secret compartment I designed in the bedroom. After checking all the details, I stood at the door, watching the workers busy at work. Logically, I should be happy finally able to return to my own place and no longer be a guest. Yet I felt a strange heaviness in my chest, as if something was stuck there unable to rise or fall. TSK. I rubbed my nose vigorously and turned to leave. Unknowingly, I walked to the shopping street. Most of the shops had reopened after the reconstruction, bustling with activity. The old woman selling vegetables recognized me at a glance. Little Retsukawa. Here, fresh radishes, just in very sweet. Thank you. I took the bag, giving her a little extra money. How's business lately? Thanks to you all, it's slowly getting better, the old woman said with a smile. By the way, I heard your house is almost done. The little one from the Nara family must be lonely, right? I nearly choked on my saliva. What are you talking about? Oh, everyone in the village knows that kid is always hanging around with his seniors. The old woman laughed, her eyes squinting into slits. Last time he even came to ask me about your favorite vegetables. My ears turned hot, and I quickly bid farewell to the old woman, fleeing the scene. What does it mean that everyone knows? What has Shikamaru been saying around? Passing by the candy store, I hesitated for a moment, but still walked in and bought 2 bags of strawberry-flavored lollipops. One bag went into my pocket, and the other I opened and popped into my mouth. The sweetness and strawberry flavor spread in my mouth, slightly calming my restless mood. By the time I returned to the Nara family, it was already noon. Shikamaru was playing shogi in the yard, his opponent being the rarely free Dakuja-senpai. Checkmate. Shikamaru put down a piece, revealing a victorious smile. I lost. Dakuja-senpai shook his head, noticing me standing at the door. Retsukawa, just in time. Want to play a game with me? No, I have things to do. I waved my hand, preparing to enter the house. Senpai, Shikamaru called out to me. How's the house looking? It's almost done, I replied briefly. I can move back in 3 or 4 days. As I said this, I subconsciously observed Shikamaru's reaction. He blinked, his expression unchanged, simply responding with a soft, "Oh, finally able to be rid of you troublesome guys." I added, my tone more rigid than I intended. Shikamaru laughed. That's something we should be saying, troublesome senpai. Dakuja-senpai looked at me, then at Shikamaru, stroking his beard in contemplation. After lunch, Madame Jinai called out to me. Retsukawa, can you teach me how to make that teriyaki salmon you made? Shikamaru keeps saying he wants to eat it. Sure. I nodded and followed her into the kitchen. We chatted while preparing the ingredients. Madame Jinai asked many cooking details and I answered one by one, even pointing out which steps could be adjusted according to Shikamaru's taste, like adding more sugar since he likes it sweeter. Retsukawa really knows Shikamaru well, Madame Jinai said with a smile. My hand paused while chopping vegetables. I just happened to remember. After teaching the recipe, I returned to the guest room to start packing my things. There wasn't much to pack, most of my belongings were still in the ruins, and during this time I had been using items provided by the Nara family. Just as I was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Shikamaru pushed the door open, carrying 2 cups of tea. Want to take a break? I took the cup, the familiar herbal aroma wafting up. We silently sipped tea for a while until Shikamaru suddenly asked, Senpai, after you move back, will you still come for dinner? I stared at the teacup. It depends on the situation. Oh. Shikamaru looked down, playing with the teacup. My mom will miss you. She said so. I huffed, not calling him out. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor, forming a warm patch of light. We sat shoulder to shoulder, neither of us spoke again, but the atmosphere was not awkward. In the evening, I took the initiative to offer to make dinner. The kitchen became my territory as I chopped, stir-fried, and seasoned in one smooth motion. Madame Jinai and Shikamaru occasionally peeked in, only to be shooed away. The last dish. I served the teriyaki salmon on the table, the same dish I taught Madame Jinai earlier. Wow, Shikamaru's eyes lit up. This is my favorite. I know, that's why I made it. I casually replied, then realized what I had said and quickly added. Anyway, I had the ingredients. Shikamaru laughed, his eyes crinkling into crescents, not calling me out on my excuse. The dinner atmosphere was warm, and Dakuja-senpai, who rarely had no official business, shared some amusing stories from his youth. I found myself unconsciously looking at Shikamaru's profile as he laughed. When did this kid grow up a bit? His features no longer seemed so childish. After dinner, I went to the balcony as usual to get some fresh air. The night breeze carried the unique scent of Konoha, and the reconstructed Hokage rock loomed solemnly in the moonlight. The face of the third Hokage had already been restored halfway. That kind and gentle old man. Senpai. Shikamaru's voice came from behind. Tea. I took the teacup the temperature just right. Thank you. Shikamaru leaned against the railing watching the night view with me. He was very close, his arm almost brushing against mine. I should have moved away, yet for some inexplicable reason I didn't. I have a mission tomorrow, Shikamaru suddenly said, going to the border to deliver supplies. He'll be back in 2 days. Be careful. I frowned. The border hasn't been stable lately. Shikamaru nodded, then hesitated. Senpai. Can you wait until I get back to move out? I turned to look at him. Under the moonlight, Shikamaru's expression was serious, his eyes carrying an emotion I couldn't decipher. The nose under the band-aid began to itch again. Oh, I rubbed it hard. I'm not in a hurry anyway. I finally mumbled. The house needs to air out for a few more days. Shikamaru smiled, that genuine smile shining brightly in the moonlight. Then it settled. We stood quietly for a while until the tea was finished. Before heading back to my room, Shikamaru suddenly handed me a small box. What's this? A gift. He waved his hand. A housewarming gift. It's an early present. Back in the guest room, I opened the box to find a delicate wind chime engraved with the Nara family crest. I stared at it for a long time before carefully placing it into my ninja tool pouch. That night, I unusually couldn't sleep. Lying on the overly soft bed listening to the chirping of insects outside, my thoughts drifted back to the past month at the Nara family, watching clouds with Shikamaru, teaching him shuriken techniques, and the herbal tea he accidentally handed me. And those emotions I couldn't clearly define. Tisk, such a hassle. I rolled over and buried my face into the pillow. But this time the pillow was filled with the unique herbal scent of the Nara family, which inexplicably made me feel at ease. In the early morning, I stood at the door of my home, clutching a brand new key. The house was completely renovated, the freshly painted exterior glistening softly in the sunlight, the roof tiles arranged neatly, and even the doorplate had been replaced with the new characters, Ngu, followed by a small inscription, Senior Ninja's Residence, no entry for the uninvited. Tisk, redundant. I muttered, my fingers brushing over the small inscription. It must have been added by the foreman without authorization. Oh, when did I ever say I wanted it labeled? As the key turned in the lock, it produced a crisp click sound. Pushing the door open, a wave of fresh wood and paint scent rushed over me, causing my nose to itch. Quickly rubbing the area beneath the band-aid, I stepped into the home I had been away from for nearly 2 months. The living room was more spacious than I remembered. The workers had indeed followed my request and removed a non-load-bearing wall. Sunlight poured in through the newly replaced floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating the polished wooden floor. The door of the ninja tool room was engraved with intricate sealing techniques, and the kitchen stove had been replaced with a larger model. I slowly walked through each room, my fingers gliding over the walls, furniture, and window frames. Everything felt both familiar and strange. The bed sheets in the bedroom were new, but they were arranged in the way I preferred. The scrolls on the bookshelf were in their original order. Even the refrigerator was stocked with basic ingredients clearly arranged by Lady Nara Yoshino. Finally, I stopped in front of the hidden compartment in the bedroom, forming hand seals to unlock it. Inside, everything was intact: a bankbook, classified mission records, several specially made kunai, and the only photograph left by my parents. As my fingers brushed against the edge of the photograph, I exhaled, slowly resealing the hidden compartment. And Gus, Senior Ninja. A chunin stood outside the door. The Hokage has summoned you. Frowning, I glanced at the time. It had just passed 9 o'clock. Tisk, not even giving me time to tidy up. Understood. Many ninjas were gathered in front of the Hokage's building. I scanned the crowd and saw Asuma Kurenai and other senior ninjas present, along with that brat Naruto. Standing next to him was Lord Jiraiya. Ngu, over here. Asuma waved me over. I walked up and stood among the senior ninjas. The acting Hokage Danzo had not yet appeared, and everyone was chatting in small groups. What's going on? I whispered to Asuma. I heard it's about searching for the 5th Hokage. Asuma lowered his voice. Lord Jiraiya wants to take Naruto to find Lady Tsunade. I raised an eyebrow. Lady Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. She would indeed be a suitable candidate if she could be persuaded. Just then Danzo entered with 2 advisors. The meeting room immediately fell silent. Ladies and gentlemen, Danzo's voice was hoarse yet powerful. After discussion, we have decided to invite Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage. Jiraiya has volunteered for this task, and will take Naruto with him. A murmur of discussion arose among the crowd. I looked at Naruto, who was beaming with excitement, animatedly saying something to Jiraiya. Considering the potential dangers on the journey, Danzo continued, we will dispatch a small team for covert protection. Ngu, Retsukawa. I paused for a moment. Present. You are responsible for leading the team and selecting 2 chunin to accompany you. Do not reveal your identities and only intervene in times of crisis. The corners of my mouth twitched. This meant I had to leave the newly moved-in home to follow Lord Jiraiya and Naruto. What a joke. Is there a problem? Danzo's sharp gaze swept over. No, I replied reluctantly, internally cursing 1,000 times. After the meeting, as I was about to leave, I was called back by Jiraiya. Hey, red-haired kid. He smiled, scrutinizing me. I heard you're quite strong. I'm flattered. I replied, briefly, not quite accustomed to conversing with such a legendary figure. Don't be nervous, we won't cause you any trouble. Jiraiya patted my shoulder, but that kid Naruto might. You know. I nodded, thinking to myself, this task is really going to be a hassle. Not only do I have to secretly protect one of the legendary Sanin Jiraiya, but I also have to keep an eye on the notorious unpredictability of Naruto Uzumaki. As I returned to the Nara household to gather my remaining belongings, my mood darkened further. I had been hoping to at least spend a few days in my new home, but now I was about to embark on a mission. Did the senior come back? Shikamaru's voice echoed down the hallway. How's the house? It's all right, I replied without looking up as I folded my clothes. I've been assigned a mission and will leave tomorrow. What kind of mission? Classified. I answered shortly, then remembered something and added, it might take about a week. Shikamaru leaned against the doorframe, silent for a moment. Is it dangerous? I paused my movements and looked up at him. Shikamaru's expression was calm, but his fingers were idly rubbing the strap of his ninja tool pouch. What are you worried about me? I joked half-heartedly, immediately regretting the flippant tone. It was completely uncharacteristic of me. Unexpectedly, Shikamaru didn't retort as usual, but instead looked directly into my eyes. Yes, I'm very worried. The air instantly thickened. My fingers froze at my collar, the area beneath the band-aid, itching furiously. Shikamaru's gaze was too serious, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. Idiot. Ultimately, I averted my gaze, continuing to pack my belongings. What danger could there be following Lord Jiraiya? Shikamaru said nothing further, just came over to help me organize my ninja tools. We worked silently, but the atmosphere was not awkward. He was familiar with my arrangement habits for each weapon, and even knew that I always hid a spare lollipop in the inner side of my ninja tool pouch. Here. Shikamaru suddenly handed me a small pouch. Herbal tea, drink it on the way. I took it, and the scent of herbs immediately filled my nostrils. This aroma had become a symbol of the Nara household, reminding me of every morning and night over the past month. Thank you. After finishing my packing, I offered to make one last dinner. In the kitchen, I meticulously prepared each ingredient, as if I were to cram all the recipes into this meal. Shikamaru leaned against the door, watching me busy at work, occasionally passing a plate or seasoning in perfect sync like longtime partners. Your knife skills are impressive, senior. He commented. Shut up, don't disturb me. I retorted without looking up, but secretly slowed my movements so he could see better. The dinner was lavish, almost banquet level. Lady Yoshino and Senior Narajiku praised me continuously, saying they would come over often for meals in the future. Shikamaru ate a lot, especially the teriyaki salmon, which I had specially sweetened to his taste. Retsukawa's cooking is getting better and better. Lady Yoshino smiled. What will we do if Shikamaru wants to eat in the future? He'll learn himself. I immediately said, then saw Shikamaru making an exaggerated, pained expression. What a hassle. I might as well go to the senior's house for a meal. Who would cook for you? I retorted habitually, but mentally noted down a few dishes he loved. After dinner, Shikamaru insisted on walking me back to my new home. The night was deep and the streets of Konoha were quiet and peaceful, showing no traces of the battle from a month ago. We walked side by side, carrying the last of my belongings. The reconstruction is really fast. I looked up at the Hokage rock, which was already more than half completed. The third Hokage's gentle face seemed to overlook the village as if he had never left. Yeah. Shikamaru followed my gaze. Everyone is working hard. Turning around the last corner, my new home appeared before me. The light streaming through the curtains looked warm and inviting. This was a word I had never used to describe my residence before. We're here. I stopped at the door, suddenly unsure of what to say. Thanks for walking me back. Shikamaru handed me my luggage, our fingers briefly touching before quickly parting. What time do we leave tomorrow? In the morning. I'll come to see you off. No need. I shook my head. The mission is confidential. Don't draw attention. Shikamaru pressed his lips together, ultimately nodded, then. Be careful. Yeah. We stood at the doorway, neither of us moving. The night wind blew, carrying the chill of early autumn. Shikamaru's hair was ruffled by the breeze, and for some reason, I felt an urge to reach out and smooth it down, a thought that startled me into taking a step back. I'm going in. I hurriedly turned to unlock the door. Please say goodbye to Lady Yoshino for me. Senior. Shikamaru suddenly called out to me. Will you still come to eat after the mission? I turned my back to him, the key stuck in the lock. It depends on the situation. The moment the door closed, I heard Shikamaru whisper softly, wait for you to come back. On the roof of the hot spring, and I crouched in the shadows, a lollipop in my mouth, my eyes half closed as I surveyed the surroundings. For 3 days, Jiraiya and Naruto had been meandering along without a hint of urgency. As their secret bodyguard, I had no choice but to keep pace with them, tracking them during the day and keeping watch at night. What a bothersome task. I rubbed my nose. The sulfur scent in the night wind made the skin under the bandage itch. In the distance, I could hear Naruto's loud voice, perverted sage. Go soak again. Shut up, you brat. I'm gathering materials. Jiraiya's voice was equally loud. I sighed. These two were practically broadcasting their location to every enemy in the world. Yet complaints aside, my senses were fully activated, chakra spreading like a spider web within 100 meters around me. Any unfamiliar chakra entering the area would catch my attention. The moon was obscured by clouds, and the inn's lights became the only source of illumination. I shifted my position, taking out a small bottle of medicinal tea that Shikamaru had given me. It was nearly empty. After sipping, the bitterness mingled with sweetness, the familiar taste slightly easing my tense nerves. Suddenly my alert system was triggered. Two unfamiliar chakras appeared on the east side of the inn, powerful and dangerous. One chakra was as cold and sharp as a blade, while the other was heavy and violent like a tidal wave. Ninja of this caliber. It was definitely more than a simple pass-through. I quickly put away the medicine bottle and formed hand signs shadow clone technique. One clone stayed behind to continue monitoring while my main body silently moved towards the east. Using the cover of night, I hid in a large tree and finally got a clear look at the intruders' cloaks of black adorned with red clouds of Sharingan under a straw hat and that exaggerated large sword. The Akatsuki, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame Hashigaki. My muscles tensed instantly. The appearance of rogue ninjas of this level could only mean one thing: they were after the Nine Tails within Naruto. I had to stop them. Kisame's large sword was already drawn, and Itachi's Sharingan glowed with a dangerous red light in the darkness. They were less than 50 meters from the inn, ready to attack at any moment. There was no time to notify Jiraiya. I quickly devised a strategy to take the initiative, creating a commotion to draw Jiraiya's attention while buying time. Fire-style Great Dragon Fire technique. 3 fire dragons erupted from my mouth, targeting both enemies and their escape route. Itachi instantly retreated, while Kisame blocked the flames with his sword, both looking in my direction. Oh, I've been discovered. Kisame grinned, revealing his jagged teeth. A leaf jōnin. Itachi's voice was eerily calm. Akatsuki's Akatsuki member Dark Valley Flame River. My heart sank. They even knew who I was. This was bad, or it indicated that the Akatsuki had done their intelligence work on the leaf. It's rather impolite to show up uninvited at this late hour, isn't it? I jumped down from the tree, deliberately raising my voice, hoping it would reach the inn. We're just here to find someone. Kisame, hefting his sword, strolled closer. If you don't want to die, get out of the way, red-haired kid. I sneered, swiftly forming hand signs, fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Dozens of fire-wrapped shuriken shot towards Kisame, while my main body charged at Itachi. I had to restrict that Sharingan first. Itachi easily dodged my taijutsu attack, his 3-mo eyes slightly turning. Jinjutsu. I immediately bit my tongue to keep myself awake, closing my eyes and relying solely on my senses to fight. Oh, interesting. Itachi's voice came from my right. You actually know how to counter the Sharingan. TCH, without some skills, how could I be a jōnin? I suddenly opened my eyes, sweeping my leg horizontally to push Kisame back, who was trying to get close. The situation was dire, with 2 Shrank rogue ninjas flanking me. But my goal was merely to buy time until Jiraiya arrived. Water-style Water Shark Bomb technique. Kisame suddenly formed hand signs, and a gigantic water-shaped shark surged towards me. I quickly jumped back, forming hand signs, fire-style Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Water clashed with fire steam, enveloping the area. Using the cover, I split off 3 shadow clones and attacked from different directions. Trivial tricks. Kisame's large sword swept, instantly dispelling 2 clones. The 3rd clone rushed in front of Itachi, only to be pierced by a kunai. But this was a trap. The clone contained an explosive tag. Boom. In the smoke of the explosion, my main body launched a surprise attack on Kisame, unleashing my full physical skills. Fists, elbows, knees, each strike aiming for vital points. Kisame could initially block with his large sword, but soon he was overwhelmed by my speed, forced to retreat repeatedly. This kid's taijutsu. Kisame exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Don't underestimate him. Itachi emerged from the smoke and scathed. His fire style and taijutsu are close to shadow level. Being rated as close to shadow level by Uchiha Itachi left me unsure whether to feel happy or scared. I panted, adjusting my stance while sensing the direction of the inn. Finally, a powerful chakra was quickly approaching. Jiraiya was coming. Looks like we're being delayed. Itachi said calmly. Kisame, finished this quickly. Just as I wish. Kisame licked his lips excitedly. Water-style Great Exploding Water Wave. A massive amount of water appeared from thin air, surging towards me like a tsunami. The scale of this water style was simply absurd. I immediately formed hand signs and leaped into the air, fire-style Great Fire Destruction. Fire clashed with the water wall, and steam once again shrouded the battlefield. Taking advantage of the cover, I quickly repositioned, but the Sharingan still caught my movements. Itachi suddenly appeared behind me, his finger pointing at the back of my neck. In a critical moment, a white-haired figure intervened between us. Lion's Mane technique. Jiraiya's long hair shot like steel needles towards Itachi, forcing him to retreat. I seized the chance to create distance, standing back to back with Jiraiya. Sorry for being late, kid. Jiraiya grinned. These 2 guys are tough, aren't they? It's manageable. I wiped the sweat from my forehead. I'll handle, Kisame. You deal with Itachi. Huh. Are you sure? I briefly explained. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Good. I like your spirit. The battle resumed. I faced Kisame with all my strength, no longer holding back. Fire style and taijutsu were used in alternation, each strike carrying a deadly determination. Kisame could initially throw out a quip, but as the battle progressed, his expression grew increasingly serious. Kid, you're much stronger than you look. Kisame's large sword grazed my shoulder, drawing blood. You're much weaker than you appear. I retorted, landing an elbow strike to his abdomen. Kisame grunted, stepping back a few paces. Water style 5 sharks. 5 water-shaped sharks leaped from the ground, and I swiftly formed hand signs, fire-style flame bullet barrage. The precise fireballs hit each shark and steam filled the air once more. Using the cover, I pushed forward to Kisame Kanai, aimed at his throat. Jinjutsu chains of restraint. Suddenly a wave of intense pain pierced through my brain. My vision distorted as if nails were being driven into my limbs. Was it Itachi's Jinjutsu? I gritted my teeth against the pain biting my tongue again, but this time it had little effect. Your opponent is me, Itachi. Jiraiya's voice seemed to come from far away. The Jinjutsu loosened slightly, giving me a chance to break free, but my movements were already sluggish. Kisame's large sword swept towards me. I barely managed to block with my kunai, but was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into several trees before finally stopping. Cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood. A few ribs might be broken. Kisame slowly approached. It's over, red-haired kid. In that critical moment, an image suddenly flashed through my mind. Shikamaru's lazy smile, the expression he had when he said, "Yes, I'm very worried." Strange, why was I thinking of him at a time like this? This inexplicable thought gave me strength. I suddenly flipped over, hands forming signs at an astonishing speed, fire-style, great fire destruction. This was my self-created strength fire technique, compressing chakra to its limit before exploding. A massive pillar of fire shot into the sky, completely engulfing Kisame. The entire night sky was stained orange, visible from several kilometers away. Kisame. Itachi finally showed a hint of urgency. I'm fine. Kisame leaped out from the flames, his body charred, but still alive. This kid really packs a punch. Both Kisame and I had reached our limits, but Itachi and Jiraiya's battle continued. Suddenly Naruto's voice called out from a distance, "Perverted sage. I'm here to help you. Don't come over, Naruto." Jiraiya shouted. Itachi's gaze shifted towards the source of the sound, the Sharingan, slightly rotating. Not good, he was going to make a move on Naruto. I gritted my teeth against the pain and formed hand signs again, fire-style Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Fire-wrapped shuriken surged towards Itachi, and although he easily dodged it, successfully diverted his attention. Jiraiya seized the opportunity, toad mouth binding technique. The inn's walls suddenly morphed into a fleshy barrier wrapping us all inside. This was the stomach wall of the toad from Mount Mayaboku. Let's call it a day. Itachi said calmly, "Kisame, let's go." TCH, what a bummer. Kisame hoisted his large sword, glancing at me with regret. "We'll play again, next time, red-haired kid." After a distortion in space, the two disappeared. The toad's stomach wall slowly returned to normal, and we found ourselves back in the ordinary inn's courtyard. They've left. Jiraiya relaxed his battle stance, turning to me. "Are you badly hurt?" "I want dot." I struggled to get up, my ribs aching terribly. Naruto ran over from the corridor, his eyes wide. "Who were those people just now? And the big brother with red hair, you were amazing." "Shut up, idiot." I frowned. "If it weren't for your shouting, they might have left ages ago." Naruto shrank his neck, but quickly became excited again. "But your fire style was super cool. Better than Sasuke's." "Raikawa, you need treatment." Jiraiya examined my injuries, 2 broken ribs, a deep cut on your shoulder, and chakra exhaustion. "Just minor injuries." I pushed his hand away. "The mission continues. They might come back." Jiraiya shook his head. "Rest for a day tomorrow." "Your performance exceeded expectations. Danzo was right to send you." I didn't respond, merely gazing in the direction the Akatsuki had vanished. Enemies of that level. The threats Konoha would face in the future were more serious than imagined. Back in my room, I quickly treated my wounds and drank the last bit of medicinal tea that Shikamaru had given me. That evening, as the mission concluded, I stood before Konoha's main gate, still bearing unhealed wounds. A week had passed since the battle against the Akatsuki, yet the ache in my ribs lingered, and the gash on my shoulder throbbed faintly with every breath. Elite jōnin of the Dark Valley greeted the gate-guarding Chunin with a respectful bow. Was the mission successful? I replied, tersely, unwilling to elaborate. I planned to file my mission report tomorrow. I only wanted to collapse somewhere now. As I walked through the streets still under reconstruction, villagers warmly called out to me. Several elderly women even set aside their chores to gather around, asking whether I'd been injured and urging me to join them for dinner. I managed polite replies, though the dust beneath my bandage made my nose itch. Little Retsukawa beamed the vegetable seller, her eyes crinkling with mirth. "Nara's boy has been scanning the village entrance every day lately, surely waiting for you to return." My steps faltered almost imperceptibly. "Does he have nothing better to do?" "Oh dear. Youth is always so stubborn with words." The women exchanged knowing smiles. "Go on then, don't keep him waiting." I quickened my pace to escape their overwhelming warmth, yet slowed again at the corner where the Nara residence came into view, and a familiar figure leaned against the cherry tree beside its gate. Shikamaru. Hands buried deep in his pockets, he gazed lazily upward, as if merely idling beneath the clouds. But the moment I drew near, he turned, his eyes brightening instantly. "Back already?" His tone was casual, as though we'd parted ways just yesterday. I halted, maintaining a careful distance. "What are you doing here?" "Just finished a mission, taking a breather." Shikamaru shrugged, his gaze sweeping over me. When it landed on the bandage across my shoulder, his brow flickered with the faintest crease. "How serious is it?" "Minor." Instinctively, I angled my body to shield the wound from his sight. "Reports due tomorrow." He nodded, asking no further. A brief silence settled between us filled with the mingled scent of cherry blossoms and herbal remedies. Strange. Only 10 days had passed, yet it felt longer. Have you eaten? Shikamaru asked suddenly. Not yet. Mother made beef stew. Enough for 3. He turned toward home, voice light. Come along. I hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed. After all, my own apartment would offer only cold, empty rooms. Or, what excuse was I even making for myself? The Nara household glowed with its usual warmth. When Lady Yoshino saw me, she gasped with delight and immediately laid out an extra set of chopsticks and bowl. Father Nara was attending a meeting at the Hokage Tower, so only the 3 of us sat at the table. Retsukawa's groaned thinner. She heaped rice into my bowl. Eat well, it helps healing. Thank you. I lowered my head to accept the bowl, ears warming. Being cared for like this still felt unfamiliar. Shikamaru sat opposite me, lazily picking carrots from his plate. I noticed his fingernails were chipped, signs of recent frequent jutsu use. You went on missions too. I tilted my chin toward his hands. Yeah, just a few crank ones. He glanced at his fingers. Helped Ino's flower shop deliver goods. What a drag. Lady Yoshino chuckled and shook her head. You volunteered willingly, and now you complain. A faint flush rose along Shikamaru's earlobes as he hastily shoveled several mouthfuls of rice. For some reason that expression struck me as endearing. I banished the absurd thought at once. The stew before me truly lived up to his claim. Plenty for 3, as though prepared with my arrival anticipated. After dinner, I offered to wash the dishes. Lady Yoshino stepped away to prepare tea and sweets, leaving only Shikamaru and me in the kitchen. So he leaned against the counter, voice low. Who did you run into? The plate slipped slightly in my grip. What? Someone strong enough to wound you isn't ordinary. His gaze lingered on my shoulder. Your report says suspected missing mean, but crank missions don't involve such adversaries. I paused. Intel on the Akatsuki was classified, but this was Shikamaru. Akatsuki, I said simply. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki. Shikamaru's pupils contracted. You engaged them? Yes. Held them off until Jirizuma arrived. I kept scrubbing, feigning indifference to his stunned expression. It was nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. His voice rose uncharacteristically sharp. Those are, keep your voice down. I shot him a glare. Lady Yoshino doesn't know the details of my mission. Shikamaru inhaled deeply, forcing calm. He reached for a rinsed plate, his fingers brushing my wrist, sending a subtle electric tremor up my arm. Next time, he paused. Be more careful. I grunted in reply, but warmth bloomed quietly in my chest. This feeling of being watched over wasn't unpleasant. Once the dishes were done, Shikamaru pulled me mysteriously into the corridor. Here, something for you. He withdrew a small jar from his weapon pouch. Family ointment. Excellent for blade wounds. I took it, uncapped it, and inhaled its rich herbal aroma. The same scent that clung to Shikamaru himself. Thank you. And this too. He handed me a cloth-wrapped bundle. Newly brewed medicinal tea, with calming herbs. I accepted the bundle, then realized something. How did you know I'd come tonight? Shikamaru blinked. I didn't. I just prepared it every day. Every day? My heart surged inexplicably. I masked it with a scoff, tch. How utterly idle. Shikamaru only smiled, saying nothing. We sat side by side on the veranda, watching cherry petals drift across the garden. Moonlight shimmered silver upon the pond's surface. Your house, Shikamaru said suddenly. Have you gone back yet? Not yet. I sipped the tea he'd just steeped. Warm, perfect. Tomorrow. Oh, a quiet curve lifted the corner of his mouth. Then, would you stay here? The guest room's always ready. Night deepened, but neither of us moved to rise. Occasionally he asked about mission details. I shared what I could. Mostly we sat in companionable silence, listening to crickets and distant laughter drifting from neighboring homes. By the way, Shikamaru remembered, there's a celebration after the Chunin exams, tomorrow night. Will you come? A celebration? Yeah, for my promotion to Chunin. He scratched his head. Ino insisted. What a drag. I couldn't help but laugh. Since when do you obey Ino so readily? Who's obeying her? Shikamaru protested. It's just. She said she'd use mind-body switch technique on me daily if I refused. Imagining it, I laughed harder, until the motion tugged my ribcage, drawing a sharp, involuntary gasp. Are you alright? Shikamaru leaned in immediately, hand hovering midair, as if wanting to steady me, but unsure whether to touch. Fine. I caught my breath, only to realize how close our faces had drawn. Bathed in moonlight, Shikamaru's eyes deepened to a rich, fathomless brown, holding my reflection within them. Time stilled, for one suspended second. I caught his faint herbal scent, and the saltang of sweat surely from today's mission. His breath brushed my cheek, warm and steady. Ahem. I jerked backward, pretending to adjust my bandage. Tomorrow's celebration, I'll attend. Shikamaru retreated, just as quickly, ears blazing crimson. Oh good. At Yakiniku Q, at 6. An awkward pause followed. Then we spoke simultaneously, you, that, and froze again mid-sentence. Shikamaru gestured politely. You first. I'll change my dressing. I held up the ointment he'd given me and stood. Let me help. He rose too. You can't reach your back right. He was right. The impact against the tree during the fight with Kisame had left a wound impossible to treat alone. I hesitated, then nodded. In the guest room, I removed my shirt and sat facing away from him. though both men, sitting bare-chested beneath lamplight, unsettled me slightly. Skin beneath the bandage flushed faintly warm. I hoped he wouldn't notice. Not light either, he murmured from behind, fingertips grazing the bruising on my back. Does it hurt? It's fine. I tensed my muscles, striving to ignore the heat of his touch. Coolness spread across my skin as his fingers worked the ointment in. His motions were gentle, cautious not to cause pain, yet firm enough to ensure full absorption. A strange, soothing comfort radiated from each point of contact, coaxing my body to relax. Do you often tend others' wounds? I asked, seeking distraction. No. First time. His voice was close. I studied a bit. I closed my eyes, letting the ointment's gradual warmth seep deeper. Your technique is good. He gave a soft chuckle, his breath stirring the hairs at my nape, sparking a delicate shiver. His fingers moved from the bruise to the blade wound on my shoulder, a more sensitive spot. My muscles tightened instinctively. Relax. Shikamaru murmured, this will sting briefly. It did, then yielded to a deep, soothing warmth. I exhaled slowly, feeling fatigue and pain recede like tide. Amid this quiet comfort, accident struck. I turned to fetch water, and my elbow knocked over the ointment jar. Shikamaru lunged to catch it, lost balance, and tumbled forward, onto me. We collapsed onto the tatami, him braced above me, palms planted on either side of my head. Time stilled once more. His eyes widened, his lips parted slightly. Our chests pressed together, heartbeats racing in sync. His warmth bled through thin fabric layered with the scent of herbs and the clean, vital musk of youth. My mind blanked. I could only stare, dazed, as his face drew nearer. Children, I've cut fruit. Oh my. Lady Yoshino's voice pierced the doorway, followed by the crash of a dropped tray. Shikamaru recoiled like lightning. We scrambled apart, faces burning crimson, matching the hue of my hair. Two was just. Lady Yoshino stammered, backing away. The fruit, I'll slice more. The door shut hastily, leaving Shikamaru and me staring at each other, speechless. Shikamaru broke the silence first. The ointment's mostly applied. I responded mechanically, my thoughts still reeling from the incident. Shikamaru stood, smoothing his clothes. So, goodbye. Once the door clicked shut, I released a long, shaky breath and fell backward onto the futon. What was that just now? My pulse still hammered abnormally. Heat clung stubbornly to my cheeks. Unthinkingly, my fingers traced the places his hands had touched, where his warmth seemed to linger. I recalled the flash that crossed my mind mid-battle with Itachi, the image of Shikamaru whispering, yes. I was worried. TCH. I rolled onto my side, burying my face in the pillow. Its lingering herbal fragrance, identical to Shikamaru's, washed over me. That night, I dreamed strangely. Shikamaru and I stood side by side along the southern bank of the Naka River. He turned and smiled at me then. An alarm startled me awake. Dawn bled gray at the window. I was drenched in sweat and acutely, mortifyingly aware of a physical response I couldn't ignore. 30 seconds later, I stood under icy water head to toe, shocking myself into composure. Drying off, I stared into the mirror, crimson hair, tousled, faint shadows beneath my eyes, the bandage loosened by moisture. Worst of all, my lips curved in a foolish, unguarded smile. I'm doomed, I whispered. Changing into clean clothes, I slipped from the Nara residence, avoiding the morning's inevitable awkwardness. Konoha's streets lay hushed in early light. Only a few vendors stirred, preparing stalls. I jogged slowly toward my own home, needing solitude to untangle my thoughts. My new house stood quietly in the dawn glow, strangely unfamiliar, yet hauntingly known. Opening the door, cold, hollow air rushed out, stark contrast to the Nara home's warm, herbal embrace. I slumped onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling, reliving the Akatsuki clash, the near-fatal strike from Kisame's blade, that unexpected embrace. None of it compared to a far more terrifying truth. Retsukawa, Akaya, 18-year-old elite jōnin of the Dark Valley, might possibly have fallen for that troublesome little Nara boy Shikamaru. Damn it. The celebration at Roast Meat Q was exuberant. Ninja filled the restaurant's largest private room, laughter mingled with the sizzle of grilling meat, audible even beyond the doorway. I hesitated for 3 seconds at the entrance before pushing the door open. Senior brother Laichuan. Ino was the first to spot me, waving enthusiastically. Over here. Over here. The entire room fell silent in an instant. Every gaze converged upon me. Instinctively, I touched the bandage on my nose and sighed. I should have declined this invitation. So the captain really came. Choji mumbled around a mouthful of grilled meat. Shut up and eat. Shikamaru kicked him lightly beside him, then nodded respectfully toward me. Senior brother. He wore deep blue casual attire, his hair freshly washed, and slightly more tousled than usual. I sat stiffly in the empty seat beside him, and a waiter promptly arrived with cutlery and a drink. Never imagined an ANBU captain from the Dark Valley would attend our gathering, Tintin said with a smile. Wasn't he dragged here by Shikamaru? Kiba teased, and Akamaru barked in agreement. Woof. I shot Shikamaru a glare. He merely feigned innocence. I didn't drag you. I simply extended the invitation. You came willingly. Don't flatter yourself. I retorted, and instantly incited a chorus of teasing laughter. Ino leaned in conspiratorially. Captain Laichuan. Is it true you clashed with the Akatsuki? Really? The room hushed again as all eyes widened, fixed expectantly on me. I frowned. How had such classified intelligence leaked? False, I replied coldly. Spread that rumor again, and I'll make you run 100 laps around Konoha. Ino shrank back slightly, but her eyes betrayed clear disbelief. Shikamaru smoothly redirected the conversation, the meat's about to burn. For the rest of the evening, I remained mostly silent, offering only occasional replies. Watching these young ones bicker and banter wasn't irritating at all. Shikamaru sat beside me occasionally, placing perfectly grilled slices onto my plate, his movements effortless, as if he'd done it countless times before. You like spice, don't you, senior brother? He handed me a plate of tenderloin laced with chili peppers. Yes. I accepted it, inwardly surprised he remembered such a trivial detail. Midway through the celebration, someone proposed heading to the hot springs. Everyone agreed enthusiastically, and I was half persuaded into joining them. The newly opened Konoha hot spring facility stood just a short distance from the restaurant. A cool night breeze gently dispersed the lingering warmth of alcohol. I'll take another pool, I announced tersely, and immediately distanced myself from the boisterous group. Mist curled above the steaming waters. I settled into a quiet corner, and the heat instantly eased days of muscle fatigue. Closing my eyes, I heard only the soft murmur of flowing water and distant, indistinct voices. Mind if I join you? Opening my eyes, I found Shikamaru standing at the pool's edge, a towel wrapped low around his waist. Moonlight filtered through the open ceiling, tracing the subtle contours of his emerging adolescent form. I turned my face aside and shifted slightly. Go ahead. He slipped into the water with a soft sigh of contentment. We soaked in silence for a while. Then he reached for a small bottle resting on the edge. Care for some? Sake. I hesitated briefly before accepting the bottle. The sake glided down my throat, warm, sharp, harmonizing perfectly with the enveloping heat of the spring. The first bottle vanished quickly. Then, as if conjured by magic, he produced a second. When did you prepare this? I raised an eyebrow. Took it during the party. He winked mischievously. The owner was too busy collecting payment to notice. Before long, we'd finished 3 bottles. My thoughts grew hazy, my body weightless, deeply uncharacteristically relaxed. The combined warmth of steam and sake loosened nerves usually coiled tight. Hey kid, I nudged Shikamaru's shoulder. How does it feel, becoming a jōnin? He paused, thoughtful. Exhausting. More missions, greater responsibility, and barely any raise in pay. I scoffed. Say that again. When you're a jōnin. Why did you want to become a jōnin, senior brother? That question caught me off guard. Why? Only a relentless drive to grow stronger remained in memory, and not being alone anymore. I don't know. I gazed upward at the star-strewn sky. Perhaps. It was just about finding a place where I belonged. As soon as the words left my lips, I regretted them. How could something so sentimental escape me? Must be the sake. But Shikamaru didn't laugh. He simply murmured softly, Are you settling in well, at the Nara residence? He asked suddenly. I turned to look at him, and saw an unusual gravity in his expression. Steam rose between us, softening his features into gentle ambiguity. Yes, I answered at last. Better than being alone. His eyes brightened, the corners of his mouth lifted in the faintest, warmest curve. That single admission seemed to narrow the space between us. Or perhaps it was only illusion. By the time we emerged from the springs, my steps were already unsteady. The sake's after-effect proved stronger than expected, my vision blurred at the edges. Shikamaru steadied my arm just in time to prevent me from stumbling into the changing room cabinets. Senior brother, you've had too much. Nonsense, I brushed his hand away, only to nearly collide with a locker. My tolerance is exceptional. Shikamaru's side retrieved my clothes and guided me. Lift your arm. No, that's your pant leg. With his help I managed, barely, to dress, and we stepped out of the facility. The others had already departed home. Only Shikamaru and I remained beneath the tranquil night sky. I'll walk you home, he said, his tone leaving no room for refusal. No need. I stubbornly strode forward, then took a wrong turn. Which way is my house? Shikamaru shook his head, gently taking my arm. This way. Konoha slept in serene stillness. Reconstruction had progressed far. We passed lantern-lit streets, drawing curious glances from passers-by, glances I silenced with a sharp stare. Don't be so fierce, Shikamaru murmured. They're only wondering why the legendary Dark Valley ANBU captain ended up like this. Legendary? I scoffed. Who coined that title? Crimson-haired demon. Fiery tempest god. He counted on his fingers. Ino's compiled quite the list. That gossip monger. Rounding the final corner, my house appeared before us. Moonlight silvered its newly repaired roof. The wind chime Shikamaru had gifted me swayed gently on the windowsill. Keys. He held out his hand. I fumbled in my pockets, producing a kunai shuriken and crumpled candy wrappers, but no key. TCH, must have lost it. Shikamaru sighed, pulling a key from his own pocket. Knew this would happen. What do you mean? I had a spare made when you moved back last time. Huh. I stared wide-eyed. When did you? Secret. He grinned slyly, and unlocked the door, guiding me inside. Inside, darkness reigned, except for slender moonbeams slipping through curtain gaps. Shikamaru navigated effortlessly to the light switch as though this were his own home. Drink some water. He handed me a glass of warm water, then disappeared into the bedroom to prepare the futon. I sank onto the sofa watching his silhouette move purposefully across the room, and felt an odd, quiet certainty this scene felt utterly natural, as if repeated countless times before. Shikamaru brewing tea at the Nara residence, now laying out bedding here. When exactly did things shift between us? All set. He emerged. Can you change on your own? Of course. I stood to prove it, then nearly tripped over the coffee table. Shikamaru caught me shaking his head in resignation. Fine, I'll help. I don't need your help. I protested, though my slurred defiance lacked conviction. With his assistance I changed into sleepwear and collapsed onto the bed, the world tilting dizzyingly around me. Shikamaru sat beside me offering a cup of hangover tea. It'll ease the discomfort. I drank obediently, the bitter herbal taste familiar and grounding. His fingers gently brushed aside strands of hair from my forehead, tender beyond words. Why are you so kind to me? The sake emboldened me to ask what I'd never voiced sober. His hand stilled. What do you think? I don't know, I admitted honestly. I'm not even valuable enough to be worth the trouble I cause. Fool. His voice dropped to a whisper. Of course it's because. I didn't catch the rest. He was swallowed by a wave of drowsiness, so sudden and profound it stole my breath. Just before consciousness faded, something soft and fleeting brushed my lips, gone in an instant. Good night, senior brother. That was the last thing I heard before slipping into darkness. At midnight, half awake and dreaming, I sensed warmth beside me. Drowsily reaching out, my hand met a human shape. Instinctively I drew it close, and my arms were instantly filled with warm, yielding weight. Senior brother, a familiar sleepy voice murmured. Shoo. I mumbled, burying my face into the crook of their neck. The scent was deeply familiar, a calming herbal fragrance. At first the body tensed, then gradually softened, even leaning closer seeking warmth. A head nestled beneath my chin, a soft hair tickled my skin. This is perfect, I thought hazily, before sinking once more into slumber. Morning sunlight stabbed at my eyelids. A throbbing hangover headache arrived on schedule. I groaned, trying to roll away, only to find my arm pinned beneath something heavy. Blinking open gritty eyes, I saw a tangle of messy black hair. Shikamaru was curled against my chest, cheek pressed to my sternum, one arm draped loosely across my waist. Our legs were entwined like two spoons fitted together. I jolted, fully awake. What in the world is going on? Why is Shikamaru in my bed? And why is he holding me like this? I tried carefully withdrawing my arm, only to wake him. He blinked up dazed, then froze, eyes widening in shock. Gee, good morning, senior brother, he stammered, ears flushing crimson. You? My voice, raw from sleep, rasped out. Why are you here? You were drunk last night. I brought you home. Shikamaru began, attempting to retreat, only to be halted by my unconscious grip tightening. Then you wouldn't let me leave. I released him. He sprang backward instantly, leaving a wide, awkward gap between us. Fragments of memory stitched themselves together. Hot spring sake, the walk home, and that impossibly soft, ambiguous touch. I think I remember you. I ventured cautiously. Kissing me. Shikamaru's expression locked, flushing crimson, paling, then burning red again, cycling faster than a flickering lantern. That was probably a dream. He forced calm, but his trembling voice betrayed him. Was it? I touched my lips. The sensation had been devastatingly real. Yet seeing his flustered state, I chose, for now, to let it go. Maybe. What time is it? 9:20 a.m. He glanced outside. I should head home. Mother will worry. He hurriedly dressed while I feigned intense fascination with the ceiling. Only after the front door clicked shut did I exhale deeply and press my face into the pillow, still scented with his presence. What truly happened last night? Was that kiss real? Why did I hold him all night? And more importantly, why did none of it feel wrong? My fingertips grazed my lips. My pulse quickened unbidden. I swung my legs off the bed, determined to shock myself awake with a cold shower. The square in front of the Hokage building was packed with people today. I stood in the line of jōnin, feeling an itch in my nose from the crowd. Today is a joyous day as Lady Tsunade officially takes over as the 5th Hokage. Silence. Konohamaru's voice echoed through the square. Next, the 5th Hokage will speak. Tsunade ascended the high platform, her green robe standing out vividly in the sunlight. She surveyed the crowd, her gaze piercing. When her eyes swept past my position, she paused imperceptibly for a second, sending an inexplicable chill down my back. Thank you all for your trust. Tsunade's voice was clear and powerful. Rebuilding Konoha is our top priority. To this end, I will be adjusting some personnel arrangements. I listened half-heartedly, my gaze unconsciously searching the line of jōnin, and there he was. Shikamaru stood next to Asuma, looking half asleep. Seemingly sensing my gaze, he turned slightly and winked at me. I immediately looked away, my ears starting to heat up. Ever since that drunken night, we hadn't talked alone. Next, I will announce a special appointment. Tsunade's voice suddenly turned serious. After careful consideration, I have decided to designate a Hokage candidate. Whispers immediately erupted among the crowd. A Hokage candidate. This was a big deal. I perked up my ears, curious about who it would be. Kakashi. Asuma. Ankakis Shinjuro jōnin. My name exploded in my ears like a bomb. What? I widened my eyes, doubting I had heard correctly. All eyes around me instantly focused on me, some in surprise, some in doubt, and also, that old man Danzo clearly looked displeased. Jōnin Ankaku displayed near cage-level strength in battles against the Akatsuki and fought alongside the third Hokage during the plan to destroy Konoha, which is commendable. Tsunade continued, her gaze fixed on me. I believe he has the potential to become the future Hokage. My mind went blank. Hokage? Me? What a joke. I'm just a hot-tempered, ordinary Jōnin who finds it troublesome to lead a team. How could I possibly become Hokage? Jōnin Ankaku, please step forward. Mechanically, I took a step, feeling as if my legs were filled with lead. As I walked up to the platform, Tsunade shot me a meaningful glance, her eyes clearly saying, refuse, and I'll kill you. Thank you for the trust, Lady Hokage. I forced out a sentence, my voice dry and unrecognizable. Tsunade patted my shoulder and turned to the crowd. From today onward, Jōnin Ankaku will participate in more Hokage-related affairs to prepare for the future. This concludes the ceremony. The crowd gradually dispersed, but I remained standing still, unable to digest this fact. A Hokage candidate. Has Lady Tsunade gone mad? How could I lead a village when I can't even control my own temper? Congratulations, Shinjiro. Jiraiya appeared beside me at some point, grinning mischievously. Future 6th Hokage, don't joke like that. I gritted my teeth and said, what on earth is going on? Tsunade has taken a liking to you, Jiraiya shrugged. She said you have the pure will of fire or something like that. Me? The will of fire? I was nearly laughing in anger. She must have mistaken me for someone else. Don't underestimate yourself. Jiraiya suddenly became serious. Your performance against the Akatsuki and your determination to protect Naruto. All of these indicate that you are a qualified candidate. I wanted to refute, but then I saw Shikamaru wandering not far away, seeming hesitant to approach. Jiraiya followed my gaze, and a look of realization crossed his face. I see, he lowered his voice. Is it because of that Nara kid? What? I turned abruptly. What does he have to do with this? Jiraiya smiled knowingly. The Hokage needs someone who can help him settle down. Tsunade probably thinks you found that person. I was left speechless, completely unsure how to respond. Jiraiya laughed heartily and left, leaving me and Shikamaru, who was slowly approaching, exchanging glances. Congratulations, Senpai. Shikamaru's voice was calm, but his eyes were somewhat complicated. A Hokage candidate. Don't start with this too. I anxiously raked my fingers through my hair. I'm just not suited for it. Shikamaru tilted his head at me. Why not? You're strong, and the elders like you. But I paused, not knowing how to explain my inner resistance. What does it mean to become Hokage? More responsibility, less freedom. And the distance between me and low-ranking shinobi like Shikamaru would only grow. In short, I'm just not suited for it. I finally said, turning to leave. I'm going to find Lady Tsunade to refuse. Suddenly Shikamaru grabbed my wrist. Wait. His fingers were warm and dry, and where he touched felt like an electric current passing through. We both froze, and Shikamaru quickly let go, his ears turning red. Are you free tonight? He asked, staring at the ground. I want to ask you a few tactical questions. Hokage candidate. Don't call me that. I reflexively retorted, then realized he was inviting me. What time? 7. Training ground. After a brief conversation, we parted ways. I walked toward the Hokage, building my mind in a tangle. Hokage candidate, Tsunade's decision, Shikamaru's invitation. Everything came too suddenly. In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was reviewing documents, Shizune standing beside her. Seeing me enter, Shizune wisely stepped out. I knew you would come, Tsunade said without looking up. Sit down. I stiffly sat in the chair opposite her, not knowing how to start. Tsunade finally put down her pen, her sharp gaze locking onto me. Do you want to refuse? Yes, I honestly admitted. I'm not suited to be Hokage. Why? I have a bad temper, lack patience, hate paperwork. I counted on my fingers, and I know nothing about politics. Tsunade scoffed. These things can be learned. What matters is your essence, your choices in critical moments, your determination to protect your comrades, and the villagers' trust in you. But Shinjiro, Tsunade suddenly became serious. Do you know why I chose you? I shook my head. Because I see the shadows of Shinju and Dan in you. Her voice softened. That pure passion, that willingness to sacrifice everything to protect those you care about. I was left speechless. Shinju and Dan, those were the brother and lover Tsunade had lost. Moreover, Tsunade continued, you possess a quality that most strong people lack. What? You understand love, she smiled slightly. Not an abstract love for the village, but love for specific people. This is important. An image of Shikamaru's face immediately flashed in my mind, his lazy smile, the serious look in his eyes during battle, and the warmth from that night in my arms. Wait, what am I thinking? I don't understand what you mean, I stammered. Tsunade looked at me meaningfully. You will understand. Now, as a Hokage candidate, you will spend 2 hours every day learning to handle administrative affairs from me. Starting tomorrow. Yes. Leaving the Hokage building, I wandered aimlessly on the street. When villagers saw me, there was a hint of awe and curiosity in their eyes. So he is a Hokage candidate now. Ino's voice came from the flower shop entrance. Doesn't that mean? Mean what? Shikamaru's voice was languid. He's still him. But his status is different now. Ino said eagerly, the difference between a Hokage candidate and an ordinary jōnin. Shikamaru, you understand what I mean, right? A moment of silence. I inadvertently stopped and hid around the corner to eavesdrop. It's so troublesome, Shikamaru finally said. This kind of thing is impossible to begin with. What do you mean impossible? You clearly, Shikamaru interrupted her, his voice unusually stern. Don't say anymore. My heart tightened. What were they talking about? What was impossible? Why did Shikamaru's voice sound so dejected? I quietly backed away and decided not to go to the flower shop. That suffocating feeling in my chest returned just like when I learned I was to be a Hokage candidate. The training ground was empty in the evening. I arrived half an hour early and began practicing with shuriken. The mechanical throwing motion allowed my mind to momentarily clear, escaping from those troubling thoughts. You came really early, senpai. Shikamaru's voice came from behind me. I turned around to see him in training clothes holding a tactical scroll. Just had nothing to do. I put away the shuriken. What do you want to ask? Shikamaru unfolded the map, which depicted a complex tactical layout. I think there are flaws in this formation. We discussed tactical issues for a while, and the atmosphere gradually relaxed. Shikamaru's tactical mind was indeed exceptional, and several of his points caught me by surprise. The sun gradually set, casting a golden hue over the training ground. Isn't it about time? I stretched. We should head back. Senpai, Shikamaru suddenly called out. About the Hokage candidate matter. Are you really going to refuse? I frowned. Why are you suddenly asking this? Just. Shikamaru scratched his head. I think it's a shame. You would make a good Hokage. Even you say that. I forced a smile, but I really don't think I'm suited for it. Why? Because. I hesitated, unsure how to express myself. A Hokage needs to be perfect, and I have many flaws. Shikamaru laughed. The third Hokage often sneaks a peek at the women's bathhouse too. That's different. I couldn't help but laugh. What I mean is, I have a bad temper and am impulsive. But those are part of you too, Shikamaru said seriously. I like the real you, not some perfect idol. I was taken aback. Shikamaru's words felt like a beam of light illuminating my chaotic thoughts. The real me. And besides, Shikamaru continued, his voice softening, everyone will support you. The moonlight gradually replaced the sunset, casting a silver sheen over Shikamaru's profile. His eyelashes cast tiny shadows on his face, and a subtle smile played at the corners of his mouth. I suddenly felt an urge to reach out and touch his face. It's getting late. I jumped to my feet, interrupting my dangerous thoughts. I have to report to the Hokage building tomorrow. Shikamaru stood up too. Shall I walk you back? No need, it's not far. We walked side by side out of the training ground and parted ways at the fork. After walking a few steps, I couldn't help but look back, finding Shikamaru still standing there watching me. In the moonlight, his expression was hard to discern, but his figure seemed particularly lonely. Shikamaru, I called out almost instinctively. Moi. Thank you. He smiled, waved, and turned to leave. I watched his retreating figure, the suffocating feeling in my chest returning, but this time it was mixed with a hint of warmth. Back home, I lay on my bed staring at the ceiling. Everything that happened today replayed in my mind like a lantern show: Tsunade's appointment, Jiraiya's hints, Shikamaru, and Ino's conversation. So troublesome. I mimicked Shikamaru's catchphrase, rolling over. Outside, the moonlight fell gently. I reached out to the bedside table, taking the wind chime Shikamaru had gifted me. The Nara family crest glimmered faintly in the moonlight, reminding me of that drunken night, that kiss that felt both real and illusory. A Hokage candidate, huh? I murmured to myself, and for some reason what floated up in my mind was the expression on Shikamaru's face when he said, I will support you. This is the document that needs to be handled today. Jingyin stacked a pile of scrolls half my height on the desk in front of me, and a few of them rolled off the top and fell to the ground due to instability. I stared at this mountain of paper, with my lips twitching. All of it? I asked dryly. That's just the first part. Jingyin adjusted her glasses with a suspicious smile. Lord Hokage said to start with the simple things first. Simple. I casually opened one of the scrolls, and the densely packed small characters immediately made my head spin. Comparative analysis and suggestions on 7 plans for optimizing supply routes of the 3rd Patrol Team at the southeastern border. What kind of simple is this? Tisk. I rubbed the band-aid on my nose, which was particularly itchy due to irritation. Can I apply for a mission? Any mission will do. Even in rank 1. Jingyin shook her head sympathetically. Lord Hokage said that you must study administrative procedures in the office for the next 2 weeks. 2 weeks? I almost jumped out of my chair. For someone who was used to charging on the front lines, sitting in an office for 2 weeks felt like torture. Umbu Shinobi. Tsunade's voice came from the inner room. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them. None, Lord Hokage. I gritted my teeth and replied resignedly, picking up a pen. Jingyin gave me an encouraging smile before returning to her own work. I glared at the first scroll, trying hard to focus. The words danced in front of my eyes, terms like supply line optimization, logistics cost analysis, and ninja efficiency assessment. My temples began to throb faintly. Don't just read, you need to make annotations. Tsunade, who had appeared behind me at some point, said, use a red pen to mark the issues you think are problematic. I forced myself to keep reading, awkwardly drawing question marks next to a few pieces of data. Tsunade picked up the scroll I annotated and quickly browsed through it. Why did you mark this? She pointed at one of my question marks. The supply frequency is too high. I frowned. According to this arrangement, the ninjas won't have enough rest time. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Go on. Ninjas are prone to making mistakes when fatigued, especially in high-risk environments like the border. I pointed to another piece of data, and the allocation of supplies here is unreasonable. The ratio of soldier food pills is too high and medical supplies are too few. Tsunade showed a satisfied smile. Good, you observed it accurately. This is the reason for the 2 casualties that occurred last month in the 3rd patrol team. She put down the scroll and handed me another one. Now take a look at this. It's the analysis report from the Umbu regarding the movements of Sunagakure. Tell me your thoughts. This report was somewhat more interesting than the previous one. I carefully read about Sunagakure's troop movements and supply reserves, and certain details caught my attention. What are they preparing for? I pointed at several data points. These supplies are not for regular wartime preparation. It looks more like they are planning an ambush. Where are they targeting? I thought for a while and suddenly came up with a possibility. It won't be at Shortez Street, right? I discovered a secret stronghold of Sunagakure there during my last mission. Tsunade nodded approvingly. Very good. Most people overlook this point. Keep going. And so I spent the entire morning reading and discussing documents. To my surprise, these paperwork tasks weren't as boring as I imagined, especially when I found that certain intelligence matched my actual mission experience, giving me a sense of satisfaction, like solving a puzzle. During the lunch break, I rubbed my sore shoulders as I walked out of the Hokage building. The sunlight was blinding, and I squinted my eyes to see a group of jōnin just returning from the training ground. Shikamaru was the last to walk, chatting with Ino. I instinctively walked towards them, but stopped halfway. Now that I was a candidate for Hokage, was it appropriate to approach jōnin so casually? While I hesitated, Ino noticed me and elbowed Shikamaru. They stopped, and Shikamaru turned to see me, his expression showing a moment of surprise before it turned cautious. Lord Umbu. He slightly bowed, his tone respectful and unfamiliar. Lord. I frowned. Shikamaru had never addressed me like that. You finished training? I asked dryly. Yes, Lord. Ino replied respectfully. We just completed team coordination training. This overly respectful attitude made me uncomfortable. Didn't Ino always tease me without reservation before? Why was she acting like this now? Shikamaru. I directly called out his name. Are you free this afternoon? Shikamaru seemed taken aback by my question, blinking. Why, yes, Lord. Don't call me Lord. I said irritably. Just call me Senior like before. Yes, Senior. An awkward silence suddenly fell between us. Ino looked between me and Shikamaru, her eyes darting around, as if brewing some mischievous idea. I'll head out first. She suddenly announced. Choji is still waiting for me to have lunch. Goodbye, Lord Umbu. Goodbye, Shikamaru. With that, she dashed off, leaving Shikamaru and me standing there. Have you eaten lunch? I broke the silence. Not yet. Shikamaru scratched his head. What about you, Senior? Neither have I. Shall we go together? Shikamaru's eyes lit up. Sure. We went to the ramen shop we often visited. The owner showed noticeably more respect when he saw me, even polishing the already clean seats specifically. Lord Umbu, it's truly an honor. What would you like to eat today? I suppressed my discomfort and ordered, noticing Shikamaru was watching me secretly, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. What are you laughing at? I glared at him. Nothing. Shikamaru took a sip of tea. Just think. Senior is not used to being called Lord. Of course. I lowered my voice. Suddenly everyone is being so polite, as if I'm some fragile item. It's because your status has changed. Shikamaru said calmly. The Hokage candidate represents the future of the village, so naturally everyone will hold you in awe. I stared at him for a few seconds. You think so too? Shikamaru looked down, fiddling with his teacup. I don't know. When the ramen arrived, we ate in silence. The once easygoing atmosphere seemed to be blocked by some invisible barrier. I stole a glance at Shikamaru's profile and noticed faint dark circles under his eyes. Have you had a lot of missions recently? I asked. Yeah, a few cranks. Shikamaru picked up a slice of chashu, but it should be much easier than your paperwork duties. How do you know I'm doing paperwork? The whole village knows. Shikamaru chuckled. The irritable red-haired shinobi is being pushed to learn documents at his desk has become the latest gossip. I nearly choked on the noodles. What? Who spread that? I don't know. Shikamaru blinked innocently, but I heard someone saw you making a nightmarish expression in front of a pile of documents. That girl Jingyin. I gritted my teeth. Shikamaru finally burst into laughter, that familiar lazy smile easing my heart. This is more like it. What was that overly respectful attitude before? By the way, Shikamaru suddenly remembered something. I heard that Lord Hokage is very strict. A complete devil. I blurted out. This morning I had to read 12 reports, and each one required comments. Shikamaru listened to my complaints, interjecting a few times. Unknowingly, we returned to our previous mode of interaction, as if the title of Hokage candidate had never existed. The lunch break ended too quickly. When we parted, Shikamaru hesitated. Senior, are you coming to lunch again tomorrow? I'll see how it goes. I said, if Tsunade doesn't bury me under a pile of documents. Shikamaru smiled. Then I'll wait for you here tomorrow at noon. If you don't come, I'll eat by myself. Back at the Hokage building, the afternoon work was even more burdensome. In addition to reading documents, I had to learn how to write formal notices and the usage regulations for the Hokage seal. Jingyin patiently taught me the various formatting requirements, but I still made quite a few mistakes. You can't use colloquialisms here. Jingyin pointed at my draft. Make it more formal. 'Tis troublesome. I ran my fingers through my hair. In light of the aforementioned circumstances, immediate action is recommended. Is this okay? Much better. Jingyi nodded. Lord Hokage said you've made progress. By evening, I was finally allowed to leave. Tsunade gave me several documents to take home and study. I dragged my weary feet out of the Hokage building, but didn't feel like going straight home. I wandered aimlessly and unknowingly arrived at the hot spring. Taking a bath to relax seemed nice. There weren't many people in the men's bath, and amidst the swirling steam, I could only see a few blurry silhouettes. I found a corner to sit down and let the hot water relieve the fatigue of the day. I closed my eyes, and the image of Shikamaru's smile during lunch resurfaced in my mind. Senior. A familiar voice startled me awake. Shikamaru stood by the pool, a towel wrapped around his waist, his hair slightly damp. The moonlight filtered through the open-air hot spring's roof, outlining the young man's emerging muscle lines. You came too. I tried to keep my voice calm. Yeah, just finished training. Shikamaru slid into the water and sat beside me. I didn't expect to run into you, Senior. We sat in silence for a while, the steam swirling around us. Shikamaru's shoulder occasionally brushed against mine, then quickly pulled away like a cautious probe. Is the paperwork going smoothly? Shikamaru broke the silence. It's okay. I answered briefly. It's more interesting than I expected. Senior is indeed impressive. Shikamaru looked up at the starry sky. Nothing can stump you. Stop flattering me. I shot back at him, but strangely I felt pleased. Shikamaru smiled, that lazy grin that made my heart race. In the heat, his profile appeared particularly clear, droplets of water hanging on his eyelashes, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I'm serious. He turned to me. Not everyone can be a Hokage candidate. The fact that you were chosen shows you're truly special. Special? I never thought there was anything particularly special about myself. But the seriousness in Shikamaru's expression when he said this left me momentarily speechless. What about you? I changed the subject. How's life as a Chunin? It's a hassle. Shikamaru sighed. There are more missions, more responsibilities, and yet the pay hasn't increased much. I scoffed. You said that last time. Because it's true. Shikamaru splashed water on himself, but it's also quite fulfilling. We chatted about some everyday topics, the atmosphere relaxed and natural. After soaking for a while, as we got up to leave the hot spring, Shikamaru suddenly asked, Are you going home now, Senior? Yes. Shall I walk you? I raised an eyebrow. Isn't it the other way around? I should be the one escorting you. Why? Because. I paused. Because I'm a jōnin. Because I'm a Hokage candidate. These reasons suddenly seemed ridiculous. Whatever. I finally said, let's go together. The streets of Konoha were quiet and peaceful at night. We walked side by side, occasionally bumping shoulders and quickly pulling away. As we passed a dessert shop, Shikamaru stopped. Wait for me a moment. He ran into the store and a few minutes later came out with 2 paper bags here. I took the paper bag, which contained a few glutinous rice dumplings, the kind filled with red bean paste that I liked the most. Thank you. I was somewhat surprised that he remembered my taste. Senior has treated me to so many meals, this little gift is only appropriate. Shikamaru took a bite of his dumpling. Delicious. Under the moonlight, his satisfied expression was particularly vivid. When we parted at my doorstep, Shikamaru hesitated. Senior, are we having lunch together again tomorrow? Yes. I nodded. Same place. Shikamaru smiled, waved his hand, and turned to leave. I stood at the door watching his receding figure until he disappeared around the corner. Back at home, I spread out the documents Tsunade had given me on the table, but couldn't focus at all. My mind was filled with fragments of the day spent with Shikamaru, his discomfort when he called me Lord, the smile during ramen, and the wet profile in the hot spring. Tisk. I rubbed my nose, the skin under the band-aid reddened from frequent contact. Outside the window, the wind chimed. Shikamaru gave me swayed gently. I walked over and lightly touched it. The cool metal helped me calm down a little. Ever since becoming a Hokage candidate, many things had changed. But some things, like my feelings for Shikamaru. Wait, what exactly are my feelings for Shikamaru? This question left me frozen in place. What kind of feelings do I have for him? Concern of a senior for a junior? Friendship between peers? Or the memory of that drunken night and that dreamlike kiss surfaced in my mind. Also this morning when I saw the pile of documents, my first thought was actually, if only Shikamaru were here. That night, I rarely experienced insomnia. Tossing and turning, Shikamaru's figure lingered in my mind. Until dawn broke, I finally managed to sleep, dreaming of those brown eyes filled with laughter. Make way. Medical team. Where's the medical team? The urgent cries shattered the morning tranquility of Konoha Hospital. I lifted my head from the pile of documents and saw a group of ninjas rushing into the hall carrying a stretcher, blood dripping along the way. The orange figure on the stretcher made me stand up instantly. It was Naruto. What happened? I stopped the Chunin and asked. Valley of the End. Sasuke. The Chunin gasped. Naruto fought to stop him and ended up like this. I quickly followed the medical team and saw Naruto covered in injuries, the most shocking being a gaping wound on his chest. Tsunade had already arrived and immediately took over the treatment. Enko helped me hold him down, she commanded tersely. I stepped forward to hold down Naruto's struggling body, and seeing his injuries up close startled me. This was no ordinary match injury. Did that guy Sasuke really want to kill Naruto? SAS. Yuk. Even in his coma, Naruto is still murmuring that name, the pain in his voice worse than the wounds on his body. The treatment lasted a full 3 hours. When Tsunade finally announced that Naruto was out of danger, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I walked out of the ward and found that many people had gathered in the corridor. Sakura was crying, Kakashi was leaning against the wall with a serious expression, and Shikamaru. I frowned, what are you doing here? Shikamaru leaned by the window, noticeable dark circles under his eyes. I heard Naruto was in trouble and rushed over. How's the situation? He's not dead. I replied briefly, what about Sasuke? He defected. Shikamaru's voice was unusually cold. He sided with Orochimaru. I clenched my fists, my nails digging into my palms. That Uchiha brat actually betrayed his comrades for power and nearly killed Naruto. The Hokage has organized a pursuit team, Shikamaru continued. I applied to join. What? I turned sharply to look at him. No way. Shikamaru blinked, seemingly surprised by my intense reaction. Why not? My tactical skills. I said no means no. I almost shouted, drawing the attention of those around us. Shikamaru was stunned, and I was startled by my own reaction. Taking a deep breath, I lowered my voice. It's too dangerous. Orochimaru is not an opponent you can handle. But Sasuke is our comrade. Shikamaru looked me in the eye. We can't just give up on him. I opened my mouth but couldn't find a rebuttal. The determination in Shikamaru's eyes reminded me of the vow he made when he became a Chunin to become a ninja capable of protecting his comrades. And now he was living out that vow. It's up to you then. Ultimately, I turned my face away, but don't die, otherwise I won't let you off even as a ghost. Shikamaru smiled, that lazy grin that made my heart race. Don't worry, senpai. I'm best at handling troublesome situations. The pursuit team set off quickly. I stood at the village entrance watching Shikamaru's figure disappear into the woods, my chest feeling as if it were weighed down by a stone. The band-aid on my nose began to itch again, and I rubbed it hard until my skin turned red. 3 days later, the pursuit team returned, but without Sasuke. Shikamaru had sustained minor injuries, but looked even more fatigued. When I visited him in the hospital, he was staring out the window in a daze. Failed? I leaned against the doorframe and asked. Shikamaru turned his head, forcing a strained smile. Yeah, we were stopped by the Sound 4. If it weren't for the Sand Village reinforcements arriving in time, we probably wouldn't have made it back. I walked to the bedside, checking his injuries. Fortunately, he only had a few flesh wounds and chakra exhaustion. Niji was hurt the worst, Shikamaru continued, his voice low, and Choji took that pill to save us. I silently handed him a glass of water and sat down beside his bed. Shikamaru accepted the cup, our fingers briefly touching his fingertips cold. Naruto woke up. I told him he was clamoring to find Sasuke, but was held back by Jiraiya. Shikamaru smiled bitterly. That's typical Naruto behavior. Sunadesima has decided to let Naruto follow Jiraiya for 3 years of training. I said they'll set off tomorrow. 3 years, huh? Shikamaru gazed at the cup, lost in thought. When he returns, we will have changed a lot, won't we? We fell into silence. Outside, the leaves rustled in the wind, as if whispering an unexplainable emotion. The next day, I stood by the window of the Hokage office watching Naruto and Jiraiya leave. Naruto was still wrapped in bandages, but his steps were firm. Jiraiya's large hand rested on his shoulder, as if conveying some kind of strength. Enko Tsunade's voice came from behind me. I have a mission for you. I turned around, waiting for her instructions. We need to reinforce the border, Tsunade said seriously. Although the Sand Village is currently an ally, we must remain cautious. I want you to guard the southeast outpost for 3 years. 3 years. The same amount of time Naruto would be gone. I frowned. Why me? Because you are one of my most trusted jōnin. Tsunade looked me in the eye, and you need to gain more leadership experience. Being a Hokage candidate requires more than just martial prowess. I couldn't argue with that reasoning. But 3 years. That meant I wouldn't see. When do we leave? I asked quietly. A week from now. Tsunade handed me a document. Detailed mission instructions are here. Prepare well. Leaving the Hokage tower, I wandered aimlessly through the village. 3 years. What would Shikamaru be like when I return? 20 years old, he should be taller and stronger, right? Still as lazy. Would he still remember? I shook my head, interrupting my own wild thoughts. Seriously, he's just a kid. Why do I care so much? Passing by the training grounds, I saw Shikamaru instructing a group of jōnin. He wore the standard Chunin vest, his hair longer than when I first met him, casually tied back. In the sunlight, his profile was sharp, already having lost much of his childhood innocence. Relax your wrists more, he lazily instructed a blonde girl. Shuriken aren't thrown with brute force. The girl nodded, blushing, while the other jōnin listened attentively. I leaned against a tree from a distance, watching for a while, without interrupting. Shikamaru, as an instructor, looked quite competent. In the following days, I was busy with preparations for departure. Organizing equipment, handing over work, bidding farewell to familiar shops. The old ladies heard I was leaving for 3 years and inundated me with various foods and daily necessities as if I were going to some wild land. Shall Liechuan remember to write back often, said a vegetable-selling old lady, wiping her tears. The wind and sand over there are strong, take care of your skin. The aunt at the cosmetics store handed me a pile of skincare products. I thanked her one by one, but thought to myself, who would write to me? Who should I write to? On the night before my departure, I was doing a final check at home when I suddenly heard a gentle knock on the door. When I opened it, Shikamaru stood in the moonlight holding a small package. Can I come in? He asked. I stepped aside to let him in. Shikamaru looked around my living room, his gaze landing on the half-packed ninja tool rack. Leaving tomorrow, he asked. Yeah, in the morning. Shikamaru nodded and handed me the package. It's for you. I opened the package to find a delicate herbal sachet and several bags of tea. The sachet emitted a familiar herbal scent just like the smell on Shikamaru. I made it myself. Shikamaru scratched his face. The climate at the border is dry. This can help soothe the mind. And these teas have an improved formula with a longer shelf life. I picked up the sachet and took a deep breath. That reassuring aroma immediately filled my chest. For some reason, the band-aid on my nose felt a little sour. Thank you, I said quietly, carefully putting away the package. We sat in the living room momentarily speechless. Moonlight spilled through the window onto the floor, forming a silver patch. Shikamaru's fingers gently tapped on the table, the rhythm slow and steady. 3 years, huh? He finally broke the silence. That's quite a long time. Yeah. He'll write to you, Shikamaru suddenly said, to report on the village's situation. If you're interested. I turned to look at him, finding him staring at his fingers, his ears slightly reddened. It's up to you then, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady, but don't expect me to write back. Shikamaru smiled. That's okay, I know senpai isn't good at expressing himself. TCH. We fell silent for a while longer. The night breeze blew in through the window, bringing the chill of early autumn. Shikamaru's hair fluttered in the wind, glimmering silver in the moonlight. It's getting late, he finally stood up. You have to travel tomorrow. I walked him to the door. Just before stepping over the threshold, Shikamaru suddenly turned. Senpai. You must come back. In the moonlight, his expression was unusually serious, his eyes shining with intensity. My throat tightened, and I could only nod. I will. Shikamaru smiled, then turned and walked into the night. I stood at the door watching his figure disappear around the corner, the sachet in my hand, exuding a warm herbal scent. The next morning I set off from Konoha with my bag. There was no crowd to see me off, only a messenger ninja sent by Tsunade to guide me out of the village. As I passed by the Southie River, I stopped looking at the empty grassy field where Shikamaru and I often went. 3 years. I touched the sachet in my pocket and continued walking. Life at the border was more monotonous than I had imagined. The outpost was built on a cliff overlooking the direction of the sand village. Daily work included patrolling, training the guards, and checking the barrier. There were occasional small conflicts, but overall it was peaceful. By the end of the first month, I received my first letter. The envelope bore Shikamaru's familiar handwriting, and the content was unexpectedly ordinary. He described changes in the village, the new bakery opening, Ino's flower shop expanding, and Choji gaining a few pounds. At the end of the letter, he casually mentioned, I really miss Senpai's temper, which almost made me toss the letter into the fire. But I didn't. On the contrary, I read the letter 3 times, then carefully folded it and placed it in my ninja tool pouch, replying, no too troublesome. And what would I even write? I patrolled 5 times today, ate some terrible military rations, looked at the boring desert scenery. But when I received another letter the next month, I still found a quiet corner to read it repeatedly. This time Shikamaru included a few photos of Konoha, the completed Hokage rock, the new training ground, and a picture of him playing chess with Asuma. In the photo, Shikamaru was making a victory sign, while Asuma looked frustrated. I stared at that photo for a long time before finally tucking it into my mission log. Days passed like this. Shikamaru's letters became a fixed expectation, arriving once a month, without fail. The content ranged from village gossip to tactical analysis, and sometimes included a few Sudoku puzzles to entertain senpai. I still wrote back, very rarely, at most just replying with read, or the questions are too easy. But on his birthday, I made an exception and sent a small package of spicy military rations, knowing he liked that flavor. A month later, in the reply I received, Shikamaru wrote, Senpai's gift almost made me spit fire. Choji tried one bite and has been crying ever since. And on the back of the letter, he drew an exaggerated cartoon of a tearful Choji, which made me laugh. Over the 3 years, Konoha underwent many changes. Tsunade stabilized the political situation, and the new generation of ninjas gradually emerged. From Shikamaru's letters, I learned that he had been promoted to special jōnin and began participating in more important missions. Ino and Choji had their own developments. Naruto occasionally sent letters back to the village, reportedly making rapid progress. On my end, apart from occasional small-scale conflicts, it was generally peaceful. The border patrol unit I led became an elite force, and even the sand village's patrols would deliberately avoid our routes. Sometimes in the dead of night, I would take out the now slightly faded sachet, inhaling the gradually fading herbal scent, and think of a certain figure in Konoha. In the spring of the 3rd year, Tsunade sent a transfer order recalling me to the village for a report. After handing over my duties, I set off on my return journey with a simple bag. 3 years had passed, and the sand and wind of the desert had left some marks on my face, but my steps remained firm. The gates of Konoha appeared even more majestic than in my memories. The chunin on duty had changed. Upon seeing my forehead protector, he respectfully bowed. Welcome back, Ankasama. Alright, I am now a Hokage candidate. This identity was hardly mentioned at the border, and I had almost forgotten about it. Several new shops had opened, and the street layout had also changed a bit. I walked straight to the Hokage building, preparing to report to Tsunade first. On the steps in front of the Hokage building, a tall figure was lazily basking in the sun. His dark blue jōnin vest had been replaced with a special jōnin uniform, his hair longer than before, casually tied back. The contours of his profile were sharper, and his jawline was more defined, completely shedding the youth's innocence. It was Shikamaru. He seemed to sense my gaze and turned to look at me. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. His eyes were still that deep brown, but now held more maturity and steadiness. "Welcome back, senpai." He stood up, a familiar lazy smile tugging at his lips. I stood there suddenly at a loss for words. The correspondence over the past 3 years felt like it had separated us by an invisible barrier. He had grown taller, almost at eye level with me now, and had broadened his shoulders, exuding a calm aura. "Your letters have become shorter," I finally said. "The last month had even only half a page." Shikamaru chuckled. "Because I knew you were coming back soon, it's more interesting to say it face to face." He jumped down the steps with more agility than 3 years ago. "The Hokage went to a meeting at Tanmatsu Street, and won't be back until tomorrow. Your report can be submitted later." I nodded, suddenly realizing that the scroll in my hand had fallen to the ground. We both bent down to pick it up, our fingers brushing against each other in midair. A jolt of electricity spread from the point of contact, and I quickly pulled my hand back, but Shikamaru casually picked up the scroll and handed it to me. "Are you hungry?" he asked. "I know a good izakaya that just opened." Yeah, the izakaya had a simple decor and few customers. Shikamaru chose a corner seat, skillfully ordering a few dishes and sake. "Do you come here often?" I asked. Occasionally, Shikamaru poured me a drink. I come for a drink with Ino and the others after missions. I noticed that his pouring was steady, indicating that his drinking skills had improved over the 3 years. After the dishes arrived, we ate and talked, mostly Shikamaru doing the talking while I listened. He shared stories about the changes in the village over the past few years, updates on people we knew, and some interesting mission experiences. Last month, we caught a group stealing chakra metals, and the leader turned out to be a man in his 60s, claiming he wanted to resurrect some ancient weapon. Shikamaru shook his head. "What a hassle." I scoffed. "That sounds much easier than your mission to retrieve Sasuke when you were 12. Speaking of Sasuke, Shikamaru's expression turned serious. "There are rumors that he has appeared with Orochimaru, but no one has confirmed it." I frowned. "Does Naruto know?" "He probably doesn't. He's still training with Jiraiya, and I've heard he'll be back soon." We silently drank for a while. Shikamaru's tolerance had indeed improved. After 3 cups, he looked as normal as ever while I was already feeling slightly warm. "How did senpai fare at the border?" he suddenly asked. "It was fine," I replied, briefly quiet. "Do you miss the village?" I glanced at him. Occasionally. "Occasionally, huh?" Shikamaru fiddled with his cup. "I think about when senpai will return every month." Those words tightened my throat, and I quickly took a sip of my drink to mask it. Yet Shikamaru continued seamlessly chatting about other topics. As night fell, we had already consumed quite a bit. I rarely indulged like this, but tonight it felt particularly easy to get drunk. Perhaps it was because Shikamaru kept pouring me drinks, or maybe the 3 years of separation made me want to linger a little longer. "We should go back." I finally stood up, but almost bumped into the table. Shikamaru steadied me. "I'll walk you back." The streets of Konoha were quiet and peaceful at night. I was walking unsteadily, and Shikamaru's hand firmly supported my elbow. As we passed my house, he continued walking. "Wrong turn," I mumbled. "Your house has been empty for 3 years. It must be covered in dust," Shikamaru explained. "Let's go to my place first." I wanted to protest, but the alcohol was slowing my brain. By the time I came to my senses, we were already standing in front of the Nara family's guest room. The room was tidy and clean, as if someone had been cleaning it regularly. I occasionally come by to tidy up. Shikamaru handed me a set of pajamas. I thought senpai might return at any time. I took the pajamas. The fabric was soft, carrying the scent of sunshine. After changing into the clothes, I sat on the edge of the bed feeling dizzy. Shikamaru brought me a cup of sobering tea, and I obediently drank it. The taste was the same as 3 years ago. "Get some sleep," Shikamaru said softly. "Tomorrow will take you to meet the Hokage." He turned to leave, but I inexplicably grabbed his wrist. "Wait." Shikamaru turned, looking at me in confusion. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating his side profile and outlining his perfect features. I suddenly realized that this once lazy kid had grown into a reliable man. "Thank you," I finally said, "for those letters." Shikamaru's eyes sparkled in the darkness. "You are welcome, senpai." He gently freed my hand, closed the door, and left. I collapsed onto the bed, enveloped by the familiar herbal scent. Was this Shikamaru's room? Or had he prepared it especially for me? The alcohol made thinking difficult, and I soon fell into a deep sleep. In my dreams, I returned to the border outpost, holding a letter I had read countless times. The handwriting on the letter suddenly came alive, forming Shikamaru's face as he smiled at me and said, "Welcome back, senpai." The morning sunlight poured through the gaps in the curtains into the room. I opened my eyes and stared at the unfamiliar ceiling for 3 seconds before realizing that this was the guest room of the Nara household. I had drunk too much last night, and the last image before my memory faded was of Shikamaru handing me the cup of detox tea. TSK. I rubbed my temples as the familiar headache of a hangover set in. My nose, covered by a band-aid, felt slightly itchy. I reached up to touch it and found that the band-aid had already come loose. I heard faint footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock. "Senpai, are you awake?" Shikamaru's voice came through the door, lazy yet tinged with a hint of amusement. I responded briefly, my voice hoarse from just waking up. The door was pushed open and Shikamaru walked in with a tray, carrying miso soup, rice, and grilled fish. He wore casual home clothes and his hair was tousled, clearly having just gotten up. Breakfast. He placed the tray on the small table by the bed. My mom made it specially to welcome you back. I stared at the breakfast for 2 seconds, the steaming miso soup exuding a familiar aroma. It had been 3 years since I last had Madame Menace cooking, and I didn't expect her to remember my taste. Thank you. I murmured, reaching for the chopsticks, only to find Shikamaru's gaze lingering on my face. What's up? I frowned. Senpai's band-aid. He pointed to his own nose, hinting, do you want to change it? I instinctively touched my nose only to realize that the band-aid had completely come off. Tisk, I actually forgot to change it after getting drunk last night. I'll do it myself. I reached for my ninja tool pouch, but remembered that my luggage was still in the living room. Shikamaru had already turned around and taken a small box from the drawer. Here, this is something I bought earlier. I took the box. Inside were several light green band-aids with a faint herbal scent. I peeled off the old one and replaced it with a new one. Is it good? Shikamaru sat at the edge of the bed, propping his chin and watching me eat. I responded briefly, but the corners of my mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. After breakfast, I changed into a spare battle outfit. The clothes from last night still smelled of alcohol, and Shikamaru thoughtfully prepared a clean set for me. The red-haired man in the mirror looked even more defined than 3 years ago. The wind and sand from the border had left some traces on his face, but his gaze remained sharp. Lord Hokage has a meeting this morning. We need to head over early, Shikamaru said, leaning against the door frame. She specifically asked to bring you along. What meeting? I frowned. It's an analysis of the recent movements of Sunagakure and... Shikamaru paused. Your performance report. Tisk, it seemed I couldn't escape it. I tied my forehead protector and followed Shikamaru out. The morning in Konoha was much livelier than at the border. The villagers had already begun their day. As we passed the vegetable market, several elderly women recognized me at a glance and excitedly gathered around. Little Retsukawa is back. You've lost weight. The border food must not have been good, right? Come to my house for dinner tonight. They'll make you braised beef. I managed to cope with the enthusiastic greetings while the nose under the band-aid started itching again. Shikamaru was sneaking a laugh beside me, and I shot him a glare. What are you laughing at? Nothing, Shikamaru shrugged, just thinking that Senpai's popularity among the elderly hasn't diminished at all. Shut up. In front of the Hokage building, a Chunin guard saw me and immediately saluted. Lord Enku, welcome back. I nodded and followed Shikamaru into the building. The corridor was bustling with people, and many ninjas cast curious glances my way. The sudden return of the Hokage candidate after 3 years was indeed quite a topic. The door to Tsunade's office was open, and I could hear intense discussions from inside. As we reached the doorway, we saw Tsunade seated at a table with several jōnin maps spread out before them. The supply lines of Sunagakure are clearly extending northward, which does not conform to standard defensive layouts. Kakashi's voice came from inside. So, I believe they may be planning something, Asuma added. Tsunade looked up and saw us, immediately waving us in. Retsukawa, come in. I stepped into the office and all eyes turned to me. Kakashi nodded at me while Asuma waved with a smile. Just in time, we were discussing the movements of Sunagakure. Tsunade pointed at the map. You've been at the border for 3 years, what have you discovered? I walked to the table, glanced at the map, and immediately pointed out several places marked incorrectly. This supply station has been abandoned since last month. Sunagakure has constructed a hidden route. I picked up a pen and drew several lines on the map, and their patrol frequency has increased, especially around the full moon. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Full moon? Is there a special reason? I'm not sure, but every time around the full moon the ninjas of Sunagakure are especially vigilant. I recalled, we once tracked a small team, but they quickly disappeared as if they received an emergency recall order. The meeting lasted until noon. I reported the detailed situation at the border, while Tsunade assigned the next warning tasks. After the meeting, everyone left, but Tsunade called me back. Have you finished your performance report, she asked. He'll submit it tonight. I responded briefly. Tsunade snorted. 3 years without seeing you, and you still hate paperwork this much? I've always hated it. She shook her head and took out a stack of documents from the drawer. These are the projects the Hokage candidate needs to follow up on, to finish them before tomorrow. I stared at the stack of documents, which was as high as I was, and my mouth twitched. All of them, Tsunade revealed a triumphant smile. Welcome back, Retsukawa. Maybe let's skip the welcome, Retsukawa silently complained. As I walked out of the office, Shikamaru was waiting for me in the corridor, holding 2 cups of tea. How was it? He handed me a cup. I took the cup, took a sip of the familiar herbal tea, and the temperature was just right. A huge hassle. I'm imitating your catchphrase, with so many documents, don't expect to sleep tonight. Shikamaru laughed. I can help. You? Yeah, as a special jōnin, I also have to participate in some paperwork now, he shrugged. Besides, I'm very familiar with the intelligence on Sunagakure. I can help you sort out the key points. I hesitated for a moment, but looking at the thickness of the stack of documents, I finally nodded. In the evening, we moved the documents to a small meeting room in the Hokage building. Shikamaru had somehow managed to bring dinner. Did you prepare this? I raised an eyebrow. Yeah, I guess you wouldn't have time to eat. Shikamaru opened the documents and began sorting them. Let's start with the border report. I'm familiar with this part. We buried ourselves in work, and Shikamaru's efficiency was surprisingly high. He was not only able to quickly extract the key points, but also pointed out inconsistencies. I was responsible for writing the final report, and to my surprise the two of us coordinated quite well. Outside the sky darkened and the lights in the Hokage building went out one by one, leaving only our meeting room still lit. Last one, Shikamaru closed the document and stretched, finally done. I looked at the time, it was almost midnight. It's so late. Shikamaru scratched his head. My house must be locked up and my parents should be asleep. I tidied up the documents and stood up. Then let's go back to my place. Is that okay? Shikamaru blinked. It's not like you haven't stayed over before, I replied, grabbing my coat. Let's go. The streets of Konoha were quiet at night, with only the streetlights casting long shadows. We walked side by side, Shikamaru yawning occasionally, his hair swaying gently in the night wind. Senpai's house. It hasn't been lived in for 3 years, will it still be okay? I cleaned it up yesterday, I replied briefly. There are basic necessities. Actually, I was lying. I hadn't had the chance to go home, but for some reason, I didn't want Shikamaru to feel I was unprepared. As I pushed open the door to my house, a wave of dust hit me. I clicked my tongue. I had indeed overestimated my memory. It was clear that this place hadn't been touched in 3 years. Shikamaru stood at the door, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Cleaned up. Shut up. I glared at him as I walked inside. The living room is still okay for sleeping. I turned on the light and quickly cleaned the dust off the sofa. Shikamaru, however, had already found the broom and started cleaning. What are you doing? I asked. You can't just sleep in the dust, can you? He said without looking up. Help me bring a bucket of water. I froze for 2 seconds before finally going to the kitchen to get water. We spent half an hour cleaning the living room and bedroom, making it at least barely livable for one night. Is the bathroom usable? Shikamaru asked. It should be, let me check. I inspected the pipes and was fortunate that the water source hadn't been cut off. While Shikamaru was taking a shower, I sat on the living room sofa listening to the faint sound of water and suddenly realized this was the first time someone had stayed over at my home. Previously, it had always been just me here, quiet enough to hear my own breathing. But now the sounds of water, footsteps, and Shikamaru humming occasionally. Everything felt both strange and familiar. Shikamaru came out of the shower wearing borrowed pajamas. My clothes were a bit big for him, and the collar hung loosely, revealing his collarbone. He was drying his hair and droplets of water slid down his neck into the collar of his shirt. It's your turn, senpai. I averted my gaze, picked up my change of clothes, and went into the bathroom. The hot water washed away my fatigue, but my mind was a tangled mess. Shikamaru was going to sleep here tonight, just in the next room. Tisk, what was I overthinking? After my shower, I discovered that Shikamaru had already set up the sofa for sleeping. He actually planned to sleep in the living room. You go to the bedroom, I frowned. I'll sleep here. But this is Senpai's house. Stop talking, go to sleep. Shikamaru looked at me and suddenly smiled. Why don't we both sleep in the bedroom? The bed is big enough. I froze and the nose under the band-aid itched like crazy. Suit yourself, I finally said, turning to switch off the light. In the darkness, we lay on opposite sides of the bed, separated by a safe distance. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a silver line on the floor. Senpai, Shikamaru suddenly said softly. Welcome back. I turned my head and saw his profile in the moonlight, a faint smile on his lips. At that moment, the 3 years of separation felt as if they had never existed. I replied softly, I'm back. The morning sunlight seeped through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating the room as I groggily opened my eyes, still not fully conscious, yet feeling a strange warmth in my arms, as if I were holding something comforting. I looked down and froze instantly. Lu Wan was curled up in my embrace, his head resting against my chest, one hand draped over my waist. And there I was, holding his shoulder in an overtly possessive manner, my chin nearly resting on the top of his head. His breath was steady and warm, brushing against my collarbone, while the faint scent of herbs wafted from his hair. What the heck? I abruptly released my grip, attempting to pull away, only to discover that Lu Wan's arm was still wrapped around my waist. Even the slightest movement would awaken him. The area beneath the bandage on my nose itched furiously. I resisted the urge to rub it, my mind racing. We clearly slept separately last night, so how did it turn out like this? At that moment, Lu Wan stirred ever so slightly, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly opened his eyes. Our gazes met. His eyes appeared a warm brown in the morning light, still carrying the haze of sleep. We held eye contact for 2 seconds, then he lazily said, "Good morning, senior." His tone was so natural, as if we woke up like this every day. "Morning," I replied dryly, my voice an octave lower than usual. Lu Wan seemed to finally realize how intimate our position was. He blinked, then slowly withdrew his hand, yawning. I slept well. I responded stiffly, quickly rolling out of bed, pretending to tidy my clothes to hide my flushed ears. Lu Wan sat on the edge of the bed, ruffling his messy hair, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Your bed is more comfortable than I imagined. Shut up. I walked out of the bedroom without looking back. Go wash up, we have work today. 2 weeks later at the Hokage Tower. The secret letter from Tsunagakure has been confirmed. They are indeed preparing for some kind of ritual, but the specific details remain unclear. I handed the document to Tsunade. The border troops have heightened their vigilance. Tsunade reviewed the document, quickly nodding in satisfaction. Well done, Lai Chuan. Your performance in the high-level meetings has also been much steadier than before. I merely hummed, non-committal. These past 2 weeks had indeed gone smoother than expected. Although Danzo would occasionally pose tricky questions in meetings thanks to 3 years of intelligence accumulation on the border, I could always provide answers that silenced him. But that old coot Danzo just won't give up, Tsunade sneered, tapping her fingers on the table. Yesterday, he brought up reassessing the candidates for the Hokage position again. Let him assess. I leaned against the wall with my arms crossed. I won't be stepping down. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Oh, so confident. It's not confidence. I glanced out the window. There's just no need to back down. Over these 2 weeks, I gradually regained my rhythm in Konoha. Every morning, I went to the Hokage Tower with Lu Wan to handle documents, attend meetings, and occasionally lead short-term missions. Some nights I would return home, while other times I was forcibly invited to dinner by Lady Yashina. Lu Wan always found various excuses to coincidentally drop me off or happened to come over to discuss tactics. For instance, last night he stayed at my place until midnight under the pretext of researching a new formation, ultimately, reluctantly, spending the night. By the way, Tsunade suddenly said, Lu Wan has been making significant progress recently. Asuma suggested letting him participate in higher-level task planning. What do you think? I think he's capable enough. I replied, a bit surprised. You seem to trust him quite a bit. Tsunade gave me a knowing glance. I'm just speaking the truth. I turned my face away. His tactical mind is among the best in the younger generation. Tsunade chuckled, saying nothing more. In the evening, I stepped out of the Hokage Tower and found Lu Wan waiting for me under the cherry blossom tree at the entrance. He was dressed in a dark blue special jōnin uniform, his hair longer than 3 years ago, casually tied back. The afterglow of the setting sun cast a gentle outline around him. Did the meeting end? He walked over and casually took the document bag from my hand. I replied briefly. Danzo brought up the Hokage candidate issue again. Lu Wan frowned. That old guy is really persistent. It doesn't matter. I shrugged. He can't do anything to me. Lu Wan glanced at me and suddenly smiled. Senior, your words have the aura of a Hokage candidate now. Cut it out. I glared at him, though my lips couldn't help but curve upwards slightly. We walked side by side on the way home, the setting sun stretching our shadows long. Lu Wan occasionally mentioned the tasks of the day or the new shops opened in the village. I mostly listened, responding occasionally. By the way, my mom said she's making hot pot tonight, and you have to come. Lu Wan suddenly said. Again. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't we just have it last week? She said you're too thin and must not have eaten well on the border. Lu Wan imitated Lady Yashina's tone. Little Lai Chuan needs to fill up more. Tisk. I turned my face away, feeling my ears heat up a bit. Lu Wan looked at me with a gentle gaze. You're doing well like this now, senior. Like this? Just being back like this. I fell silent for a moment, eventually giving a soft in response. As the sun set, the lights of Konoha gradually lit up. We continued walking forward, our shadows overlapping on the ground, indistinguishable as to whose was closer to whom. Lord Hokage, I want to take on a mission. I stood in front of Tsunade's desk, hands pressed firmly on the surface, my tone leaving no room for refusal. Tsunade raised her head from the pile of documents, arching an eyebrow at me. What? Is being the Hokage's candidate too easy for you? I finished processing the documents. I pointed to the neatly stacked reports on the desk. Moreover, I haven't touched my ninja tools in half a month. Tsunade chuckled, lightly leaning back in her chair. All right, what kind of mission do you want? A ranked mission, preferably a pursuit type. I stated directly. No need for a partner. No need for a partner. She narrowed her eyes. Are you sure? I'm faster alone. Tsunade stared at me for a few seconds before finally pulling out a scroll from her drawer and tossing it to me. There's a group of wandering ninjas at the border of the Land of Rain who have raided a merchant convoy from the Land of Fire. There are suspected rogue ninjas involved. Intelligence indicates they are moving towards the Land of Grass. Your mission is to intercept them and bring back a live prisoner for interrogation. I took the scroll, a slight smile curling on my lips. Simple. Don't be careless. Tsunade tapped the desk. Even though it's just a ranked mission, they might possess special abilities. Understood. I turned to leave the office, not noticing Tsunade's contemplative gaze, nor her subsequent quiet words to Shizen Go-check, who has recently been monitoring the movements of Renkawa's missions. Meanwhile, at the root base, Danzo listened to his subordinates report, a cold smile appearing on his wrinkled face. Taking on a ranked mission alone. How arrogant. He slowly stood up, his cane tapping against the ground. Notify Snake Fong to wait at the border of the Land of Grass. Yes. The Umbu ninja bowed his head to receive the order, hesitatingly adding, but what if Lord Hokage finds out? Find out. Danzo sneered. Isn't it normal to encounter accidents during missions? The next morning at the gates of Konoha, I was checking my ninja tool pouch, ensuring that every shuriken and kunai was in optimal condition. With a lollipop in my mouth, the sweetness and coolness of the mint helped me focus. Senpai. A familiar voice came from behind. I turned around to see Shikamaru standing there with his hands in his pockets, faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept well. What brings you here? I heard you're going on a mission. He shrugged. Came to see you off. It's not like I won't be back. I laughed lightly, continuing to organize my gear. Shikamaru said nothing, just walked over and handed me a small cloth bag. Take this. I opened the bag to find specially made healing ointment and a few packets of medicinal tea from the Nara clan. Mind your own business, I said, but still stuffed the bag into the inner side of my tool pouch. Shikamaru smirked. Come back early, and my mom said she's making salmon dinner next week. Got it. I waved my hand and leaped onto a branch. I'm off. At the border of the land of grass deep in the forest, I crouched on a high tree branch, closing my eyes to sense the chakra around me. There were 5 targets, all possessing chakra above that of a Chunin, one of whom felt particularly cold and sinister. He must be the rogue ninja. Found them. I instantly vanished from my spot, reappearing behind the target team. The last ninja at the back didn't even have time to turn around before he was struck in the neck by a swift knife, hand collapsing silently. Enemy attack. The remaining 4 quickly scattered one bald, muscular man, immediately forming hand signs, earth release, rock, pillar, spear. Sharp stone spikes erupted from the ground. I elegantly leaped up, flinging 3 kunai tied with explosive tags into the air. Boom. In the cloud of smoke from the explosion, a shadow rushed towards me. It's the rogue ninja. His hands transformed into claws, aiming directly for my throat. Die Konoha's lapdog. I sidestepped to avoid the attack, countering with an elbow strike to his ribs, hearing a clear crack of bone. The rogue ninja groaned, but grinned as he spat out a mouthful of blood. You've fallen for my trap. Hiss. The ground beneath my feet suddenly softened, turning into a quicksand-like mire. It's a trap. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball surged towards the quicksand, instantly vaporizing the moisture, and I took the chance to leap out of the encirclement. But my right arm was still slashed by a sudden wind blade, blood dripping down my arm. TSK. I licked my lips, my fighting spirit even higher. Is that all you've got? The ensuing battle was without suspense. Despite the enemy's coordinated efforts, any strategy was futile in the face of absolute power disparity. 5 minutes later, the last enemy was pinned down by my kunai against his throat, trembling as he surrendered. Who instructed you to attack the merchant convoy? I don't know. We were just hired to do the job. Who paid you? A man with a mask, his voice was hoarse. He said after the job was done, there would be a big shot from Konoha to pick us up. My pupils constricted. A big shot from Konoha. Just then a strange chakra suddenly flashed through the woods. Someone is watching. I turned sharply, catching a glimpse of a shadow disappearing into the bushes. Without hesitation, I immediately threw a shuriken, accurately pinning it to the path the person was about to cross. Move another step, and the next one will be aimed at your throat. The shadow froze. I dragged my captive closer, finally getting a clear look at the other party's outfit. Black tight clothing, an animal mask, a typical Umbu disguise, but the patterns on the mask. Root. Did Danzo send you? I sneered. The other party remained silent, but their trembling fingers betrayed their nervousness. Go back and tell your boss. I yanked off his mask, revealing a young and pale face. Next time you want to kill me, make sure to send someone decent. After saying that, I knocked him out with a punch and tied him up with my captive. The mission was completed smoothly. Although I sustained minor injuries, I had caught Danzo's tail, which was enough for Tsunade to make a fuss. I wiped the blood from my arm and pulled out the healing ointment that Shikamaru gave me, skillfully applying it to the wound. The cool sensation of the ointment eased the pain, and I couldn't help but chuckle softly. That kid is quite useful. That night in the Hokage office, Tsunade slammed her fist on the table after hearing my report, causing several cracks to appear on the solid wood surface. That old man Danzo. She laughed in anger. How dare he target the Hokage candidate? I leaned against the wall, my right arm's wound already bandaged. The captive and that root member have been detained separately. The interrogation team is handling it. Very good. Tsunade calmed down, a sharp light flashing in her eyes. This time, he won't escape. She looked at me, her tone softening a bit. You did? Well, go rest for now. I nodded, turning to leave. In the corridor, moonlight streamed through the windows onto the floor, casting a long shadow. Shikamaru leaned against the window, tossing a shogi piece in his hand. Did you submit the mission report? He asked. Yeah. How's the injury? It's minor. Shikamaru walked over and suddenly poked my right arm. Hiss, what are you doing? Minor injury. He raised an eyebrow, then who was just grimacing. Are you looking for death? I raised my hand to give him a flick on the forehead, but he dodged it skillfully. My mom said that injured people can't eat spicy food. Shikamaru shook the food box in his hand. So tonight's supper is tea rice. Who wants to eat supper? I added, your favorite. Hand it over. Shikamaru smiled, and in the moonlight his eyes were particularly bright. We walked side by side on the way home, our shadows overlapping on the ground, indistinguishable from who was closer to whom. In the days after returning to Konoha, everything appeared calm on the surface, yet beneath the water dark currents surged. Rumors began to quietly spread among some ninjas and a small group of villagers about my excessive methods during missions and suspected abuse of power. The content was vague, but precisely hinted at my arrogance and loss of control due to my identity as a candidate for Hokage. The source was hard to trace, but that familiar nauseating style from the root organization had almost solidified. The progress of the interrogation team was slower than expected. The root ninja had undergone strict resistance training against interrogation, while the wandering ninja knew very little, only repeatedly confirming that the contact person was a hoarse-voiced big shot from Konoha. Tsunade tapped her fingers on the table, her expression dark. Danzo is very cautious and left no direct evidence. Although these rumors are lowbrow, they are effective. He is testing our reactions and shaking the foundation of trust in you. I leaned against the window of the Hokage office, watching the blurred figures in the training ground below. He knows we are interrogating using this method to buy time or force us to make mistakes. What are your plans? Waiting is not my style. I turned around, my gaze sharp. He enjoys lurking in the shadows to create mischief. Ooh, I will expose him completely. Late at night at the perimeter of the root base. The moonlight was fragmented by the dense canopy spilling onto the entrance rock wall covered in sealing techniques. Two root ninjas stood like statues, their breaths completely merging with the darkness. I lurked in a higher shadow, my pupils adapting to the dim light. Conventional infiltration was impossible. The defenses here were tighter than those of the Hokage building. But Danzo, perhaps in his arrogance, believed no one would dare intrude into his forbidden territory. I formed a very simple seal, not for attack, but to adjust my chakra frequency to match that of the trees beneath me. This was a trick I learned from observing the natural world for 3 years at the border. It couldn't provide complete invisibility, but it greatly reduced the chances of being detected by perception barriers. Like a falling leaf, I silently glided down, precisely landing in the blind spot of the two guards' vision. Whoosh! 2 fine needles soaked in a potent anesthetic shot from my sleeve, silently embedding themselves in the sides of the guards' necks. Their bodies stiffened, then slumped, and I quickly dragged them into the bushes. It took some time to break the entrance seal. I clicked my tongue, gathering chakra at my fingertips, accurately cutting into a few key nodes. The rock wall silently slid open, revealing a cold and damp staircase that descended. True darkness engulfed me. The interior of the base was more suffocating than I had imagined. The cold stone walls, the smell of disinfectant, could not cover the faint scent of blood. The archives were piled high with documents recording countless unspeakable tasks, assassinations, framing human experiments, conspiracies against the Uchiha clan. Shocking. I quickly took key evidence with a miniature camera, my fingertips brushing over the yellowed pages, cold and sticky. Behind a secured hidden compartment, I found what I was looking for: a detailed plan of Danzo's collusion with Hanzo from the Rain Village to frame the Akatsuki, as well as several records regarding the Sharingan transplantation experiments signed by Orochimaru and Danzo. This was enough. Just as I tucked the last document into my arms, a piercing alarm suddenly echoed through the corridor. Tisk, did I trigger it after all? I was not surprised. The Danzo's lair was not so easy to enter and exit. Countless shadows surged from all directions, shuriken and kunai raining down like bullets. I abruptly pushed off the ground and retreated, unleashing fire release, great dragon fire technique, the scorching fire, dragon instantly engulfing the enemies in the narrow passage, momentarily clearing a path. Stop him. Kill him without mercy. The cold command echoed in the corridor. More root ninjas surged in, working in perfect harmony, ninjutsu and taijutsu weaving into a deadly net. I fought while retreating, sustaining several new injuries, a wound on my arm, reopened, blood staining my sleeve. Yet my gaze grew colder, my movements faster, and with every strike one enemy would fall. I cannot be trapped here. Spotting an opening, I dashed toward another fork in the path. According to my memory of the map, it led to the waste disposal passage. Though a dead end, there was a thinner rock wall that led to the outside. He went that way. Activate the trap. The ground beneath me suddenly lit up with complex sealing runes, a powerful suction pulling at me, attempting to bind my chakra and movements. Damn it. I gritted my teeth, my hands swiftly forming seals, compressing a large amount of chakra before exploding it instantaneously. Fire release, flame explosion. Boom. The violent explosion not only scattered the sealing techniques, but also blasted a hole in the rock wall to the side. Amidst the swirling dust, I leaped out without hesitation, the cold night wind instantly filling my lungs. Behind me were the frantic shouts of the root ninjas and the figures of more pursuers. I cannot return to the Hokage building. Ooh, I cannot bring trouble back there. I raced toward the training field, the sounds of slicing air close behind me. The next morning, early dawn, the bulletin board in front of the Hokage building was crowded with shocked ninjas and villagers. It was covered with photocopies of documents I brought back last night, everyone stamped with Root's unique mark and Danzo's coded signature. Conspiracy, betrayal, human experimentation. One instance after another with overwhelming evidence. The public opinion reversed overnight. The rumors of the previous day were crushed by a more brutal truth, panic and anger spreading among the crowd. Who is Danzo? How could he? Is all of this true? It's too terrifying. He must be severely punished. In the high-level conference room, the atmosphere was as tense as iron. Danzo sat at the table, his face ashen, slamming his cane down. Absurd. This is a blatant frame-up. Aburame Ryoma intruded into the Root stronghold last night, stealing and forging documents intending to overthrow Konoha. Such a heart must be punished. The advisors Nara, Shikaku, and Mito Izumi also looked grim, clearly rattled by this sudden exposure. Frame-up. Tsunade sneered, slamming a stack of original documents on the table. How do you explain these handwriting seals and chakra markings? Or do you mean that Orochimaru is also a conspirator sent by Ryoma to frame you? Danzo was speechless, his single eye flashing with a venomous light. I stood beside Tsunade, my arms wound, freshly bandaged, coldly watching him. Do we need to have the captured Root ninja and the wandering ninja identify you again in front of everyone? Just then Danzo suddenly erupted. He knew there was no escape. He tore off the bandage from his right eye, revealing a crimson Sharingan, and with his right hand forming seals, wind release, vacuum, great sphere instantly blasted towards Tsunade and me. Watch out. I pushed Tsunade away, but the sharp wind blade grazed my side, blood immediately gushing out. The conference room was thrown into chaos. Danzo, you dare. Tsunade shouted angrily, smashing the conference table with a mighty punch. Danzo took advantage of the chaos to rush toward the window, several loyal root ninjas appearing to block the pursuers. Don't think of escaping. Ignoring the acute pain in my waist, I pushed the body flicker technique to its limits, catching up to Danzo in the blink of an eye, kunai stabbing straight for his back. Danzo turned to block his Sharingan, spinning wildly, trying to cast an illusion. But I was already prepared, biting my tongue to stay alert, my attacks growing increasingly fierce. We fought our way from the conference room to the rooftop, the sound of metal clashing ringing incessantly. You disaster. Without you, Konoha would have been on the path to strength under my leadership. Danzo was acting like a madman. The technique of his Anaji had already been activated. Your leadership only drags Konoha deeper into darkness. I sidestepped his desperate strike, kunai slicing upward from an extremely tricky angle. Thud. The kunai accurately stabbed into the crucial point beneath his right eye. Powerful chakra surged in, damaging his meridian system. Danzo's movements suddenly froze, the light of his Sharingan dimming. He looked down in disbelief at the kunai embedded in his body, then looked up at me, his single eye reflecting my cold face and Tsunade's approving gaze behind me. Konoha does not need someone like you. He rasped out his final words. TSK. I tightened my wrist, completely ending his life. Danzo's body fell heavily, blood slowly spreading across the rooftop of the Hokage building. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the rooftop. I gasped for breath, the wound on my waist still bleeding, but my body felt an unprecedented lightness. The shadow that had always loomed over Konoha was finally uprooted. Tsunade walked to my side, glanced at Danzo's corpse, her expression complex, ultimately transforming into a sigh. She patted my shoulder. Well done, Ryoma. She turned to the crowd below, who were rushing over and were utterly shocked, her voice clear and firm, resonating throughout the area. Shimura, Danzo conspiracy to betray the village with conclusive evidence has been eliminated. This matter is settled. The crowd fell silent, then erupted into various discussions, but more of it was a sense of relief. I stood at the edge of the rooftop, looking down at the gradually revitalizing Konoha, feeling the warmth of the sunlight. A storm had finally passed. In the next moment, my body swayed, the dizziness from blood loss hit me. Hey! Tsunade hurriedly supported me. Medical team. Quick! In my blurred consciousness, I seemed to see Shikamaru hurriedly pushing through the crowd, his face wearing an unusual look of anxiety. TSK. I'm going to be lectured by the kid again. After Danzo's death, Konoha seemed to have shed an invisible shackles. The atmosphere inexplicably lightened. During the high-level meeting, those forces that had once followed Danzo, whether openly or covertly, completely lowered their flags, turning their gazes towards me with either reverence or scrutiny. The Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi clans explicitly expressed their support, while the bond of Ino Shikacho appeared even more solid due to Shikamaru's influence. Unintentionally, I seemed to have truly gained some of the prestige that a Hokage candidate should possess. But I knew this was far from enough. Danzo's last-ditch counterattack, that razor-sharp wind blade that nearly succeeded, and the sense of helplessness I felt earlier against the Akatsuki members, all felt like a thorn embedded deep in my heart. I needed more absolute and unshakable power. Late at night in my home, confirming that there were no prying eyes around, I silently walked into my bedroom. Fingers pressed on an inconspicuous scratch on the wall, I injected chakra in a specific sequence. Accompanied by a faint click, a bookshelf quietly slid open, revealing a narrow secret chamber that could only accommodate one person. This is my domain, known to no one. The air was filled with a faint burnt smell and the strong residual aura of chakra. In the center of the secret chamber complex, sealing techniques were inscribed on the ground to suppress energy leakage. I sat cross-legged, closed my eyes, and plunged my mind into my body. For 3 years at the border, except for executing missions, all my free time was devoted to the ultimate exploration of fire release. Ordinary fire release has its limits, so what if it were compressed infinitely? To refine the violent flames to their utmost, eliminating all impurities and superficiality, leaving only the purest and most profound core of destruction. In my palm, a flicker of crimson flame leaped into existence. I concentrated all my mental energy, and a massive wave of chakra surged in, forcibly squeezing and compressing that ball of fire. The color of the flame began to change from crimson to dark red, then to deep purple, finally transforming into a flickering pitch-black mass that seemed to absorb all light. Black flames. It quietly hovered in my palm, devoid of the explosive sounds typical of ordinary flames, instead emanating a chilling silence that made one's heart race. Yet the temperature around me suddenly surged, the air distorted by intense heat, and the specially designed walls of the chamber emitted a faint hum under the strain. I cautiously injected a trace of chakra into the black flames, which seemed to swell slightly, as if it were alive, exuding a destructive aura. Merely maintaining its existence consumed an astonishing amount of chakra and mental strength. I attempted to shape it, stretching it into thin lines or compressing it to the size of a bullet. Each minute adjustment carried tremendous risks. If it went out of control, the backlash could evaporate both me and this chamber. Its lethality far surpassed that of ordinary flames, spreading rapidly upon contact, capable of burning its target to ashes, even igniting chakra itself. If enhanced with wind release, it could be dispersed to create a black sea of fire that devours everything. If precisely shot after extreme compression, it becomes an unstoppable fireball. This is the final trump card I prepared for myself. After a prolonged period of intense concentration, beads of sweat began to form on my forehead, forcing me to dispel the black flames and take a moment to breathe. The area under the band-aid on my nose itched more due to the nearby high temperature. At that moment, a faint knock echoed from outside the secret chamber, accompanied by Shikamaru's lazy voice. Senpai. Still busy. I brought you some late-night snacks. My heart tightened as I quickly suppressed all chakra fluctuations, confirming I left no trace before getting up to open the secret chamber door. Shikamaru stood in the bedroom holding a tray, a hint of fatigue evident on his face. Why aren't you sleeping so late? I positioned myself to block the entrance to the secret chamber, trying to sound as natural as possible. My mom made soup and insisted I bring it to you, saying you've not looked well lately. Shikamaru placed the tray on the table, glancing at the beads of sweat on my forehead and my somewhat pale complexion. Are you practicing again? You look terrible. It's nothing, just researching a new form of fire release. I spoke, vaguely moving to the table to pick up the soup bowl. The warm and delicious broth eased my fatigue a little. Don't push yourself too hard, it's a hassle. Shikamaru yawned and naturally sat down beside my bed. Danzo just fell from power. The situation isn't completely stable, yet don't tire yourself out first. I know what I'm doing. I drank the soup, but my mind was occupied with the next development of the Black Flames. We chatted about mundane village affairs and upcoming duties in a casual manner. Shikamaru seemed genuinely tired. As he spoke, his voice gradually dwindled until he slumped onto my bed, his breathing becoming steady and long as he fell asleep. I looked at his defenseless sleeping face, his eyelashes casting shallow shadows in the light, and his slightly long black hair spread across the pillow. I intended to wake him, but glanced outside at the thick night and remembered he had made a special effort to bring the soup. In the end, I merely clicked my tongue and pulled the blanket over him. After returning the tray to the kitchen, I dealt with a few urgent documents that had been sent over. By the time I returned to the bedroom, it was already past midnight. Extreme fatigue washed over me like a tide. My brain turned to mush, and I almost forgot that someone was still lying on the bed. I habitually took off my outer clothes, lifted the blanket, and lay down. Almost as soon as my head touched the pillow, my consciousness sank into darkness. In my haze, I felt the warmth of the blanket and sensed a heat source beside me. Instinctively, I leaned closer, finding what seemed to be the most comfortable position, and fell into a deep sleep. Completely unaware that the heat source had another name, Nara Shikamaru, a night devoid of dreams. Consciousness gradually returned from a peculiar sensation of weight and warmth. I groggily opened my eyes, the familiar patterns of the ceiling coming into view. Then the sensations became clearer. My chest felt heavy, making it a bit hard to breathe, accompanied by a damp, warm touch. I looked down. A mess of black hair filled my vision. Nara Shikamaru's head was resting unapologetically on my chest, drooling in his sleep, with a few strands of hair stuck to my skin. Moreover, my nightgown, which I had unconsciously torn open due to the heat last night, was wide open, leaving my chest almost fully exposed. What was even more alarming was a clear, slightly reddened bite mark imprinted near my collarbone on the left side of my chest. A small patch of suspicious wetness spread nearby. I was instantly petrified, my brain buzzing and completely crashing. What is going on? Just as my pupils trembled, struggling to comprehend this surreal scene before me, the head on my chest stirred. Shikamaru let out a murmur, his eyelashes fluttering as he slowly lifted his head. He appeared drowsy, clearly not fully awake, his brown eyes veiled in a mist. He instinctively smacked his lips, as if savoring something before focusing on my exposed chest and that fresh bite mark. Silence. A deathly silence. After 3 seconds, Shikamaru blinked, showing no signs of panic or embarrassment. Instead, he lazily curled his lips into a smirk, poking the muscle next to the bite mark with his index finger, his voice hoarse from just waking up with a hint of mockery. Your chest muscles are quite soft, no wonder it's so comfortable to sleep on. Nara Shikamaru. My thunderous shout nearly blew the roof off, figuratively. I shoved him off me, sitting up abruptly, hurriedly tightening my nightgown, pointing at the bite mark, my finger trembling with anger. You bastard. What did you do? What's going on? Shikamaru, having been rolled off to the other side of the bed, rubbed his shoulder where he bumped it, wearing an innocent, yet infuriating expression. I don't know. Maybe I got hungry after falling asleep. I dreamt I was eating rice dumplings. I didn't let you eat dumplings. I didn't let you drool. I grabbed a pillow and hurled it at him. Shikamaru laughed and dodged, moving so agilely he didn't seem like someone who had just woken up. Sorry, senior, it was an accident. It was purely an accident. Amid our playful banter, we hurriedly got up to wash and get ready. I scrubbed the bite mark fiercely in front of the mirror, my skin reddening, yet the mark didn't fade completely. In the end, I could only raise my collar a bit higher, my face sour enough to scare a child. Shikamaru on the side brushed his teeth, leisurely, a smirk constantly playing on his lips. As we left, I shot him a fierce glare. If you dare to say anything outside, I'll kill you. Yes, Shikamaru replied nonchalantly, his gaze drifting towards the back of my neck, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. On the way to the Hokage building, I radiated a low pressure, trying hard to ignore the guy beside me, who walked with an air of amusement. We bumped into Ino, who was holding a large bouquet of freshly cut flowers. Upon seeing us, her eyes instantly brightened, darting between me and Shikamaru, finally zeroing in on my neck, which I was trying to cover with my collar. A look of extreme excitement, as if she had discovered a shocking secret, spread across her face, her mouth forming an O shape. But in the next second, she forcibly suppressed it, clearing her throat in a feigned calm. "Good morning, Shikamaru, Captain Retsukawa. The weather is really nice today." But the wildly rising corners of her mouth and her sparkling eyes totally betrayed her. "Morning," I replied, curtly dragging the still chatting Shikamaru away quickly. I could still feel Ino's burning, inquisitive gaze on my back. She definitely saw something, I muttered through gritted teeth. "Saw what?" Shikamaru feigned ignorance. Once inside the Hokage building, the atmosphere felt even more off. The first familiar face I encountered was Kakashi. He leaned against the corridor wall, his visible eye curving into a crescent. "Yo, Retsukawa, Shikamaru, good morning." His gaze lingered over my neck, adding meaningfully, "Looks like you had a great rest last night." Veins popped on my forehead. Next was Asuma. He was with Kurenai. Upon seeing us, especially my expression, which was dark as soot compared to the smug look on Shikamaru's face, he paused for a moment, then revealed a knowing grin, patting Shikamaru's shoulder, winking at me. "Young people being energetic is good, but you should also be mindful of the impact." "What are you two talking about?" I exclaimed in confusion. Finally, there was Tsunade. When I handed in my report, she glanced at it, then looked up, scrutinizing me with a gaze that seemed to see through everything, especially my neck area. She chuckled lightly, her voice not loud, but enough to be heard in the silent office. "Looks like some people had quite an intense spar last night. Make sure to clarify in the mission report whether the injury was due to a mission or private reasons." In the corner, Shizun covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. I could finally take it no more. What on earth was wrong with these people? Each of them had such a strange look. Was that bite mark really that obvious? I abruptly turned and rushed out of the Hokage office, heading straight for the bathroom at the end of the corridor, slamming the door shut and locking it. I leaned toward the mirror, anxiously pulling down my high collar, carefully examining the bite mark. Though it was still there, it shouldn't have drawn such widespread attention. Could it be? I suddenly turned around, facing away from the mirror, twisting my head to awkwardly see the reflection of the back of my neck. Just below the collar at the hairlines, and a clear, ambiguous rosy kiss mark boldly stood out. Boom. My face instantly flushed red, and I felt steam nearly rising from my head. "Nara, Shikamaru, you bastard." I yanked the door open, my anger blazing, chakra uncontrollably overflowing, the temperature around me rising sharply, causing several passing Chunin to press against the wall in fright. "Shikamaru," I roared, my voice echoing through the Hokage building's corridor, "get out here." Shikamaru peeked his head out from another office. Upon seeing my furious expression and my fiery gaze, he instantly realized the situation had been exposed. His face changed, and he turned to run. "Senior, calm down. Let me explain. It was an accident. It really was an accident," he shouted in panic while sprinting down the corridor, covering his head. "An accident? He'll show you what an accident is. If I don't turn you to ashes today, I'm not Retsukawa." I yelled, instantly conjuring a blazing fireball in my hand and hurling it without hesitation. Hey, wait. Help. Lord Hokage. He's trying to kill me." Shikamaru dodged the fireball clumsily, which smashed into the wall, leaving a charred mark. He didn't dare look back, fleeing desperately, and I chased after him relentlessly, leaving chaos in my wake. The entire Hokage building echoed with my furious roars, Shikamaru's cries, and the suppressed laughter of the surrounding ninjas. It was destined to be a chaotic and extremely unserious day at the Konoha high-rise office. On a bright, sun-drenched afternoon, I had a strawberry lollipop between my teeth, hands in my pockets as I inspected the newly built training ground. A clutch of kids freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy were practicing basic shuriken under Yaluka's guidance, chattering away with boundless energy. "Keep your hands steady. Fix your eyes on the target," Yaluka instructed patiently. One clumsy kid, just a nameless youngster, flung a shuriken awkwardly, and it careened toward me. I tilted my head, and the blade skimmed my red hair before embedding itself in the post behind with a dull thud. "Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Angu." The kid hurried over to apologize, his eyes wide with nervousness. I clicked my tongue, shifted the lollipop to the other side of my mouth, bent to pick up the crooked shuriken, and with a casual flick sent it spinning back toward the target. It flew true and pinioned into the distant bullseye. "Focus, kid," I said without expression. "Yes, Brother Angu." The boy's eyes lit up as if had received great encouragement, and he scampered back. Yaluka gave me an exasperated smile. I nodded and walked off, still sucking the lollipop. The cloying strawberry sweetness spread across my mouth, dulling the faint itch deep in my throat. The truth is, I had a smoking habit. When I was 16, under a tangle of messy missions and pressure, I inexplicably picked up cigarettes. Later, I noticed some of the kids liked to trail after me. I thought it was wrong for them to smell smoke, so I began tucking lollipops into my mouth. They eased the craving somewhat, and, alright, I admit sweets had their own pull. Though I preferred mint hard candy for some reason, I always ended up buying strawberry. Only when I was alone, buried in mountains of paperwork, or on late-night patrols would I slip into a quiet corner, light one up, watch the smoke curl upward, and feel my thoughts clear a little. Occasionally, I'd meet Isama. Two old smokers would hide on the rooftop of Huanglu, or in a corner of the training ground, exhaling clouds, while trading stories about missions and grumbling about troublesome kids and even more troublesome superiors. I was still eating candy then. Asama's voice came from behind. He walked over grinning and casually offered me a cigarette. Come on, let's move. Too many kids here. I took the cigarette, tossed the spent lollipop stick into a bin, and followed him down a familiar quiet alley. I lit it and inhaled deeply. The familiar sting of nicotine filled my lungs, and the vague irritability finally ebbed. Only you let me bum a couple, Asama said, blowing a smoke ring. Hong's strict now, and Luan is clever. He always finds where I stash my cigarettes. That's because you hide them terribly, I shot back. Asama punched my shoulder. Hey you, he said. Free this evening. The usual place get together? Just us old hands. Kakaxi Kai Hong Xianjian are coming, he added. Another gathering. How many this month is that? Rare to have free time. And I hear you finally cleared that mountain of reports today? That's worth celebrating. Asama winked. It's settled then. See you at the izakaya later. Evening at the izakaya, the small private room, filled with smoke and raucous voices. Familiar faces. Mui's core jōnin were almost all there. Asama Kakaxi Kai Hong Xuanjian Buzahuakshuema, Shanqingqingya. Everyone had shed their stern ninja uniforms for casual clothes, sitting around drinking and chatting in lively spirits. I sat by the door with a cigarette between my lips and a cup of sake in hand, listening to Asama and Shinjin brag about old missions. Kakaxi as ever clutched that risque magazine, but tossed in the occasional sharp remark. Kai, full of enthusiasm, tried to pitch his youth training regimen to everyone, only to be playfully shut down by Hong. Speaking of which, Liechuan, Buzahuakshuema said as he poured me a full cup, teasing, You're a Hokage candidate now. Shouldn't we show some respect? I rolled my eyes and blew a smoke ring. If you want to fight, just say so. Same as always, quick to explode. Shanqingqingya laughed. But seriously, you were far livelier as a child. Oh, Hong asked, curious. Liechuan was lively as a kid. Lively is an understatement. Asama perked up, slapped his thigh, and began to spill tales. This kid was the notorious troublemaker of our cohort. He went anywhere and everywhere, leaving chaos in his wake. There was nothing he wouldn't dare. I clicked my tongue. It was too late to stop him. Really? Even Kakaxi lifted his head from the book, one eye gleaming with interest. Absolutely. Asama sputtered. You should have seen him. At 7, he had the nerve to secretly stuff the Sandame Darren's pipe with chili powder, sending the old man into tears of coughing while the Sandame chased him through half of Huiying Lu. Hong couldn't help but burst out laughing. And there's more. At 8, he sneaked out at night and used a kunai to scratch a huge crooked mural of the Hokage rock onto the freshly painted training ground. He even gave the Sandame an absurdly long beard. Caught the next morning, he was punished with a month of toilet duty. The room erupted in thunderous laughter. Kai thumped the floor in delight. Oh, this is youthful rebellion. So fiery. I clenched my jaw and glared at Asama, who paid me no mind, and continued unabated. And that's not the end of it. The best bit was that whenever he got in trouble, he ran to the grandmother's houses by the Nara River. Whatever charm he poured into them, they defended him like a beloved grandson. When the Sandame Darren went to fetch him, he nearly got driven off by the grandmothers wielding walking sticks. Ha ha, there's such a thing. I never would have guessed. Liechuan, you even had that trick. An old people's charmer, are you? The group laughed uproariously. I wished I could sink through the floor, and instead gulped sake to conceal my embarrassment. How many times will Asama dredge up these old misdeeds? But to be fair, Xianjian wiped tears of laughter from his eyes. Liechuan's cooking is genuinely top-notch. Last mission I crashed his dinner. What a taste. Better than the barbecue chef. Really? Engi, you can cook. Hidden talent. The conversation instantly turned to my culinary skills. It's more than cooking. Asama resumed. He lives alone and feeds himself exceptionally well. Braised pork, glazed salmon, stewed beef. He had them all down. Especially desserts, his glutinous rice dumplings were more authentic than the best chestnut sweets. Next time we'll have dinner at your place. You must show us your skill. It's decided. Next leave, well, go. The group clamored loudly, completely ignoring my objections. Being the youngest there, their ribbing came without restraint. After several rounds, everyone was a little tipsy. Someone suggested soaking in a hot spring to sober up, and the idea passed unanimously. A boisterous group poured into the nearby onsen. In the men's bath, steam swirled. The warmth was nearly a sigh of relief. I leaned against the pool's edge, eyes closed, listening to Asama and Shinjin bicker. Speaking of which, Liechuan, Shinjin said, thick with drink, when did you get your body like that? Those pectorals. I opened my eyes abruptly to find Xuanjin, Asama, and even Kakaxi letting their gazes linger on my chest as I soaked in the water. Get lost. I growled and sank lower into the water. Don't be shy. Let the seniors admire, they taunted. Buzahuakshuema, drunk and grinning, leaned in. I heard yesterday, Luan. He left the sentence hanging. The implication was clear, and the others broke into knowing laughter. My face darkened. Do you want to die? But it was too late. Asama seized my arm from the left, Xianjian lunged from the right, and Shanqingqingya blocked my way forward. Brothers, go. Let's check whether the Hokage candidate's muscles hold up. Hold him down. Hey, you perverts. Let go. I struggled, sending water splashing. But alcohol had dulled my limbs, and with 3 or 4 of them pinning me, I could not break free. Several hands unceremoniously groped and squeezed my chest and arms. Wow, the feel is great. Truly lives up to the name. So springy. Kakashi held his magazine, but as visible, I curved into a crescent as he enjoyed the spectacle. Kai fired up shouted, "Oh, is this the collision of youthful bodies? You bastards. Fire release. Hey. Using fire release in a hot spring. You want to cook us alive? Calm down, Lichuan." A chaotic melee erupted in the men's bath, screams, laughter, and splashes blending into a din that drew curious glances from the women's side. It ended with me kicking Asama into the water and elbowing Shinjin back. "You lot." I panted as I climbed out, wrapped a towel around myself. My face flushed a mix of anger and steam. The guilty parties in the water were still laughing breathlessly. Huh, he lost it. The feel was really something. Worth it. I glared and resolved to keep my distance from the drunks. Yet the alcohol and earlier roughhousing had only stoked these Jounin's competitive streaks. Dressed, and just out of the onsen, Kai was the first to leap onto the courtyard's open ground and strike a classic pose. "Yo, Lichuan. Let's have a spirited sparring match. No ninjutsu, just taijutsu." "Bring it on." I was still riled and agreed without thinking. "Count me in." Asama chimed. "Me too." Shinjin joined. Kakashi book closed showed unexpected interest. What began as a unknown quickly devolved into a chaotic free-for-all. A group of elite Jounin average age over 25 traded blows under the moonlit courtyard like gin and dust rising as they shouted and laughed. "Take this. Sneak attack, you cheat." Ha ha ha, exhilarating. The shouts and laughter filled the night. No mission pressure, no rank constraints. Only the sheer satisfaction of swinging, dodging, and the unguarded banter between comrades. When everyone lay exhausted staring up at the familiar starry sky, the last of the alcohol in their bellies had mostly faded. "Phew. That felt good," Asama said, sprawled out. "Next time. They'll beat you next time." Kai protested. Kakashi had somehow produced his risque magazine again. I lay among them, chest rising and falling, watching the familiar my night sky above, and found a smile creeping onto my lips before I noticed. Troublesome and noisy as they were, these bastards. Sometimes getting together like this was not so bad. Whether wed wakes or tomorrow or face that forcibly arranged family dinner. Well, we would deal with that later. A searing headache, like 1,000 exploding tags detonating simultaneously inside my skull, or, as if Choji Akimichi had used me as a human battering ram, rolling over me again and again. I groaned, reluctantly dragged from the depths of slumber into wakefulness. The first sensation was a deep, pervasive ache, especially across my shoulders and back, as though last night hadn't been spent drinking and soaking in hot springs, but battling a Jinchuriki in Mortal Kombat. The second sensation was claustrophobia, intense, suffocating closeness. With great effort, I pried open eyelids that felt glued shut, and instead of my bedroom's familiar ceiling, what met my gaze was Asuma's unshaven jaw. He lay sprawled across my bed like a fallen oak, one thick arm draped unceremoniously across my chest. No wonder I dreamed of suffocation. Frowning darkly, I shoved his arm aside and pushed myself upright. The sight before me jolted me fully awake. My blood pressure spiked instantly. My bedroom, or rather my entire home, had been utterly overrun. On the floor, Ginma Shiranui and Aoba Yamashiro sat back-to-back, fast asleep. Ginma even clutched one of my cushions, murmuring in his sleep, "A pair of kings." In the corner, Might Guy Sensei Hate Gecko leaned against the wall, head tilted sideways, nodding intermittently, as if striving to preserve elegance even in dreams. And that wasn't all. Gritting my teeth against the throbbing pain and rising fury, I shuffled barefoot out of the bedroom. The living room scene was even more catastrophic. Kakashi Hitaki had somehow contorted himself into an absurd posture. Upper body reclining on the sofa, lower half suspended precariously over its armrest, while that tattered copy of Ica Paradise rested atop his face, rising and falling with each breath. But the most outrageous sight was Might Guy himself. He lay squarely across the hallway between the Genkan and living room, spread-eagled in a textbook, big character pose, clad in his signature green spandex, drooling profusely, grinning with feverish, unself-conscious enthusiasm, one leg draped over the low decorative cabinet by the entrance. My temples throbbed violently. What in the world? Hadn't they all gone home last night? Then how? Why were they all here? And how had they even gotten in? I'd locked the door. I was certain of it. Did Guy blast it open with Daytime Tiger? No, the door stood intact. Did Kakashi copy my key with his Sharingan? The air hung thick with the pungent reek of alcohol, sweat, and the dense stale musk of too many men crammed together overnight. I clenched my fists, of veins bulged like cracked porcelain on my forehead. My nose, already bandaged, itched fiercely beneath the adhesive, assaulted by the foul atmosphere. "Water," Kakashi mumbled faintly from the sofa. Gunma rolled onto his side. "One more glass." I drew a slow, deliberate breath, suppressing the overwhelming urge to incinerate the entire nuisance-ridden assembly with a fire release technique. Kill them. Too much commotion. Tsunade would lecture me endlessly. Toss them out. Each weighed like a boulder. Far too cumbersome. TCH. Utterly insufferable. In the end, I chose the simplest solution: complete, unblinking indifference. With a stony expression, I carefully stepped over the tangled sprawl of sleeping bodies, avoiding every limb, especially Guy's ecstatically grinning face, until I finally squeezed into the bathroom. Warm water cascaded over me, easing the pounding in my skull and the dull ache in my muscles. Staring at my reflection, the pallor of hangover fatigue, the faint smudges of exhaustion beneath my eyes, I let out another sharp, exasperated sigh. After a swift shower, I dressed in a clean black high-collared shirt and standard shinobi trousers, feeling at last marginally human again. Emerging from the bathroom, I found the others still unconscious, their snores rising and falling in chaotic, overlapping harmony. My stomach growled, betraying me. Last night had been all drinking and brawling, scarcely a bite to eat. Resigned, I headed for the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. Fortunately, my recent grocery stock remained plentiful. Hoping these drunken fools would rouse themselves to scavenge food, that was as likely as Danzo resurrecting to perform a tap dance routine. I set a pot to boil rinsed rice and began cooking kanji. With practiced ease, I retrieved miso paste and tofu from the pantry, then finely chopped scallions and dried kelp. Meanwhile, I heated a frying pan and cooked several flawless soft-boiled eggs, the sizzle and rich aroma soon filling the air. On impulse, I dug out a packet of riaditoet roasted nori from a forgotten corner. Simple, efficient, gentle on the stomach. A generous concession for this motley crew of ingrates. As I carried the first steaming bowl of miso soup from the kitchen, I noticed Genma, nearest the doorway, had already sat up sniffing the air, dazedly blinking around in confusion, so fragrant. I dreamed of my mother. Almost instantly, like dominoes toppling, the scent roused the others. On the floor, on the sofa, even Guy in the hallway. Ugh, my head. Where is this? The Retsu River house. Why am I lying on the floor? Guy, your feet reek. Move them. A chorus of groans and chaos erupted in the living room. I set the soup bowl down hard on the table with a resonant thud. Silence fell instantly. Every pair of bleary hungover eyes swiveled toward me, confused, sheepish, faintly guilty. Awake. I swept them with a cold, level gaze. Then go wash your faces, and come eat. Finish, then leave. No embellishment, no pleasantries. Yet these starved wolves understood perfectly. They scrambled upright, stumbling toward the bathroom, nearly coming to blows over who got first use of the sink. By the time I brought out the kanji and fried eggs, they'd managed, barely, to tidy themselves. They gathered around my small dining table like a pack of eager, oversized dogs, some squatting or standing where chairs were lacking, eyes wide and expectant. I portioned out the food, took a bowl of kanji for myself, and leaned quietly against the kitchen doorway to eat. Watching these elite jōnin, who normally commanded awe and authority, devour their meals with zero dignity, slurping and chewing noisily, was strangely disarming. Whoa, Retsukin, this kanji is phenomenal. Soft-boiled eggs, perfectly runny, absolute mastery. This miso soup, it's sublime. Better than my wife makes. Hey, don't use Ika Paradise as a coaster. Asuma slurped his broth, gave me a thumbs up through a mouthful, and mumbled, thanks bro, saved my life. Otherwise Red wouldn't let me cross her threshold. Kakashi ate with unhurried grace, his single visible eye crinkled warmly. Your skill lives up to its reputation. Next mission's lunchbox is yours. Dream on, I scoffed, but gazing at the empty pots and bowls, the last embers of my irritation flickered and faded. After the feast they rose, sated, shameless, and thoroughly unrepentant, ready to depart. Thanks, Retsukin. Next time we'll drink here again. Don't forget the beef stew next round. I escorted the whole unruly lot to the door and shut it firmly behind them. At last, peace. Surveying the wreckage of living room and bedroom, I pinched the bridge of my nose. Fine. I'd tidy up tonight. Glancing at the wall clock, I realized I was already running late for work. I quickly assembled my shinobi gear, popped a fresh strawberry lollipop into my mouth to mask the lingering tang of tobacco and sake, grabbed my coat, and stepped outside. Sunlight stabbed sharply at my eyes. I squinted, quickening my pace toward the Hokage Tower. Another day, another tide of paperwork, missions, and those ever-present incorrigible colleagues and subordinates. TCH. Life was precisely this chaotic, unruly, yet, somehow, not altogether unwelcome. 3 months have passed since the last gathering. In just this short span, the celestial phenomena of the ninja world have been thoroughly disturbed, and dark clouds gather overhead at an astonishing speed. The shadow of the Akatsuki organization is no longer confined to mere rumors. The one-tailed Shikaku was forcibly extracted, and the Wind Shadow Gaara faced death only to narrowly regain his life through Kyo's forbidden technique, sacrificing herself in the process, leaving Sunagakure severely weakened. Bad news followed one after another: the 2 tails, 3 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, 7 tails. The Jinchuriki of various ninja villages were continuously ambushed, and the news of the tailed beasts being forcibly taken was like cold snowflakes falling one after another onto the tables of the higher-ups of the 5 great nations, bringing with it a biting chill. In fact, the author wanted to be lazy and not write. Konoha is also shrouded in this gloom. Intelligence came in like life-threatening talismans delivered to the Hokage's office, with the atmosphere growing heavier by the day. During a high-risk tracking mission targeting Akatsuki members Haiden and Kakazu, I happened to pass through the mission area due to another urgent matter, sensing an unusually large amount of malevolent chakra, and forcefully intervened, joining Asuma's team. After a fierce battle, although we couldn't capture the 2 immortal monsters, we managed to avoid the worst outcome. Asuma, holding his throat that was nearly cut by a curse, was dragged away from the battlefield amidst my furious shout of "Aren't you idiots going to wait for backup?" However, the greatest shock came from Amigakure. Lord Jiraiya infiltrated alone to gather intelligence, but the news that eventually reached us was the confirmation of his sacrifice. The news was strictly sealed, but the sorrow and anger flowing among the higher-ups almost solidified into a tangible substance. That kid Naruto was sent to Myobokuzen at the first opportunity, shouldering deep grief and a resolute determination to become stronger, beginning his training in sage arts. The world seemed to have been pressed into fast-forward, sliding madly towards an unpredictable abyss. Hokage Tower evening. I placed the last approval document regarding the reinforcement of the border barrier on Tsunade's desk. The office was filled with swirling smoke, not from tobacco, but from the calming incense lit by Tsunade, which could not disperse the heavy atmosphere. There was an unmistakable weariness and sorrow in her eyes, yet her spine remained straight. "Thank you for your hard work." Her voice was somewhat hoarse as her gaze scanned the document, quickly signing her name. For the time being, raised the alert level to the highest. "Understood," I replied briefly. A silent pressure filled the air regarding Lord Jiraiya, the Akatsuki, and the potential war that might erupt in the future. We all understood, yet no one mentioned it at that moment. As I left Hokage Tower, the sky had completely darkened. The streets of Konoha were still brightly lit, and the villagers seemed to wear smiles reminiscent of the past, but a careful observation revealed an increased number of patrolling ninja squads, and a subtle tension hung in the air. This calmness felt like a fragile facade before the storm. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I took a detour to the banks of the South River. The lollipop in my mouth seemed to have lost its sweetness, leaving only a mechanical licking. Finding a secluded corner and ensuring no one was around, I pulled out a pack of cigarettes from the depths of my ninja tool pouch and lit one. The crimson glow flickered in the night, nicotine rushing into my lungs, slightly suppressing the agitation in my heart and a fleeting sense of helplessness. Even someone as strong as Lord Jiraiya and the Akatsuki paying. What kind of monsters are they? Sure enough, you're here. A lazy voice came from behind me. I paused momentarily without turning around, simply exhaling a puff of smoke. "How did you find me?" Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, leisurely walked over and sat down beside me, mimicking my posture as he gazed at the dark river surface. "Asuma-sensei, I said he saw you walking this way, and you didn't look too well." He shrugged, and when you're in a bad mood, you tend to hide away to smoke. I clicked my tongue and moved the cigarette to the hand farthest from him. "Don't act so smart." Silence spread between us, with only the subtle sound of the flowing river and the hissing of burning tobacco. "Is the situation really that bad?" Shikamaru suddenly asked softly, his tone lacking the usual laziness replaced with a rare seriousness. "Yeah," I replied, not elaborating further. This intelligence wasn't something he should fully know at this moment. He fell silent for a while, then pulled out a small paper bag from his pocket and handed it over. "Here." "What?" "It's the shop's new chestnut buns, not too sweet." He paused before adding, "Healthier than smoking." Looking at the bag of still warm buns, and then back at the nearly burnt-out cigarette in my fingers, I finally extinguished the cigarette on the nearby stone and accepted the paper bag. Taking a bite, it was soft, fragrant, and sweet, definitely not overly cloying. "Mind your own business," I mumbled indistinctly. Shikamaru merely smiled in response. We sat side by side on the riverbank, sharing a bag of chestnut buns, and neither of us spoke again. The lights of Konoha reflected in the river distorted into fragmented beams of light flickering. A great crisis loomed like dark clouds, but at this moment on this familiar riverbank with a companion who was too lazy to talk, yet would bring you snacks, that heaviness seemed slightly more bearable. Until the buns were finished, I stood up and brushed off the grass clippings on my pants. "I'm leaving." We walked back to the brightly lit village, one in front of the other, in silence. The shadow of the Akatsuki loomed like a tangible leaden cloud, heavily pressing down on the village of Konoha and on the shoulders of every individual in the Hokage building. The documents piled up like an unending tide, from border alerts to ally coordination to wartime resource allocation and emergency plan revisions. My desk was almost submerged, and my end-of-day time kept getting pushed back until it simply turned into taking documents home to continue processing. Thus, Nara Shikamaru's visits to my doorstep became exceedingly frequent. "Senpai, you haven't eaten yet, have you? My mom sent me to deliver this." In the evening, he would arrive punctually with a food box in hand, speaking lazily, but his eyes resolutely squeezed through the door. "Tisk, just put it there." Without lifting my head, I swiftly marked the supplies list with my pen. He did not disturb me, quietly setting the meal on the dining table. Sometimes it was an exquisite bento made by Lady Jinai, sometimes it was a takeout from the barbecue shop, and once it was a makeshift omelet rice he prepared himself, which looked rough, but surprisingly tasted quite good. Then he would casually sit down in the chair or on the sofa across from me, pulling out his own documents or chess records, calling it working overtime together for higher efficiency. The air was filled only with the sound of paper rustling and the scratching of pens, occasionally mixed with the light tapping of his fingers on the table while he contemplated, and my own irritation manifested in the crunching sound of me biting down on a lollipop. I craved to smoke, but Shikamaru was here, so I refrained. When I finally lifted my head from the mountain of documents, my neck was sore, and outside the window the moon had already risen high in the night sky. Shikamaru would often be slumped on the sofa, his head bobbing as he drifted off to sleep, or he would be forcing himself to stay awake studying a chess endgame. Hey kid, it's late. You should go home. I rubbed my temples, issuing a dismissal. He would always slowly raise his head, bleary-eyed, glancing out the window, then let out a huge yawn. It's so late. What a bother, it's tiring to walk home at night. And then things began to feel off. On the first day, he took a blanket to the guest room, but accidentally knocked over a cup of water, soaking the entire bed. On the second day, the guest room window inexplicably wouldn't close tightly, allowing the night wind to rush and making it too cold to sleep. On the third day, he even found a reason to say that there were strange noises coming from the guest room ceiling, suspecting it could be mice or something else. In any case, it was uninhabitable. Once was an accident, twice was a coincidence, but the third time. I crossed my arms, looking at Shikamaru standing at my bedroom door, holding a pillow, looking completely helpless, my eyebrows furrowed tightly. Nara, Shikamaru. I narrowed my eyes, my tone dangerous. You wouldn't be doing this on purpose, would you? He blinked innocently, his expression pure. Senpai, how could you think that? Am I that kind of person? It's just that I've been having bad luck lately, always running into little accidents. He sighed, his tone both wronged and helpless. I don't want to disturb you, how about? I sleep on the sofa. Sleeping on the sofa? Then he would definitely wake up with a sore back, and if Lady Jinai asked, it would seem like I was mistreating him. TSK. I ultimately capitulated, irritably ruffling my hair and moving aside. Come in. If you snore or steal the blanket, they'll kick you out. Yes, yes. He grinned victoriously, tiptoeing in with his pillow, very consciously laying down the bedding on the other side of my bed. Thus sharing a bed became a tacit norm. At first, I was still tense, facing away from him, trying to sleep as close to the edge of the bed as possible. But this guy turned out to be unexpectedly honest. When asleep, his breathing was steady, and he didn't move around. Over time, my vigilance was drowned in fatigue, and I grew accustomed to having an extra source of warmth beside me, even unconsciously leaning toward that warmth on particularly cold nights. Like tonight. The high-intensity work drained the last bit of my energy, and I fell into a deep sleep almost as soon as my head touched the pillow. In the silent depths of the night, the moonlight filtered through the curtain, seams gently spilling onto the tatami. After confirming that the breathing beside me had become long and steady for a while, the supposedly asleep Shikamaru slowly opened his eyes. He turned slightly, propping himself up on one elbow, gazing with the faint moonlight at the sleeping face of the person beside him. The brows that were usually furrowed relaxed, and his sharp red eyes were covered by his eyelids, losing the usual imposing aura, revealing a rare tranquility, even vulnerability. His short red hair was slightly tousled against his forehead and cheeks, rising and falling gently with his breaths. His lips were unconsciously parted, appearing softer than usual. Shikamaru's gaze carefully traced the contours of this face, from the defined brow bone to the small band-aid on the bridge of the nose, down to the sharply defined yet relaxed jawline. In his eyes, all laziness and pretense faded away, leaving behind an almost overflowing deep and tender affection. Really, he was so strong at work, able to handle so much alone, yet when he fell asleep, he looked so defenseless. Shikamaru's fingertips twitched almost uncontrollably, reaching out to touch that unruly red hair, wanting to gently smooth the brow that occasionally furrowed in his sleep, wanting to confirm if the skin's warmth matched his imagination. But in the end, he restrained himself and withdrew his hand, merely watching quietly. His gaze lingered greedily on that face, as if wanting to engrave every detail into memory. I've been getting more and more tired lately. My dark circles are getting heavier. I just knew he was being stubborn, that documents could never be finished, yet he wouldn't say a word. Thankfully, I could still use this clumsy excuse to stay. At least I could watch you sleep well, at least. Be a little closer. Shikamaru's lips curled into a faint yet incredibly gentle arc. In moments like this, I feel like you're not so far from me. You wouldn't use a senpai's tone to tell me to stop meddling. Just quietly here within my reach. You foolish senpai. When will you realize that those accidents I caused were not clever at all? That I didn't stay because I was afraid of walking home at night? Shikamaru sighed, silently, ultimately carefully pulling the blanket up, gently covering my shoulder, which was exposed from turning over, his movements tender, as if afraid to disturb a fragile dream. After completing all of this, Shikamaru lay back down, still facing me, closing his eyes, feeling the steady breathing and warm body heat beside him. The restlessness inside him, stirred by the changing winds of the outside world, miraculously began to calm down. Well, this is fine too. Good night, Retsukawa-senpai. The brief tranquility of half a month was completely shattered by a deafening explosion. The sharp alarm echoed through the skies of Konoha, no longer the sound of a drill, but a warning of enemy invasion. In the distance, accompanied by the rumble of collapsing buildings and the terrified screams of villagers. Enemy attack. It's Akatsuki. The communication channel was in chaos, mixed with urgent reports from frontline ninjas and cries of despair. Tsunade's voice spread throughout the village through a sound amplification technique, calm, yet imbued with unprecedented gravity. All non-combat personnel immediately take shelter. Combat personnel engage the enemy according to plan. Notify the Hokage candidate Anko to head to the front lines immediately. I swiftly tore off the combat vest hanging from the back of the chair, instantly donning it with my ninja tool pouch slung at my side. The lollipop in my mouth was crushed, and I casually threw the stick into the trash bin. My nose covered by a band-aid itched intensely from the smell of gunpowder and killing intent in the air. Have they finally come? I murmured, my eyes devoid of fear, filled only with long-suppressed battle intent and a chilling, murderous aura. In the past half-month of calm, I had never let my guard down. The power forged in the secret chamber capable of incinerating everything had long yearned for a true trial. In an instant, my figure vanished from my home, and with a few leaps, I reached the front lines. The scene before me was like hell. A gigantic centipede-like summon rampaged, while several figures in black cloaks with red clouds, the 6 paths of pain, effortlessly wiped out the resisting Konoha ninjas with overwhelming strength. Captain Enko, it's Lord Akatsuki. The struggling ninjas looked at me as if they had found their backbone. I did not respond, my gaze firmly locked onto the figure who casually sent several umbu, flying with a strange repulsion the Tendo pain. It was he who had killed Jiraiya. Everyone fall back. Evacuate the civilians. Leave this to me. I ordered coldly, my voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable authority and a reassuring power. But Captain, they follow orders. I interrupted my subordinates, concerned, my hands already starting to form seals. A massive amount of chakra surged from within me, causing the surrounding air to begin distorting from the heat. Tendo Pain's indifferent gaze turned towards me, the ripples of his Rinnegan devoid of emotional fluctuations. Another one come to die. Die. I curled my lips into a cold arc. I have come to deliver your funeral. Fire-style great fireball. The first to strike was a probing attack. Several blazing fire dragons roared towards Tendo. However, as they approached him, they were all blocked by an invisible barrier, bouncing off and transforming into scattered sparks. Useless. Tendo calmly stated. Is that so? My eyes sharpened, and my tactics changed in an instant. My figure vanished like a ghost from the original spot, reappearing at the side of the animal path, skilled in summoning techniques. So fast, a ninja exclaimed. The kunai stabbed straight towards the animal path's vital spot, but was blocked by a suddenly appearing giant rhinoceros summon. Without hesitation, I formed a single-handed seal with my left hand, wind-style vacuum wave. The sharp wind blade sliced through the rhinoceros' tough hide, but more summoning beasts were called forth. Troublesome. I clicked my tongue, realizing I had to prioritize eliminating this source of summoning. But other Pain's attacks were already upon me. The human path's taijutsu, the hungry ghost path's absorption, the Azura path's missiles. Their coordination was impeccable, and their onslaught was like a tempest. I moved at high speed amidst the 5-person siege, alternating between taijutsu body flicker technique and standard ninjutsu. Each dodge and counterattack was perilously close, yet executed with pinpoint precision. Ordinary attacks were of little effect against them. The abilities of the Rinnegan were extremely tricky. No wonder they could give Jiraiya Sensei such a hard time. I mused internally, my eyes growing sharper. It was time. After narrowly dodging a volley of missiles from the Azura path, I seized the moment created by the explosion's smoke to pull back, my hands clasped together as a massive amount of chakra began to compress and condense at a terrifying speed in my palms. No longer red, but deep and dark. Black flame net binding. I shouted, suddenly slamming the compressed black fireball towards the ground. The pitch-black flames spread rapidly across the ground, as if they were living creatures, not burning, but transforming into countless black flame chains that accurately wrapped around the legs of the 6 paths of pain. What is this? The hungry ghost path attempted to absorb it, but the black flames seemed to be an ethereal entity, yet carried substantial heat and binding power, rendering it unable to absorb completely at once. The hell path and human path's movements faltered, firmly bound by the black flame chains. Tendo Pain frowned slightly, activating the Shinra Tensei again to repel the black flame chains that were wrapping around him, but the chains did not dissipate. They were merely pushed back momentarily before coiling around him again. Unable to completely repel it. A hint of surprise finally flashed in Tendo's eyes. Now's the time. I seized this fleeting opportunity, my figure shooting forward like an arrow targeting the most troublesome animal path. In my right palm, another highly compressed black flame had already taken shape, emanating a destructive aura. Black flame pierce. The pitch-black fireball flew forth like the decree of death, silent, yet as fast as lightning, instantly piercing through the summoning beasts trying to block my path, and precisely striking the chest of the animal path. There was no violent explosion, only a sickening, sizzling sound. The animal path's movements suddenly froze as he looked down at the ever-widening hollow in his chest, its edges flickering with black fire, while the surrounding flesh and clothing were visibly turning to ash. In the blink of an eye, the animal path completely disappeared, leaving only a small handful of ashes scattered in the air. A moment of dead silence enveloped the battlefield. I got him. Captain Akatsuki took down one. The Konoha ninjas erupted in cheers. But I did not relax for an instant. For Tendo Pain's gaze had completely locked onto me, and in those cold Rinnegan eyes for the first time a genuine emotion called regard emerged. You are very dangerous. Tendo slowly raised his hand. Must be eliminated. A stronger repulsion field began to coalesce. I wiped the blood from my cheek where a flying stone had grazed my chest, heaving slightly from the intense chakra expenditure, but the flames in my eyes burned even more fiercely. The black flames danced at my fingertips as if they had a life of their own. Eliminate me. I grinned, revealing a nearly manic smile. Then give it a try, pain. The battle was just beginning to reach a boiling point. My strength surpassing that of an ordinary shadow paired with a devastating new technique, my fierce clash with the 6 paths of pain became the most eye-catching focus on this chaotic battlefield. The battle with the 6 paths of pain had reached a fever pitch. The violent powers of Black Flames and Shinra Tensei collided repeatedly, tearing the earth apart and vaporizing the air. I maneuvered with speed and power that exceeded normal shadow levels, the Black Flames transforming into roaring dragons, at times forming indestructible shields to block at others, and coiling up like maggots trying to break through that annoying repulsion defense. The animal path had been incinerated, and I had also found an opportunity against the Azura path, using a concentrated black flame ball to destroy half of its body, causing its movements to slow. But Tendo Pain remained the greatest threat. His power seemed endless, and he wielded the eye techniques of the Rinnegan with astonishing finesse. Useless. Tendo once again repelled my black flame assault, coldly declaring, "In the face of the power of a god, all resistance is futile." God. I spat out a mouthful of blood. The continuous high-intensity chakra output and dodging left me slightly breathless, and several wounds from other pain sneak attacks burned painfully. You who only hides in your shell and farts dare to call yourself a god. I clasped my hands together again, disregarding the faint stinging pain in my meridians, and crazily forced more chakra into the deep darkness in my palms. The surrounding scene began to distort, not due to high temperatures, but because the extreme energy density at the core of that black flame began to affect space itself. Black Flame Ultimate. Just as I was about to expend all my strength for the strongest strike, Tendo Pain's Rinnegan suddenly shone with an unprecedented light. He slowly floated into the air, arms outstretched. An indescribable, suffocating aura of terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Feel the pain. Shinra Tensei. This time it was not an individual repulsion, but a devastating, indiscriminate, all-encompassing rejection. Boom. An indescribable, terrifying shockwave erupted violently from him at its center. The earth shattered like fragile cookies, crumbling and rising. The surrounding buildings were instantly crushed to dust. The air compressed to an extreme, formed visible white rings, mercilessly pushing outward. Damn it. My pupils contracted sharply, and I used all my chakra for defense, constructing a solid barrier of black flames in front of me. Yet this power exceeded all expectations. The black flame barrier trembled violently upon contact with the shockwave, emitting a mournful wail of being overwhelmed, and it crumbled within less than 2 seconds. The terrifying repulsion force slammed into me with full force. Pooh. It felt like being hit heated by a mountain flying at high speed. I spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The sound of my ribs cracking echoed painfully, and my body was uncontrollably smashed away, crashing through wall after wall, eventually buried under a pile of rubble. Agonizing pain swept through my entire body, and my consciousness was almost dissipating. I struggled to crawl out from the debris, but felt my body was too heavy to obey. At that moment, several cold, pitch-black metal rods fell from the sky, piercing through my shoulder, arm, and thigh, with precision, pinning me firmly to the ground. The intense pain and the sluggish sensation from my chakra being forcibly disrupted made my vision darken, nearly causing me to faint. Through the swirling dust, I saw Tendo Pain slowly descend, walking towards me, his Rinnegan devoid of any emotion, only showing indifferent judgment. It's over. Just as he raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow, a furious and resolute roar echoed from afar. Let him go. A golden figure like sunlight tearing through the gloom dashed into the battlefield at an astonishing speed, delivering a powerful punch to Tendo Pain. Naruto Uzumaki has arrived. The ensuing battle belonged to him. Naruto in Sage Mode engaged in an earth-shattering duel with Pain. I watched that golden figure fiercely clash with Pain, the universal pull rising and being countered. I wanted to struggle to get up and help, but the black rods pinning me not only blocked my chakra, but also carried a chilling power that constantly eroded my consciousness and stamina. Every attempt to move resulted in excruciating pain and a deeper sense of helplessness. Bastard. I growled unwillingly, blood continuously oozing from the corner of my mouth. I didn't know how long it had been when a figure rushed to my side. Akatsuki. It was Tsunade. Her face was pale, clearly exhausted from maintaining medical ninjutsu for the entire village and treating Naruto's injuries. Seeing me pinned to the ground by the black rods, a flicker of pain and anger crossed her eyes. I can still fight. I gritted my teeth, trying to pull out the black rods. Fight. Don't move. Tsunade shouted sternly, her tone laced with undeniable worry. She checked my injuries, her expression growing graver. The chakra meridians are severely disrupted, internal bleeding, and the bones. These black rods are troublesome. She attempted to treat me, but the distant sounds of battle and explosions continued to echo. Tsunade, leave this to me. Go help everyone. Naruto's voice came from afar. Tsunade looked at me, then at Naruto, fighting in the distance, a decisive look flashing in her eyes. Suddenly she raised her hand and delivered a precise chop to the side of my neck. You. I completely did not expect her to strike, and as my vision darkened, the last thing I heard was Tsunade's apologetic whisper. I'm sorry, you rest for now. The rest, leave it to them. Darkness, a long darkness. When I regained consciousness, the first thing I smelled was the distinct scent of disinfectant, and the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments filled my ears. I struggled to open my heavy eyelids and saw the familiar ceiling of Konoha Hospital. My entire body felt like it had been completely taken apart and then hastily reassembled with pain everywhere, especially in my chest, and where the black rods had pierced, sending waves of dull ache and itchiness. Chakra flow was sluggish and difficult. "You're awake." A familiar, slightly hoarse voice spoke beside me. I struggled to turn my head and saw Shikamaru, sitting in a chair beside the hospital bed, dark circles under his eyes, looking more haggard than I did as a patient, yet upon seeing me open my eyes, he visibly relaxed. "How long did I sleep?" My voice was extremely hoarse. 2 days. Shikamaru handed me a cup of warm water with a straw. "Drink some water." I took a few sips of water from his hand, the burning sensation in my throat easing slightly. "What happened afterward?" "Pain." "That kid Naruto." Shikamaru briefly recounted the events that transpired while I was unconscious, how Naruto fought fiercely against pain, how he ultimately used his verbal skills to sway Nagato, the original body of Tendo Pain, and how Nagato used the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique to resurrect everyone who had died in that battle, including Kakashi. Konoha was saved, in a way no one had anticipated. I listened in silence, my emotions complex. Relieved, gratified, yet also tinged with an indescribable sense of frustration and reluctance at my own powerlessness, having to rely on a junior to save me in the end. "Everyone is busy rebuilding." Shikamaru looked at me, his tone calm, yet undeniably firm. "Your current task is to lie down properly and recover from your injuries. Don't think about leaving the hospital early. Tsunedesima has given strict orders, and..." He paused, glancing aside. "You nearly scared the hell out of us, senpai." That last sentence was spoken softly, but I still heard it. I clicked my tongue and turned my head to look out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and I could hear the lively sounds of reconstruction work outside, filled with vitality and hope. Although the process was tortuous and the cost heavy, as long as being alive was good. However, the threat of Akatsuki had not ended. This war had just begun, and I needed to become stronger. The leaves began a difficult yet swift reconstruction over the ruins. The scars left by the battle with pain were not merely material, but psychological as well. That sense of powerlessness felt like a cold, venomous sting deeply embedded in the hearts of every ninja who endured that catastrophe, especially mine. During those days lying in the hospital bed, apart from enduring the itch and pain of my body healing, all that replayed in my mind were the moments of being crushed by Shinra Tensei and pinned to the ground by the black rods. Power. I needed an even more absolute and unbreakable power. The current black flames were insufficient, far from enough. The moment I was discharged, I headed straight to the Hokage's office. Tsunade was dealing with a mountain of reconstruction paperwork. Upon seeing me, she put down her pen and scrutinized me, asking, "How's the recovery?" "Don't push yourself. I won't die," I stated succinctly, getting straight to the point. "Lady Tsunade, I need some time to seclude myself." Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Seclusion? To develop new techniques?" There was no room for negotiation in my tone. "The current methods are still insufficient against truly strong enemies. Pain was just the beginning. The Akatsuki has more monsters. I must become stronger." Tsunade stared at me in silence, her gaze sharp as if trying to discern my true state. In the office, only the faint rustle of paperwork remained. "What do you want to do?" she eventually asked. I laid out the ideas I had already conceived countless times in my mind, not only for the further development of black flames, but also deeper concepts regarding the ultimate fusion and transformation of wind and fire chakra. These were not baseless fantasies, but rather the embryonic forms that had been brewing in my mind for 3 years at the border, if not longer, just lacking an opportunity and enough time to bring them to reality. I described several key techniques I envisioned. The more Tsunade listened, the graver her expression became. She knew very well what the development of these techniques entailed in terms of enormous risks and high chakra consumption, even the possibility of backlash. "How confident are you?" she asked in a deep voice. 50%. I spoke truthfully, but it must be done. Next time I can never fall powerless like that again. After a long silence, Tsunade sighed heavily and rubbed her temples. "I understand. I will arrange for you to use the most remote old training ground on the village's outskirts, surrounded by barriers, to ensure you won't be disturbed. Whatever supplies you need, request them from the logistics department using the highest authority. However, Renkawa," she raised her eyes, her expression extremely serious, "come back alive. Konoha cannot afford to lose another Hokage candidate, and I certainly don't want to see that Shikamaru kid come looking for me to fight." I did not expect her to mention Shikamaru suddenly, and I was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. "I understand." The old training ground was quickly cleared, and powerful soundproofing and protective barriers were set up. With the necessary supplies, I plunged in and began my isolated training. Days turned into a simple cycle, refining chakra, conceptualizing technique structures, practicing, failing, adjusting, and then practicing again. The process was far more challenging and dangerous than I had imagined. When attempting to stabilize the violent fire release and sharp wind release chakra in a vortex form, a tiny mistake in control triggered a violent explosion that sent me flying, crashing against the barrier, leaving me with a ringing in my ears for half a day. While practicing the Dragon Flame Hurricane Lock, the rapidly spinning wind pressure blades nearly severed my fingers, and a slight mishap in controlling the flames could result in burning my own chakra pathways. The most dangerous attempt was the prototype of the Scorching Roar Cannon. Mimicking the energy of the tailed beast bomb was extremely unstable, and the compressed chakra sphere almost exploded in my hands just before being launched. In a critical moment, I forced it to change trajectory towards the sky. The violent explosion even shook the entire barrier, and the scorching shockwave rolled back down. I quickly turned my head to dodge, but a sharp fragment of high-temperature wind pressure still grazed my jaw, leaving a burning sting. TSK. I wiped my chin, my fingertips stained with bright red blood. A wound about an inch long crossed beside my jawbone, flesh flipped, nearly injuring my artery. I simply used medical ninjutsu to stop the bleeding without further treatment. This scar would serve as a reminder of the dangers and uncontrollability of power. Sweat blood burns countless episodes of chakra depletion. Time flew by in this almost self-destructive training, but I could distinctly feel that I was growing stronger at an astonishing rate. My understanding and control over the two chakra attributes reached an unprecedented height. Those techniques that once existed only in my imagination began to gradually reveal their terrifying forms. When the wind and fire wheel dance scorched earth barrier unfolded, the area within dozens of meters instantly transformed into a forbidden zone of life, with the ground charred and cracked, and the air warped and steaming. The Dragon Flame Hurricane Lock finally managed to coalesce successfully, as the intertwined wind and fire dragons emitted a chilling aura of binding and destruction. The flame wind mirror wall successfully blocked my full-force ordinary fire release attack and rebounded the scorching wind blades. The microscopic control of the blazing breath grew increasingly exquisite. As for the Scorching Roar Cannon, although still unstable, the power it unleashed had already left me feeling astonished. The abilities were a cheat given to the protagonist by the author. They're all ideas that came to me in a flash, and I feel they're written in an over-the-top manner. When I was finally able to relatively stably execute these new techniques with both chakra quantity and control precision elevated to a new level, my seclusion came to an end. I stepped out of the training ground barrier filled with the smell of char and high temperatures, and the sunlight felt somewhat blinding. The fresh skin around my chin scar itched slightly. It was a mark left by power. It was time to return back to the people in Konoha who were waiting for me. I just wondered what expression that troublesome guy would show when he saw this new scar on my chin. As the retreat ended and I stepped onto the streets of Konoha dragging my slightly fatigued, yet powerful body, I could distinctly feel the gaze of those around me was somewhat different. The reconstruction was progressing rapidly. The streets had mostly returned to their former glory, and even some newly built shops had opened for business. The villagers hurried past, but there was a resilience in their hurried steps, having survived the calamity. However, when they saw me, besides the usual awe, there seemed to be an additional, more pronounced sense of fear. I instinctively touched my chin. The new scar had healed, leaving a faint pink line about an inch long along the edge of my jawbone. It wasn't too conspicuous, but perhaps due to its position, or perhaps because of the sharp aura still lingering around me from my newly developed technique, my already somewhat cold and hard features appeared even more fierce. A little girl was playing with a ball on the road. When she saw me walking by, she dropped the ball in fright, her big eyes instantly filling with tears as she cried out and ran to find her mother. TSK. Do I really look so much like a monster that eats children? I felt inexplicably annoyed. I quickened my pace, eager to report back at the Hokage office, and then perhaps find a place to smoke a cigarette or have a lollipop to calm my nerves. However, when I pushed open the door to the Hokage's office, I was met not with Tsunade's greetings, but with a mountain of scrolls and documents that nearly overwhelmed the entire desk, spilling over onto the nearby chairs and small coffee table. The scale was several times more exaggerated than what I had seen before my retreat. The smell of paper and ink was so intense, it was almost suffocating. Tsunade was buried under the highest pile of documents with only the golden top of her hair visible. Shizune was busy at the side, holding a stack of new documents, her dark circles deep. When she saw me come in, she weakly nodded, her gaze filled with sympathy. Retsukawa, you're back. Tsunade's voice came from behind the pile of documents, thick with fatigue, just in time. She finally lifted her head and pointed at the overwhelming amount of paperwork in front of her and around. And those piles over there are all urgent matters that need to be dealt with. They've been piled up for too long. They need to be resolved today. I stared at the stacks of documents that could almost bury me alive, and I felt my scar twitch slightly. All of them. My voice was dry. All of them. Tsunade said, firmly rubbing her temples. The backlog of post-war summaries, resource reallocation plans, diplomatic document revisions, with allied countries, specific deployment plans for the new defense barrier, and preliminary plans for potential future wars. Oh, and the evaluation report on the resources you consumed during this retreat. You write that yourself. I felt a bit dizzy. Today? No way I could manage that. A strong instinctive urge suddenly seized me. Run. Without any hesitation, I turned expressionlessly and strode towards the gigantic window of the office. Hey, Retsukawa, where are you going? The documents have it. Tsunade's voice came from behind me. I ignored her and forcefully pushed open the window, leaping out without hesitation under Shizune's astonished gaze. The wind howled past my ears as I landed lightly on the street below, eliciting a few surprised gasps. I dusted off the non-existent dirt on my hands, taking a deep breath, feeling the outside air was much fresher. Yes, that's the plan. I've already reported back. Those documents. Just looking at them would shorten my life. I decided to find a Suma for a smoke or check the training ground to see if those kids were slacking off. In any case, the farther I got from that hell of paperwork, the better. Resolved in my mind, I stuffed my hands into my pockets and began to stroll leisurely around the village, deliberately avoiding the direction of the Hokage office. I first went to the jōnin lounge, which was empty. Then I visited a few training grounds I often went to, only to see a few jōnin classes practicing. Strange, I should normally run into a few idle jōnin. Passing by a newly opened dumpling shop, I finally spotted a familiar face, Yamashiro Aoi. He was holding a skewer of dumplings, and upon seeing me, he paused for a moment before smiling. "Oh, Retsukawa, your retreat is over." "Huh, that chin of yours." "It's nothing." I interrupted him directly, asking, "Have you seen Asuma or Gunma?" "Asuma? I think he was dragged by Kurenai to help set up her new home." "Gunma? Probably on a mission," Aoi said, chewing on a dumpling, his words unclear. "Why? Do you need them for something?" "No." I clicked my tongue internally. Oh, what bad luck. After wandering around for a while, I had almost circled half of Konoha. The usual idling, gossiping old jōnin seemed to have collectively vanished today, as if they had all made a pact. Even the most spirited guy wasn't running in circles upside down. A foreboding feeling began to rise in my heart. Just as I was considering whether to muster the courage to find Asuma at his new house, a lazy, yet spine-chilling voice came from the shadow of a nearby alley. "Oh, lost Hokage candidate, are you here to understand the people's sentiments?" I stiffened and turned my head. There stood Kakashi leaning against the alley wall, still holding that tattered book, Make Out Paradise, his visible eye crescent-shaped, clearly having watched me for quite a while. "Kakashi," I said cautiously, "what are you doing here?" "Well, I just happened to finish a mission and saw someone wandering around the village like a headless chicken, specifically avoiding the Hokage office," Kakashi said, closing his book, his tone light and cheerful. "And with such a sour expression, were you scared by the mountain of documents again?" "None of your business," I replied irritably and turned to leave. "Wait." Kakashi's voice was filled with amusement. "I happen to have to report back to the Hokage office too. Shall we go together?" "Not going." "Don't be so cold." Kakashi strolled over and casually draped an arm around my shoulder, which I half-heartedly shrugged off. "I heard you developed a new technique. That's impressive. Truly worthy of the Hokage candidate. Come on, let's go back and tell me all about it so I can learn." He half-pushed, half-pulled me towards the Hokage office. I tried to struggle, but this guy was surprisingly strong, and the expression on his face of "I'm just curious and well-meaning" made me even angrier. "Let go, Kakashi." "Oh, come on, it's perfectly normal for colleagues to exchange insights." "I don't want to exchange. The Hokage will be very pleased to see you so proactively returning to work." I finally understood. This guy wasn't just passing by. He was the jerk Tsunade sent to drag me back. "You did this on purpose." I gritted my teeth. Kakashi blinked innocently. "How could that be? I just happened to run into a lost colleague and kindly brought him back." "This is bad. With this old fox on my tail, there's no escaping." I was almost escorted back to the Hokage office by Kakashi. Along the way, he kept praising my new scar as very masculine, making me look more reliable, which almost made me want to blast him with my new technique right there. Standing once again in front of that terrifying office door, I took a deep breath and pushed the door open with a sense of resignation. The mountain of documents still loomed large. Tsunade stood behind the desk, arms crossed, her expression dark enough to squeeze water out. Shizen stood beside her, giving me a look that seemed to say good luck to you. "Oh, back already." Tsunade's voice was frosty, finished understanding the people's sentiments. Lieutenant Retsukawa. Or should I say Hokage candidate? I turned my face away, remaining silent. Running away through the window. Tsunade slammed her hand on the desk, the solid wood creaking under the pressure. "You've learned some skills, huh? You dare to run right in front of me. Do you think developing a few new techniques makes you exceptional? That you can act without consequence? Each of these documents is vital to the village's safety and reconstruction progress. Each one is urgent and important. And yet you just ran away without even a glance. Where's your sense of responsibility? Where's your sense of duty?" The more she spoke, the angrier she became, stepping over the desk to grab my collar with one hand, the other fist clenched, terrifying chakra swirling around it. "Tsunadesima, calm down," Shizen exclaimed in fear. My pupils dilated, knowing that this punch would not feel good. "Do you think being Hokage candidate is just for show? Is it just for you to strut around with a bit of achievement? No, this is your responsibility. A responsibility that must be handled even if buried under documents." By the time I finally struggled out of that sea of despairing documents, the outside world had long been engulfed in darkness. My neck was as stiff as a rusty puppet, my eyes dry and swollen, and my mind buzzed with a cacophony of data clauses and formulas clashing. I did not know when Tsunade had left. Only Shizen remained beside me, forcing herself to organize the final archived documents. "Finally, it's over." Shizen exhaled deeply, almost collapsing to the ground. I dropped my pen and leaned back against the chair, feeling utterly drained. It was more exhausting than battling pain. My stomach had long since cried out for food, and now all that remained was an overwhelming drowsiness. Thank you for your hard work, I said hoarsely to Shizun, standing up and walking out unsteadily. Lord Dango, are you alright? Shizun asked with concern. I won't die. I waved my hand dismissively, leaving the Hokage building without looking back. The cool night breeze slightly dissipated my fatigue, but the intense sleepiness surged like a tide. All I wanted was to lie down immediately on my not-so-soft but absolutely familiar bed and sleep until the end of time. I stumbled home in a daze, nearly lacking the strength to push open the door. The room was pitch black, silent except for the sound of my own breathing. Too lazy to turn on the light, I groped my way to the bedroom with the aid of memory, my mind a chaotic blur with only the words "sleep" flashing repeatedly. I vaguely seemed to see a blurred silhouette sitting by the bed. Was it that kid Shikamaru? Had he come again? Whatever let him come, or not. Even if Sage of the Six Paths were sitting on my bed, I wouldn't have the energy to care. I instinctively removed my jacket and tossed it on the floor, then fell straight towards the bed like a supportless log. Underneath me there seemed to be a muffled gasp and a soft sensation. But I was simply too tired. The drowsiness had completely taken over my brain, making my eyelids feel impossibly heavy. I unconsciously rubbed against it, finding the most comfortable position, as if I had embraced a large humanoid comfort pillow, my arms and legs wrapping around it unceremoniously, completely trapping the thing beneath me, and almost in the next moment my consciousness sank into the boundless darkness of sleep. I can't take it anymore. Oh, why do I keep wanting to write about sharing a bed? Shikamaru, who had been turned into a human cushion, froze after the initial shock and sensation of suffocation. He had originally come over worried that I had been so busy that I forgot to eat, which I indeed had, bringing along some late-night snacks. After waiting for a long time, without seeing me return, and thinking I might have been trapped by paperwork again, he simply decided to study the chess manual, while waiting only to accidentally doze off against the headboard. Then, he was solidly pinned down by a senpai who had fallen from the sky, utterly exhausted. Senpai. He managed to squeeze out a sound from his chest, trying to push the person above him away. But the person sleeping on him was dead to the world, breathing evenly and deeply, their warm breath brushing against his neck, causing a slight shiver. Moreover, this guy didn't look strong, but his weight and muscle density were no joke. He felt like a stone, his arms and legs tightly constricting him, rendering him utterly immobile. Shikamaru gave up struggling and sighed helplessly. In the darkness, he could only barely see the sleeping face nearby, illuminated by the faint moonlight. His brows were slightly furrowed, even in sleep, due to fatigue, and the new scar on his chin glimmered faintly in the moonlight, adding a touch of wildness to his usually sharp features. He appeared completely unaware that he had turned someone into a human mattress. Really? How could he be this exhausted? How many documents did Sunadesima make him handle? Shikamaru's heartbeat involuntarily quickened. The position they were in was far too ambiguous, their bodies pressed closely together with hardly any space between them. He could clearly feel the rise and fall of the other's chest, the warmth transmitted through the thin fabric, and even the contours of well-defined muscles. The scent that mixed faintly of smoke, ink, and sunlight unique to Ryu Chuan enveloped him completely. But it felt so warm. Trying to divert his gaze, but from this distance, an angle, no matter how he looked, all he could see were the sharp lines of the other's jaw, and the slightly open collar revealing the collarbone. And the extraordinarily soft-looking lips that were so close. This foolish senpai. Doesn't he have any guard up? What if someone else came in instead of me? A strange fluttering, and a sense of mischief arose in his heart. This feeling of being entirely enveloped by the other's scent and warmth was unexpectedly not unpleasant. It was even enticing. Forget it. Let it be. After all, I can't push him away. Shikamaru carefully adjusted his position, easing the numbness in his arm, then holding his breath gently, and slowly moved his hand, which was originally resting on the other's chest, upward, hesitating for a moment before lightly and tentatively placing it on the other's back. Feeling that the other hadn't awakened, merely unconsciously nuzzling closer to his neck, Shikamaru's lips unconsciously formed a gentle curve in the darkness. Shikamaru closed his eyes, no longer attempting to struggle or escape, but instead relaxing his body and allowing that heavy warmth to press down on him. His nostrils filled with a reassuring scent, and the sound of the other's steady breathing wrapped around him in a strange, satisfying tranquility, as if all work and troubles were isolated from this world. Gradually succumbing to sleepiness, Shikamaru tilted his head slightly to the side, resting against the other's forehead, and fell into a deep slumber in this overly intimate embrace. Consciousness was awakened by an unprecedented warmth. Unlike the usual abrupt awakening, it was slow, as if gradually surfacing from the warm depths of the sea. The first sense to return was touch. My cheek rested against a soft, slightly cool fabric, while a clean, refreshing scent mixed with a hint of sunlight and herbs lingered at the tip of my nose, quite pleasant. The mattress beneath me was extraordinarily comfortable, warm and elastic, subtly rising and falling with my steady breathing. Wait a minute. Rising and falling. I abruptly opened my eyes, and what greeted me was a deep blue cotton fabric along with a small patch of white skin at the nape of the neck that gently rose and fell with each breath. My brain stalled for 3 seconds. Then the hazy memories from last night surged forth like a tidal wave, a mountain of documents jumping out of a window to escape being dragged back by Kakashi Tsunade's fist, the endless paperwork, and finally crawling home like a dead dog seeing a shadow by the bed, and then directly collapsing down. I stiffly and slowly lifted my head. The first thing I saw was a pair of brown eyes thick with sleep, yet filled with helplessness and a hint of indescribable amusement. Nara Shikamaru was staring at me, his eyes clearly having been awake for a while. And I nearly sprawled entirely on him, had my head resting on his chest, one arm draped across his waist, and one leg unceremoniously pressing against his calf. I had turned him into a large body pillow, completely trapping him beneath me. "Good morning, senior." Shikamaru's voice was hoarse from just waking up, with unabashed teasing. "Are you satisfied with my mattress service?" Boom. My face instantly turned crimson, my ears felt hot enough to fry an egg. I sprang away from him like I had been electrocuted, and due to the sudden movement, I almost fell off the bed. "You, too." I pointed at him, then at myself. My tongue felt tied, unable to form a complete sentence. The nose under the band-aid itched like crazy, and my heart raced like a drum. Shikamaru leisurely sat up, stretching his shoulders and arms as if they had been compressed, his tone lazy, but each word struck home. "You came back last night like a gust of wind, collapsed like a mountain, almost crushing me. Then you hugged me, and wouldn't let go. I couldn't push you away. Tisk, didn't expect you to be so passionate while sleeping." "Shut up," I shouted in embarrassment and anger, grabbing a pillow and throwing it at him. "Who told you to casually sleep on my bed?" Shikamaru deftly caught the pillow and held it in his arms, tilting his head to look at me, his expression innocent yet cunning. "I was just being kind and brought you a midnight snack only to end up falling asleep. Who knew I would be used as a human heating pad by some ungrateful person? Plus," he pointed to a food box that had rolled onto the floor, "the midnight snack is completely cold, and someone hasn't touched it at all." I then noticed the food box on the ground and my empty stomach protesting. My momentum weakened instantly, but the heat on my face did not lessen at all. "Then, why didn't you just leave on your own?" I argued stubbornly, my gaze drifting, unable to look at him. "I wish I could," he sighed, shrugging, looking helpless. "But some person is as strong as an ox holding me tight. I can't move at all. I couldn't wake you up. There's nothing I can do but make do with it." As he spoke, he intentionally rubbed his chest. "It's just a bit uncomfortable. Your bones are too hard." "You?" I was so angry that I wanted to pounce on him to strangle him, but as soon as I moved, I felt a dull pain in the places Tsunade had hit me last night, causing my movements to freeze. Shikamaru noticed my subtle anomaly, the teasing in his expression lessening slightly as he frowned. "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing." I immediately denied it, quickly jumping off the bed, turning my back to him, pretending to adjust my clothes that didn't need adjusting. Just a little care from that old hag Tsunade. After a few seconds of silence behind me, Shikamaru's understanding voice came. "Oh. You got caught again while escaping the paperwork, didn't you? Mind your own business." I could feel his gaze on my back, mixed with amusement and something else. The atmosphere in the room became awkward yet ambiguous, the air thickening. "Ahem." I forcibly broke the silence. "I'm going to wash up." I nearly fled into the bathroom, splashing cold water on my cheeks, barely bringing my face's heat down a bit. Looking at my reddened ears and the scar on my chin in the mirror, I couldn't help but click my tongue. What a huge embarrassment. I actually used him as a pillow and hugged him all night. I dawdled while washing up, and when I came out, I found Shikamaru was no longer in the bedroom. I heard faint sounds coming from the living room. I walked over and saw him cleaning up the cold midnight snacks, standing in the kitchen skillfully heating miso soup while frying eggs and sausages in the nearby frying pan. The morning light poured through the window, casting a soft golden hue on his lazy silhouette. The scene felt oddly warm. Hearing my footsteps, he didn't turn around, lazily saying, "Awake. Just in time, breakfast is almost ready. We can't go to work on an empty stomach, can we, Hokage candidate?" I leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching his back, the embarrassment and anger in my heart strangely calming down a lot. Forget it, arguing with this guy would only end up with me being the one frustrated. I responded softly. The breakfast was simple yet warm and comforting. We sat across from each other at the dining table, eating in silence. Neither of us mentioned the awkwardness from last night or this morning, as if it had merely been a trivial dream. After finishing the last bite of my fried egg, Shikamaru set down his chopsticks and looked at me. "Are you going to face the mountain of paperwork at the Hokage office today?" My expression fell, and I nodded in resignation. "Sigh, what a hassle." Shikamaru sighed in agreement. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a small box of beautifully wrapped candies from his pocket and handed it to me. "Here. What's this?" I saw it on the way. New mint hard candies, refreshing and invigorating. His tone was casual. "You seem to like mint flavor more. Eating strawberry all the time can get boring, right?" I paused for a moment, taking the candy box. He actually noticed. "I do indeed prefer mint flavor, but I had just gotten used to buying strawberry." "Thanks." I stuffed the candy box into my pocket, stood up, and said, "I'm leaving." Shikamaru also stood up, beginning to clear the dishes. As I walked to the door, I hesitated for a moment, then turned back and said, "Don't wait so late next time, just go home first." Shikamaru paused, still facing away from me, a smirk seemingly appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Depends on my mood. What if I accidentally fall asleep again?" "Do as you please." I slammed the door, cutting off his amused voice. Walking on the morning street, I touched the box of mint candies in my pocket. The scar on my chin seemed less bothersome. "Tisk, troublesome little brat." The dark clouds hanging over the leaves did not dissipate with the settling dust of reconstruction. Instead, they grew heavier and more oppressive. The bad news from various places tightened around me like ropes. The fragile balance among the 5 great nations teetered precariously, and the air was filled with the ominous scent of an impending storm. Ultimately, news arrived that the 5 Shadows Conference presided over by the Land of Iron was about to convene. In Konoha, Tsunade decided to attend in person, and I, as the Hokage candidate, would serve as her bodyguard and assistant. On the eve of our departure, I checked my ninja tools and personal belongings for the last time. The power of the black flame flowed quietly within me as I rehearsed the newly developed technique in my mind. Yet compared to the storm I was about to face, there was another matter in my heart, like a tiny thorn. It did not hurt, yet it was impossible to ignore. Shikamaru had been visiting my house more frequently these past few days, but he spoke less than usual. He still brought late-night snacks, helped organize documents, and sometimes quietly sat beside me as I packed my luggage, his expression complex, and his words hanging unspoken. In the room, it was just the two of us, the soft light unable to dissipate the subtle silence. I inserted the last kunai into my leg pouch, stood up straight, took a deep breath, and turned towards Shikamaru, who was leaning against the wall lost in thought while gazing out the window. "Hey, Shikamaru." He turned his head, his gaze somewhat unfocused. I stared at him, feeling a slight itch beneath the bandage on my nose. My throat tightened as I asked a question that had been swirling in my heart for a long time, yet always felt too absurd. "Do you like me?" The air instantly froze. Shikamaru clearly did not expect me to ask so directly. He was taken aback for a moment, and then the usual laziness and nonchalance on his face receded like a tide. He did not look away. Instead, he met my gaze directly, his brown eyes clear and deep under the light, reflecting my slightly anxious, yet feigned calm expression. He did not hesitate and gently nodded. Yes. A simple word, yet it felt like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating enormous ripples in my heart. He really admitted it. The answer I had anticipated still caused my heartbeat to skip a beat when I actually heard it, and my ears began to heat uncontrollably. I turned my face away, unable to look into his two candid eyes. My gaze wandered around the room. Up to the ceiling, the bookshelf, the cup on the table, the cracks in the floor. I just couldn't bring myself to look back at him. My fingers unconsciously fiddled with the strap of my ninja pouch. Do you know that I'm 6 years older than you?" My voice was a bit dry, and I forced my tone to maintain the usual calmness, even adding a hint of seniority in my tone, trying to build a barrier with the age difference. 6 years. He is still a kid who just recently became a special jōnin. I know. Shikamaru's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of ease, as if he had shed some heavy burden. "You're 22, and I'm 16, so there's a 6-year difference." "So what?" "So." I was momentarily stumped by his assertive retort, feeling more agitated as my gaze continued to wander around the ceiling. "So you're still young. Many things might just be a momentary impulse, or perhaps you confuse dependence with other feelings. I'm your senior. It's only natural for me to look after you. I like you, senior, and it has nothing to do with age or status." Shikamaru interrupted me, his tone still steady but exceedingly firm. "It's not because you're the Hokage candidate that I like you. It's because you are Anko Mitarashi, the one I know who, despite her fiery temper, has a soft heart and cooks for me." This guy. When did he become so eloquent? My face grew even hotter, feeling as if I was continually being pushed back by his straightforwardness. And he took a step forward, closing the distance slightly, and I could distinctly smell the herbal fragrance coming from him. Why overthink it? It's such a bother. I couldn't help but be both amused and bewildered by his remark about it being a bother, and the slight chaos and embarrassment in my heart strangely eased a bit. I looked back at him only to find he was also tilting his head slightly, his ears tinged with red, clearly not as calm as he appeared. Our eyes met, and the room was quiet enough to hear each other's heartbeats. The heavy topics of war, responsibility, and the future seemed to temporarily fade away in that moment. In the end, I was the first to yield, averting my gaze once more, my voice lowered, carrying a sense of awkwardness and compromise. "In any case, let's discuss this matter when I return from the 5 Shadows Conference. Now is not the time to consider these things." I paused and added, my tone sounding like I was persuading him, but also trying to convince myself. "Don't rush to conclusions. Let's think it through carefully." Shikamaru looked at me, his eyes brightening for a moment before returning to his usual lazy demeanor, though the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "All right. After all, I had already thought it through. However, since you said to wait, I'll wait for you to return, senior." He took a step back, creating distance that had just been closed, as if the straightforwardness and closeness had only been my illusion. "Take care, senior. Don't push yourself too hard." "Yes," I replied softly, feeling the inexplicable heaviness in my chest dissipate significantly. The 5 Shadows Conference was held in the cold castle of the Land of Iron. The atmosphere was more tense than expected, with undercurrents of suspicion, accusations, and exchanges of interest surging beneath the seemingly calm surface of the table. I stood behind Tsunade, feeling the scrutinizing gazes from the other 4 shadows, and their bodyguards filled with disdain and caution. Tsunade displayed the toughness and wisdom expected of a Hokage, while I supplemented critical intelligence or demonstrated necessary strength at appropriate moments. The meeting was making slow progress on the topic of forming a ninja alliance to combat the Akatsuki organization. However, just as we reached the most critical stage, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The space distorted bizarrely, and a figure wearing an orange mask with a spiral pattern dressed in a black cloak with red clouds appeared without warning at the center of the Five Shadows conference round table. Uchiha Madara, he introduced himself. Almost simultaneously my body was already in motion. Without a hint of hesitation, the black flame gathered and compressed in the palm of my right hand, and with a silent, yet lethal strike, the black flame penetration surged forth like black lightning aimed directly at the masked man's heart. But there was no sensation of impact as expected. The black flame bullet passed through his body unimpeded and struck the wall behind him, silently melting a charred hole. Yet the masked man, Uchiha Madara, still stood there unharmed, as if the previous attack had been merely an illusion. Phantom. My pupils constricted suddenly. What kind of technique is this? Madara's gaze seemed to linger on me for a moment, his voice low and oppressive beneath the mask. Good attack, but unfortunately. He ignored my second attack attempt, turning instead to the furious and shocked Five Shadows, proclaiming in a tone that announced the apocalypse, the Eye of the Moon plan to collect all tailed beasts and deploy the infinite Tsukuyami to create a world without war, only a dream of peace. To accomplish this plan, he declared war on the entire ninja world. Thus, the Fourth Great Ninja War was about to begin. After his declaration, he cast a meaningful glance at me, or rather at the black flame that was gathering in my hand, and his figure twisted again, as if merging into the reflection on the water's surface, vanishing into thin air, leaving only a room filled with silence and bone-chilling cold. The black flame slowly extinguished in my palm, leaving behind a lingering heat. That brief clash made me acutely aware that the approaching war would feature an adversary far beyond my imagination. Infinite Tsukuyami. War. I clenched my fists, my nails digging deeply into my palm. Yet in my mind the image of Shikamaru's candid brown eyes and his words, "I'll wait for you to return," flashed inappropriately just before leaving home. The outcome of the Five Shadows Summit was a heavy alliance steeped in suspicion and necessity. The five great nations, along with numerous smaller nations, would form the first ever ninja allied forces on the neutral ground of the Iron Country to jointly confront the Akatsuki organization, or rather to battle against the entire world, declared war by that masked man known as Uchiha Obito. The proposal by Refuge AI to protectively detain the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Karabi and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki met with fierce opposition from Tsunade. The ultimate compromise reached was that both would be jointly protected by the allied forces and would participate as vital strategic assets in the war rather than mere prisoners. This laid the first unstable crack in the alliance. Burdened by this heavy pact and an even heavier premonition, we returned to Konoha. With hardly any time to catch my breath, the entire village roared to life like a finely tuned machine, entering a state of maximum wartime readiness. The order of peace was shattered, replaced by a militarized control system, prioritizing efficiency above all. The Hokage Tower became one of the command hubs of the allied forces. The main command center is located in the Iron Country, with Tsunade almost living in her office, the current atmosphere growing increasingly tense. As the Hokage candidate and a key commander of the Konoha faction, I found myself overwhelmed by a scale and complexity of affairs greater than at any previous time. The construction of the Allied Forces framework, the organization and personnel allocation of various units, the coordination and transportation of supplies, the fortification of defenses, the sharing and analysis of intelligence, the endless negotiations and coordination with liaison officers from the Sandrock Mist and Cloud villages. Countless urgent issues crashed over me like raging waves, one after another. My life had been simplified to its extreme. Wake-up rush to the Hokage Tower, deal with seemingly ever-multiplying documents, attend one urgent meeting after another, discuss strategies with senior advisors like Nara, Shikaku, and Inazuka Kiba, inspect the readiness of ninja at the newly established joint training ground, respond to various demands and questions, then return to the Hokage Tower to handle newly generated documents. And repeat. Sleep had been compressed to the limit. I often found myself dozing off for a moment while leaning against the wall or sprawled over my desk. The rate at which I consumed lollipops was astonishing, yet I hardly found time even to smoke a cigarette. Asuma would occasionally hand me a lollipop in silent understanding, and we would stand in a corner of the corridor or on the rooftop, silently finishing it, quickly exchanging a weary yet resolute glance before diving back into our work. The scar on my chin seemed to grow even harder under the relentless fatigue of sleepless days. I had almost forgotten what I looked like in the mirror and had no inclination to consider whether it made me appear fiercer. All my energy and thoughts were consumed by the word war. Personnel lists, supply lists, defense maps, enemy analyses. These constituted the entirety of my world. As for the brief but earth-shattering conversation with Shikamaru on the eve of leaving Konoha, those words about liking and waiting had long since been buried deep in my mind, coated with a thick layer of dust. Now is not the time for such thoughts. War is coming, and I must focus all my energy. Shikamaru was equally busy. As one of the top tactical minds of the younger generation, he was assigned to the Allied Forces General Staff, following his father Nara Shikaku participating in the formulation of macro strategies and specific tactics. We would occasionally meet in the Hokage Tower or the general staff, often just exchanging hurried nods and weary, yet understanding glances with no time for even a single extra word. Sometimes when I returned home late at night, I would find warm food containers at the door or a simplified intelligence summary he had left on the table marked with key points. No messages were left, but everything was understood without words. However, as Konoha and the entire allied forces prepared frantically for war, shadows were also gathering. In the dark underground base, the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei was being unleashed on a large scale. Soil and offerings mixed together, and under the guidance of the sealing formula, one after another, the powerful spirits of those long deceased were forcibly summoned back to the living world, members of the Akatsuki Dedara Sasori Nagato. Even including the shadows of various villages from past generations, the 7 ninja swordsmen, and countless powerful ninjas who had made a name for themselves in previous wars. They wore blank expressions, their eyes glimmering with the dull light unique to Edo Tensei, becoming mindless tools of slaughter that obeyed only the commands of their summoner. Meanwhile, the cultivation of the outer paths golems and white zetsu had reached an astonishing scale. 100,000 white zetsu were growing and taking shape underground. They possessed camouflage abilities able to disguise themselves as anyone, making them excellent weapons for infiltration and destruction. A net of destruction targeting the entire ninja allied forces and even the entire ninja world had quietly been cast, awaiting the command from the man who calls himself Obito. The Konoha Command Center was not unaware of these movements. Through the spiritual sensing of the Yamanka clan tracking from the Inuzuka clan and fragments of intelligence relayed by infiltrating ninjas, the fact that the enemy was gathering an unusually large force mixed with the aura of the dead hung heavily over the hearts of every high-ranking member of the allied forces, freezing the already tense atmosphere. But the arrow is knocked, it cannot be retracted. The vast machinery of the allied forces had already been set in motion, and there was no turning back. All anxiety, unease, and fear had been transformed into an even more frenzied preparation for war. I stood atop the walls of Konoha, gazing at the forest gradually sinking into twilight in the distance. In my hand was a recently received encrypted document regarding suspected sightings of Edo Tensei ninjas, my fingertips turning slightly pale from gripping it tightly. The wind carried the chill of late autumn, stirring my somewhat long red hair. The scar on my chin sent a faint sting. It's coming. This time it was not merely the survival of a village or an individual at stake, but a war concerning the future shape of the entire world. And I must stand at the front lines to protect and to fight with these hands. As for the personal stirrings and softness buried deep within, perhaps I would only be qualified to touch them after surviving this war. At last the Fourth Shinobi World War erupted, suddenly, violently, in the shrill wail of an alarm and a towering plume of dust surging from the distant horizon. Enemy attack. End bearing confirmed. Large numbers of hostiles emerging from the southeast, northwest, and due north. In their white zetsu. Numbers incalculable. In communications unit. Immediately contact headquarters and all divisions. Engage enemy per contingency alpha. In the Fourth Shinobi World War had erupted, not at any moment foretold by prophecy, but with savage, unrelenting intensity. The allied shinobi forces' colossal war machine roared to life. Ninja units long deployed along key fronts engaged like precisely meshed gears, executing preordained tactics with lethal efficiency. Roars of fury, detonations of jutsu, clangs of steel, and final agonized screams instantly shattered the brief silence, transforming the vast battlefield into a blood-soaked meat grinder. My unit was tasked with assault and rapid support along the central front. Black flame no longer concealed itself. It had become the most feared reaper upon the field. Wherever the wind and fire wheel danced, scorched earth barrier unfolded, swathes of white zetsu crumbled into ash under suffocating vacuum and temperatures exceeding thousands of degrees. The dragon flame hurricane bind seized resilient Edo Tensei shinobi with unerring precision, scorching their spiritual forms and disrupting chakra flow, granting seal teams vital openings. Time and again the flame wind mirror wall deflected lethal strikes launched from treacherous angles and hurled searing wind blades back upon their senders. The battle raged with brutal ferocity. Comrades fell one after another, yet enemies surged forth without end. The white zetsu's mimicry sowed chaos across the ranks. Shinobi were repeatedly slain by blades thrust from behind by those they believed to be allies. The command channel crackled with desperate cries for aid and casualty reports in. 4th Division requests immediate reinforcement. We are surrounded. Medical unit. Urgent triage required here. And confirmed large-scale deployment of Edo Tensei subjects, including previous Kage. Pressure descended like a mountain made manifest, crushing every shinobi of the alliance beneath its weight. Yet none retreated, for behind them lay everything they had sworn to protect. Just as the battle reached a grinding stalemate, and white zetsu infiltration deepened internal disorder, 1,000 golden figures suddenly materialized in the sky above the battlefield, dense, countless, radiant. It was Uzumaki Naruto. Riding the Ninetales chakra, he had split himself into an unfathomable number of shadow clones, flooding every corner of the battlefield like a tide of molten gold. Everyone, use this. Every clone blazed with potent Ninetales chakra. That warm, life-infused energy acted as the most precise detector imaginable, illuminating in an instant every white Zetsu masquerading among the allied forces. Under the Ninetales' luminous chakra, the white Zetsu's disguises dissolved, revealing their pallid, twisted true forms. White Zetsu, eliminate them. It's Uzumaki Naruto. Thank the heavens. Immorale surged across the battlefield. Chaos was swiftly contained. Allied shinobi regrouped and counterattacked with disciplined coordination, leveraging the overwhelming combat prowess of Naruto's clones to gradually reclaim the advantage. I unleashed a streak of black flame pierce, reducing a distant Edo Tensei Awagakure jōnin, mid-casting a massive earth technique to cinders. Glancing back toward the distant sunbright radiance of Naruto's chakra, I felt a quiet measure of relief. That boy has done well. Yet the tides of war never turn easily, or fairly, for any single side. Even as Naruto's shadow clone strategy dazzled the field and the alliance began stabilizing its lines, the earth at a distant sector of the battlefield buckled violently, splitting open with seismic force. A colossal rune-inscribed coffin rose slowly from the depths, carrying with it a chilling, soul-withering chakra. With a thunderous crash, its lid collapsed. A man stepped forth. Clad in ancient crimson Sengokara armor, his long black hair whipped wildly in the cold wind and battlefield smoke. His face was stern, his gaze imperious, radiating pure unassailable power and sovereign authority. He stood motionless, yet seemed to eclipse the entire battlefield. Even the air thickened, congealing around him. His Edo Tensei form diminished, not a fraction of his majesty. Shinobi of the Alliance, and even the white Zetsu, instinctively turned their eyes toward that solitary figure. A primal dread seized every heart. Some elder, deeply versed shinobi, upon recognizing that visage, turned ashen, voices trembling as if beholding a demon risen from history's darkest abyss. No, impossible. And that is Uchiha Madara. The legendary Uchiha Madara, resurrected through Kabuto's Edo Tensei, had descended upon the battlefield. He did not move. Instead, his Rinnegan swept the clamorous battlefield with detached indifference, as though observing mere ants squabbling over crumbs. Finally, his gaze, piercing through the maelstrom, settled with uncanny precision upon a distant point, perhaps upon Naruto's blazing Ninetales chakra, perhaps upon my own dark flame, perhaps merely a glance cast at random. Yet that single glance sent a glacial chill racing up the spines of every elite shinobi it touched, including myself. So, this is the legendary Uchiha Madara, and I clenched my fist, the black flame dancing silently across my palm, burning hotter than ever before. The scar beneath my jaw throbbed faintly, and the true trial had only just begun. In what upheaval would this man, stepped forth from legend, wreak upon this war? With Uchiha Madara's arrival, the war's intensity surged into an entirely new dimension. In despair and resolve coiled together, thick and inescapable. The arrival of Uchiha Madara was like throwing a block of ice into a boiling pot of oil, instantly freezing the heat of the battlefield and igniting a deeper layer of fear and madness. His power was beyond imagination. With every gesture, he unleashed ninjutsu that shook the heavens and split the earth. The Azure Giant of Susanoo dominated the battlefield, causing the allied ninjas to fall in droves, and the defense teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito manipulated the Outer Path Golem and 100,000 Zetsu, launching fierce attacks from multiple directions, working in conjunction with the reincarnated legendary figures, putting immense pressure on the allied forces. The entire battlefield became a meat grinder, entangled in a bloody chaos. Just as the allied forces found themselves in dire straits, a sudden change occurred. On the flank of the battlefield, several powerful chakras surged forth, bringing with them a completely different aura as they joined the fray. It was Senju Hashirama Senju, Tobirama Namikaze Minato, and Sarutobi Hizashi. They were not the mindless forms of the reincarnated. Their eyes were clear, clearly summoned in some special way, retaining their self-awareness. It's the first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and also the third Hokage. The allied forces erupted in thunderous cheers in their moment of desperation. The combination of Hashirama and Tobirama's wood release and water release instantly altered the terrain, blocking a large number of Zetsu and reincarnated ninjas. Minato's golden flashes darted across the battlefield, saving countless comrades in peril. Hizashi's five-nature transformation technique acted like a mobile cannon, clearing vast areas. With the addition of these four former Hokages, the battle situation stabilized temporarily, even showing signs of a counterattack. The area where Tobirama and I were present was tasked with intercepting Madara's flank. Not bad for a fire release kit. After a combined ninjutsu expelled Madara's wave of attacks, Senju Tobirama's sharp gaze swept over me, especially as I unleashed my black flames and wind-fire fusion technique. A glint of approval flashed in his eyes. Your speed is impressive and your reflexes are sharp. With your chakra attribute and fighting style, if you could master the Flying Thunder God technique, your mobility on the battlefield would increase several-fold and could play a crucial role. I dispersed the black flames in my hands, breathing slightly heavier. Facing this second Hokage renowned for his forbidden techniques and speed, I maintained the respect due. I have always heard of the Flying Thunder God, but I focused on the ultimate development of fire release in the past and never diverted my attention to studying it. Focus is a good thing, but war requires more means, Tobirama replied succinctly. I nodded, taking this to heart. Now was not the time for discussion. The threat of Madara was imminent. However, the balance of the battlefield was forcibly disrupted once again. Obito seized the opportunity when Kakashi shattered Madara's mask, exposing his true form, and forcefully resurrected Uchiha Madara with some secret technique. The true flesh and blood broke free from the shackles of reincarnation and reclaimed the power of his prime. The resurrected Uchiha Madara radiated an aura several times more intimidating than before. He laughed maniacally, using both taijutsu and ninjutsu to suppress Senju Hashirama, ultimately delivering a brutal blow that sent his former friend and rival crashing to the ground. Now's our chance, I whispered, fiercely, moving in perfect sync with Tobirama. Tobirama formed hand seals, his figure instantly blurring, appearing at Madara's left side, with the Flying Thunder God technique, compressing a dark water blade of immense pressure, thrusting it toward Madara's ribs. Meanwhile, I poured all my wind release chakra into my legs, pushing the body flicker technique to its utmost limit, darting like a black arrow from the right side's blind spot. In my right palm, a sphere of compressed destructive energy had formed, aimed directly at Madara's back. This was the culmination of our observation over time, launching a desperate attack in the moment Madara knocked down Hashirama, when his old strength had just faded and his new strength had yet to arise. Childish tricks, Madara mocked, without even turning around, a hint of derision flashing in his Rinnegan. With a seemingly casual swipe of his left hand, he precisely grasped my wrist, which was gathering terrifying energy, the force astonishingly strong, halting my advance, entirely destabilizing the black flame energy sphere in my palm. At the same time, his right leg delivered an incredible kick at an impossible angle, striking hard into Tobirama's abdomen, forcing him back. Your speed is indeed fast, Madara said, gripping my wrist with a cold gaze, but unfortunately your strength is still lacking. Suddenly, several pitch-black rods formed from the black rods of the Tao appeared from the ground at my feet, piercing through my lower leg and foot, pinning me in place. The intense pain and the feeling of chakra being forcefully disturbed and blocked made my vision darken, and I let out a muffled groan. This move again. Raging River. Seeing this, Tobirama immediately tried to come to my rescue after being knocked back. However, Madara had already countered with a punch enveloped in terrifying brute force, striking hard into my abdomen. Cough, cough. I spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling my insides shift. My body flew away like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground, the place where I was pinned by the black rods, sending waves of tearing pain. Madara didn't even glance at me again, turning to face the enraged Tobirama and the re-erected Hashirama. Cough. Cough, cough. I struggled to rise, but the sealing effect of the black rods was even more thorough and insidious than during my encounter with pain, not only stifling my chakra, but also rapidly draining my muscle strength. Watching Madara engaging in fierce combat with the two Hokages, as well as the entire precarious front line, despair and anger burned like toxic fire in my chest. I cannot fall here. I gritted my teeth, the veins on my forehead bulging, ignoring the nearly fainting pain, gripping one of the black rods that pierced my calf and exerted force. Accompanied by the horrifying sound of flesh being forcibly torn and the spurting blood, I yanked that black rod out with sheer force. Then came the second, the third. With each one I pulled out, immense pain and blood loss accompanied it, but my control over my body and the flow of chakra gradually began to recover. A simple medical ninjutsu halted the bleeding, and I unsteadily stood up, wiping the blood from the corner of my mouth, the flames in my eyes burning more fiercely than ever. Black flames swirled around me, as if resonating with my fighting spirit. I looked at the figure that resembled a god of war, licking my bloodied teeth. The wounds on my calves and soles torn by the black rod were still oozing blood, with only a simple hemostatic technique barely holding it back. Every movement sent sharp pangs of pain through me. The chakra meridians felt like a river forcefully blocked, and then violently reopened, sluggish and painful in their flow. But I couldn't afford to think about that. The despairing might of Madara, the continually torn defense lines of the allied forces, and the distant sounds of brutal combat all urged me forward in a frenzy. I took a deep breath, trying to condense the black flames once more, even as my body protested with cries of agony. At that moment, a figure rushed towards me from the side battlefield at an unprecedented speed, carrying the scent of dust and urgency, gripping my arm tightly. Stop it, senior. It was Shikamaru. His face was smeared with dust and blood, and his usual lazy demeanor was replaced by a rare, almost stern urgency. His gaze quickly scanned my bleeding calf, my pale complexion, and the unstable chakra fluctuations surrounding me. You can't go on any longer. His voice was firm and resolute, carrying an undeniable force. Immediately go to the rear for treatment. Let go. I tried to shake him off, but the blood loss and excruciating pain slowed my movements, causing him to grip me even tighter. Now is not the time. Madara. Precisely, because it's Madara. Going now would be tantamount to throwing your life away. Shikamaru interrupted, his eyes fixed on me, filled with an intensity of emotion I had never seen before. Look at yourself. You can barely stand. Your chakra is in disarray. How are you going to fight? Do you want to become one of those ants that are easily swatted aside? His words poured over me like ice water, freezing my actions. Medical team. Shikamaru gave me no chance to retort, turning to some medical ninjas nearby, who were rescuing the wounded, shouting, "Come here. Treat his wounds. Quickly." The medical ninjas were startled by his unprecedented ferocity, hurrying over and clumsily beginning to perform medical ninjutsu. The green chakra enveloped the wound on my leg, bringing a cooling pain relief and a slow healing sensation. Shikamaru stood beside me, still gripping my arm tightly, as if afraid I would rush out again at any moment. His chest rose and fell slightly, his gaze firmly locked on me, filled with a mix of fear, anger, and something deeper that made my heart inexplicably tighten. "Can't you cherish yourself a little?" His voice lowered, carrying a barely perceptible tremor. "You always do this, charging to the front, enduring injuries without complaint. Enough." I turned my face away, avoiding the brightness of his eyes, but my body relaxed as I allowed the medical ninjas to treat my wounds. He was right. In my current state, charging forward would indeed be futile. I must recover quickly. The medical ninjutsu swiftly stabilized my injuries. Although far from fully healed, the bleeding stopped, much of the pain eased, and my chakra flowed more smoothly. I moved my legs slightly. "It's enough." I pushed away the medical ninja who wanted to continue treating me and stood up straight once more. Shikamaru's hand still gripped my arm, his brow furrowed. "Senior, I know what I'm doing." I gazed at the towering blue Susanoo in the distance where Uchiha Madara fought like a god, my eyes sharpening and turning cold once more. "Now let go." Shikamaru looked at me, his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he slowly and reluctantly released his grip. Yet his eyes still followed me closely, filled with unspoken worry. I did not look back at him, gathering the last bit of chakra, preparing to charge once more into the battlefield that would determine the fate of the world. However, at that very moment, an anomaly descended in a manner that surpassed all understanding. In the sky above the battlefield, the moon, which had been influenced by some force and radiating an otherworldly glow, suddenly brightened 1,000-fold. Not an ordinary light, but a viscous, seemingly substantial pale purple glow, like a cascading sky, instantly covering the entire battlefield, enveloping everything within sight of the sky and earth. Infinite Tsukuyomi had been activated. That light pierced through the clouds, penetrated the smoke created by ninjutsu, and even seemed to penetrate skin and flesh, directly reflecting onto everyone's retinas, shining into the depths of their souls. What? My eyes. It's blinding. What is happening? On the battlefield, whether it was the allied ninjas or the white Zetsu army, even including many who were locked in fierce battles as reanimated corpses, their movements froze for a moment. Everyone instinctively looked up at the moon, which had become disturbingly strange, resembling a giant Rinnegan. Then even more terrifying things began to unfold. The ninjas, enveloped by the purple moonlight, quickly lost their spirit. In their pupils appeared the Rinnegan patterns mirroring the moon's hue. Their movements came to a complete halt, a hollow yet blissful smile appearing on their faces, as if they had fallen into the most beautiful dream. Then from their bodies, thick, white, tree-like structures began to grow, enveloping them layer by layer, resembling gigantic cocoons, standing tall on the battlefield. "No, don't look at the moon." Someone reacted quickly and cried out, but it was already too late. Groups of allied ninjas like harvested wheat stood still under the moonlight, then were enveloped. The cries and sounds of battle quickly subsided, replaced by a chilling, silent sound of growth. Although I reacted quickly, bending down and closing my eyes at the moment the light surged, the corners of my eyes still caught a glimpse. A powerful direct pull on my consciousness tried to drag me into a warm, sweet, carefree abyss. This is bad. I bit down on my tongue, the sharp pain and taste of blood keeping the last shreds of my consciousness intact. The black flames surged from within me, forming a thin, swaying black membrane on my surface, seemingly providing a slight resistance against the mental erosion of the light. I forcibly turned my gaze to Shikamaru beside me. He too was keeping his head down, eyes closed, his body trembling slightly, obviously struggling to resist. But around us, many companions who could not react in time had already transformed into white trees. The entire world seemed to have been pressed into a pause, replaced by this bizarre, beautiful, yet utterly despairing tableau. Infinite Tsukuyomi. Is this infinite Tsukuyomi? Could it be? Is everything over? In this false light of dream? Consciousness sank into warm, viscous honey, and then at a feather-like turn was gently lifted. I opened my eyes to the familiar ceiling, my bedroom ceiling. Morning light slipped through the curtain gap, scattering soft patches across the room. The air was steeped in a hush of peace. This is my home. I froze for a second, dazed. A moment ago, my memory lingered on the battlefield, the uncanny purple light that devoured everything, the endless white trees, the searing pain of resisting mental invasion. How had I, in the blink of an eye, ended up in my own bed? Moreover, my body felt unnaturally light. No wounds, no pain, a chakra full and steady, and even the faint itch from the scar on my chin had vanished. Everything was bewilderingly serene. As I tried to sort through this strange state, I suddenly felt a weight and warmth along one side of my body that could not be ignored. I turned my head stiffly, agonizingly slowly. An arm lay across my waist and abdomen, casual yet possessive. Following the sleeve of deep blue pajamas upward, I saw a slightly slight but graceful shoulder, and above it, the sleeping profile of Naoyang Luan. He slept soundly, his black hair was tousled across the pillow, his breathing even and unhurried, a faint satisfied curve at the corner of his mouth. The morning light traced his gentle features, long lashes casting soft shadows beneath his eyes. My brain buzzed and went blank in an instant. Heat flushed my face in a single surge, even the roots of my ears burning. Luan, how is he? In my bed, still, holding me. The shocking sight provoked an instinctive reaction. I flipped over desperately, trying to escape that unbearably intimate hold. With a dull thud, I hit the floor hard, my backside landed, and the pain made me gasp. Senior. The man on the bed was roused by the noise, half opening his eyes in a haze, his voice heavy with sleep and a lazy concern. What's wrong? Did you have another nightmare and fall off? He murmured, naturally reaching toward the bed, as if to pull me back, a motion so practiced it seemed he had done it countless times. Another one. I dodged his hand and scrambled to my feet in a fluster. My heart was pounding as my eyes scanned this achingly familiar, yet subtly strange room. The first thing I noticed was the bedside table. Besides my ninja toolbox and alarm clock, there were several photo frames. I leaned in without thinking. The first showed me wearing a Hua-ing robe, standing before the Hua-ing rock, turning my face away with an impatient expression, while Luan stood beside me in a jōnin uniform, holding documents and looking at me with that habitual languid yet tender smile. The second was in a courtyard thick with cherry blossoms. We sat side by side beneath the corridor. I seemed to sleep, my head resting on Luan's shoulder, and he had tilted his face slightly, his lips appearing to brush the top of my hair. The third was in my kitchen. I wore an apron, cooking, while Luan hugged my waist from behind, his chin on my shoulder, flashing a tacky sign at the camera. I brandished a spatula in mock irritation, yet the corners of my eyes betrayed a smile I could not hide. What are these? I became Hua-ing with Luan. A colossal absurdity tangled with a secret thrill, and I felt dizzy. I stumbled toward the wardrobe and yanked it open. Inside, neatly hung, were no longer only my usual black or dark garments. Beside them hung several loungewear pieces in Luan-style casual clothes, and even two noticeably smaller jōnin vests of the same cut as mine, but in different colors. Our clothes were mixed together, natural and intimate. My breathing quickened. I spun into the bathroom, flicked on the light, and faced the mirror. The mirror reflected my face. Red hair defined features, but the familiar scar on my chin was gone and my skin was smooth. In its place along my neck, collarbone, and the chest half revealed beneath the open pajama collar, a dense scattering of pale pink hickeys and bite marks overlapped, old and new. Especially on the left pectoral near the heart, a clear phosphorescent handprint stood out, an intimate mark that sent my cheeks burning. I stared into the mirror, ears buzzing, blood rushing to my head. What is all of this? Amid that extreme confusion and shame, one memory after another unsealed and surged into my mind. The Fourth Ninja World War had ended, and after terrible cost, the Allied forces had prevailed. The conspiracies of Yujibwa Ban and Yujibwa Daitu were thwarted, the Wu Xian Yudu was lifted, and the world returned to peace. Because of my outstanding contributions and my role in turning the tide, Iangu Liechuan was chosen after the war as the sixth Hua-ing. And Luan. Naoyang Luan, my most capable aide and strategist, had stood by my side. Our relationship had naturally blossomed after the war. 2 years ago, we officially became a couple and began living together. These hickeys, the bite marks, the shared clothes, the intimate photographs, were all part of our daily life. Last night, it seemed, had been rather intense. The memories the illusion granted were so vivid, the details so full, the emotions so natural, that I was almost convinced in an instant. Yes, the war had ended, I had become Hua-ing, and Luan and I were together. Was this the perfect world my heart had longed for? My heart pounded wildly in my chest, not from fear or battle, but from an unprecedented tangle of deep embarrassment, disbelief, and a secret tender sweetness. I looked at the mannequin of myself in the mirror, dazed and marked with ambiguous traces, and listened to Luan's drowsy voice from the bedroom. Senior, are you all right? This dream, or this so-called reality, was a little too much. I splashed cold water on my face to steady myself, yet the heat in my cheeks remained. Staring at those glaring marks on my neck, I clumsily pulled my pajama collar as high as it would go, inhaled deeply, and forced on my usual irritable expression, though it hardly helped. I opened the bathroom door. Luan was already sitting up, leaning against the headboard, bleary-eyed and smiling. So energetic this early. His gaze fell on the turtleneck. I could have strangled myself with his smile deepened, and he added with a teasing tone, "Who was the one who fell asleep first last night, huh?" Shut up. I barked, mortified eyes flicking everywhere to avoid him. Going to work. Having said that, I practically fled from the bedroom in a flurry, leaving behind Luan's low, pleased laugh. This peaceful world, this perfect daily life. Perhaps it was not so bad. No, wait. The battlefield. Wu Xian Yudu? That purple light. A faint, icy dissonance like a needle thrown into warm water silently pierced the sweet warmth of the scene. But it was quickly drowned by the flood of post-war life details in the memory and by the tumultuous, shy confusion filling my chest. I shook my head, picked up the Hua-ing robe hanging on the door rack, its texture disturbingly real, hesitated for a moment, then put it on. As I moved toward the door, I could not help glancing back at the bedroom. Luan had risen some time, and was leaning in the doorway holding a cup of water, watching me with a tender, lingering look. "Be careful on the road, Hua-ing," he said with a smile, his tone intimate. "What do you want for dinner?" "He'll make it." "Anything," I blurted. I nearly fled in a panic and slammed the front door behind me. Standing in Mui's morning sunlight, watching villagers pass by with peaceful smiles, and seeing my own face carved high upon the towering Hua-ing rock in the distance, everything felt as lovely as a dream. I found myself almost unable to tell whether this was a dream or the future I had truly desired, and could now almost touch. Sitting in the Hokage's office, sunlight poured through the spacious window onto the polished desk, while the air was filled with a faint scent of ink and the unique aroma of old paper. I held a document regarding the budget adjustment for the Chunin exam, my gaze lingering on the paper, but my thoughts had already drifted far away. My fingertips unconsciously grazed the smooth skin of my chin, devoid of any scar's texture. My body felt relaxed, my chakra abundant, even my nose, which usually itched due to perennial rhinitis, felt incredibly comfortable. Everything felt too perfect to be real. I set down the document and surveyed the office belonging to the 6th Hokage. The layout was similar to Tsunade's office, but the details reflected my style, more streamlined with ninja tools arranged conveniently, and even a small refrigerator in the corner reportedly filled with tea and emergency snacks prepared by Shikamaru. On the windowsill, the wind chime he gave me hung quietly, occasionally producing a soft, crisp sound with the breeze. Every detail fit perfectly, the logic was coherent. Even the documents on the table were reasonable in content, with handwriting formatting and the use of the Hokage seal impeccable. The villagers support the trust of my peers, the peaceful village. And with Shikamaru. As I recalled the scene from this morning, and the marks I saw in the mirror, my ears began to heat up again. I shook my head, trying to banish those images from my mind. No, I can't indulge in this. This is infinite Tsukuyami, it's an illusion. Even if it is beautiful, it is still false. The battlefield is still waiting for me, the allied forces are still in fierce combat. I must find a way to escape from here. But how to leave? I tried to secretly channel my chakra, even attempted to condense black flames. Everything felt normal, my strength flowed without hindrance, as if this was my natural body and state. I also focused my mind, recalling the last scenes from the battlefield, the strange purple light my comrades wrapped within it. But every time my thoughts touched upon these, a gentle, yet powerful resistance arose, as if an invisible hand was gently diverting my attention back to the details of post-war peaceful life. This illusion was not merely blocking memories, but rather weaving an incredibly intricate cage based on my subconscious and desires. It does not resist my use of power, for it knows I have no reason to use violence here. It does not hinder my thoughts, as it fills my mind with a more beautiful reality. Where is the breakthrough? Uchiha Obito and Madara did not cast this technique merely to create a dream. There must be some purpose, or some key to maintaining the illusion. Or could it be some form of discrepancy within myself? I frowned, my fingers unconsciously tapping the desk. My gaze fell again on the photos of me and Shikamaru. In the photo, I wore a natural smile, my eyes relaxed, an expression I had rarely displayed. And Shikamaru. His gaze was so gentle, it almost overflowed. Would I really show such an expression? Would we really be like this? Deep within my heart, in a corner heavily sealed by rationality and a sense of responsibility, a faint voice seemed to whisper, perhaps this isn't so bad. At that moment, the office door was gently knocked and then pushed open. Shikamaru walked in, carrying a stack of new documents. He had changed into his jōnin uniform, his hair neatly combed, though a few rebellious strands still stuck up, giving him a capable, yet uniquely laid-back demeanor. Hokage-sama, here is the Border Patrol rotation plan that requires your approval, along with the final version of last quarter's financial report. He placed the documents on my desk with practiced ease. I responded, trying to keep my tone normal, but I dared not meet his gaze, pretending to focus on the documents he had just set down. However, Shikamaru did not leave immediately. He walked around the large desk, came to my side, and slightly leaned down. I immediately tensed up. The familiar scent of him, a blend of light herbs and sunlight, drew near, and then a gentle kiss, warm and soft, landed on my cheek. I instinctively turned my head, allowing the kiss that might have landed on my lips or the corner of my mouth to only brush against my cheek. Even so, the spot he touched felt as if seared by a branding iron, instantly igniting, causing my entire cheek and ear to flush crimson. Shikamaru seemed momentarily stunned, then let out a low, soft laugh devoid of displeasure, filled instead with a sense of understanding and delight. He straightened up, his fingers lightly brushing against the tips of my burning ears, leaving a faint shiver. Feeling shy. His voice was low, tinged with breathiness, meant only for me. Last night you clearly. Shut up. Go out. I abruptly pushed his hand away, pointing to the door, my voice cracking from embarrassment, completely losing the Hokage's authority, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Shikamaru chuckled again, his gaze lingering on my flushed face and my feigned fierce expression, before he leisurely stood up, saying, "Then he'll head out first, come back early after work," then turned and left the office, kindly closing the door behind him. The office fell silent once more, leaving me alone with the lingering heat on my face and the echo of my racing heartbeat. I covered my face, sitting back in my chair in defeat. Damn, this illusion. Even his reaction feels so real. So, it's too much for me to handle. For the entire afternoon, I remained in a state of unease. The words on the documents danced before my eyes, yet I could hardly take them in. My mind repeatedly replayed that feather-light kiss, his soft laughter, and the sensation of his fingertips brushing against my ear. My body still seemed to retain the warmth from being embraced by him that morning. Rationality screamed that this was fake, a sweet trap crafted by the enemy. Yet emotions and sensations seemed to have already accepted this reality, even giving rise to a hint of shameful longing. If all of this were true. This thought, once it sprouted, grew wildly like a vine. In a peaceful world, although the responsibilities were heavy, they were orderly. There would be someone waiting for me to come home, bringing me a cup of hot tea when I was weary, looking at me with that gaze. No, I can't think any further. I abruptly stood up, pacing restlessly in the office. I must find a flaw. I must wake up. But where could the flaw be? Am I to harm the people in this world? Harm Shikamaru. This thought made my heart lurch sharply, causing a stabbing pain. Even knowing it was fake, I drifted through the motions of processing documents, signing, stamping, and listening to simple reports, yet I absorbed almost nothing. The sunlight gradually slanted to the west, bathing the office in a warm, orange hue. It wasn't until the sound of the school bell, signaling the end of classes, reached me from outside that I suddenly realized it was already time to leave. I sat dazed in my chair, looking at the few remaining documents on the desk, then glancing outside at the peaceful dusk. How on earth should I break this perfect illusion? Or rather, do I truly wish to break it deep down? With endless confusion and struggle, I mechanically tidied my desk, donned my Hokage cloak, and left the office. Walking towards the place known as home. Each step felt as if I was treading on the edge of reality and illusion, teetering precariously. Stepping out of the Hokage tower, the evening sun bathed Konoha in its warm glow. The shops lining the streets began to light up, and the mingling scents of food and the laughter of children created a scene of peace that was utterly ordinary. The villagers, upon seeing me, would respectfully bow and address me as the sixth Hokage, their eyes reflecting genuine respect and affection rather than fear under the shadow of war. Everything felt as beautiful as a carefully painted picture. I instinctively touched my cheek, where the ephemeral brush of a dragonfly seemed to linger, accompanied by the almost overwhelming feelings of shame and excitement. I quickened my pace, almost in a panic to escape this overly real, everyday life, yet unconsciously found myself walking towards home. Was that home? Or was it another more exquisite cage? Opening the door, the anticipated warmth and aroma of food enveloped me. Shikamaru was already back, busy in the kitchen, wearing an oddly familiar apron. Was it one I used to wear? Bustling around. Without turning his head upon hearing the door open, he lazily greeted, "You're back. Wash your hands, dinner will be ready soon." His tone was so natural, as if we had been living like this for many years. I stood stiffly at the entrance, watching his skilled movements as he stir-fried, listening to the sizzling sounds of the oil, my heart feeling as if gripped by an invisible hand. This scene was too impactful. The memories of battle of life and death seemed so distant and unreal in the face of this mundane warmth. "Why are you just standing there? Hand it over to me." Shikamaru turned off the heat, came over with a plate, and casually took the not-so-heavy briefcase from my hands, hanging it up before leaning in to inspect my face. "Why is your face still a bit red? Was the office too hot this afternoon?" His closeness made me catch my breath, instinctively stepping back and averting my gaze. "It's nothing." Shikamaru raised an eyebrow, not pressing further, just smiling as he pulled me to sit at the dining table. The meal was simple, yet all to my taste. "Tried, I think I did well today." He handed me the chopsticks, sitting across from me, resting his chin on his hand, his eyes filled with a hint of expectation. I picked up the chopsticks and took a piece of fish, savoring the taste. It was impeccable. Just as delicious as I remembered, whether from my own cooking or that of Lady Kiyomi. Even the taste was simulated so perfectly. I quietly ate, the flavor as bland as chewing wax, yet it felt like an exquisite warmth. Shikamaru occasionally served me dishes, recounting amusing anecdotes from the office or complaining about particularly troublesome paperwork. His words, his demeanor, and the occasional glances filled with warmth and laughter were like the most precise weapons, gradually dismantling my guard and softening my taut nerves. After dinner, I proactively offered to wash the dishes, seeking an excuse for solitude. Shikamaru didn't insist, merely leaning against the kitchen door, chatting casually with me. "By the way, Ino and Shuji said they want to get together this weekend, same place for barbecue. Are you going? Asuma-sensei wants you to take a look at the new taijutsu textbook he's compiled for the jōnin. He wants your opinion. My mother asked me to check if you're free to come home for dinner next week. She bought very fresh mackerel." Each sentence outlined a close-knit, warm social network. Here I have a lover, friends, the care of elders, responsibilities to shoulder, and a daily life to unwind in. Everything was arranged thoughtfully, without any deficiencies or pain. Was this truly my subconscious, deepest desire? After washing the dishes and drying my hands, I almost unconsciously walked to the window of the living room, gazing at the night view of Konoha. The lights were dazzling, tranquil, and peaceful. Shikamaru came over, standing beside me, his shoulder lightly brushing against mine. What are you looking at? He asked. Nothing, I whispered. After a moment of silence, Shikamaru suddenly spoke again, his voice lighter and more serious than usual. Sometimes I feel like this is a dream. My heart leaped. Does he think it's a dream too? Could it be? The war is over, you became Hokage, and we are together now. He turned to look at me, the lights outside reflecting in his brown eyes, creating speckles of light. I used to think it was a hassle, but now it seems like this kind of life isn't so bad. His words felt like the final straw, pressing down on my already wavering reason. An overwhelming impulse surged within me, wanting to ask him if this was all real. I wanted to confirm if he shared the same doubts, to grasp this possibly singular breakthrough, this minuscule chance. But as the words reached my lips, they transformed into a simple syllable carrying a confusion and affection I hadn't even realized I felt. Shikamaru seemed to sense the oddity of my emotions. He didn't press further, but gently reached out, tentatively holding my hand that hung by my side. His palm was warm and dry, marked with calluses from years of holding pins and forming seals. I didn't pull away. Or rather, at that moment, in this illusion woven from my desires, I lost the strength and will to escape. He simply held my hand quietly, and we gazed at the lights outside together, as if we could stand there until the end of time. Until late at night, we returned to our bedroom. After washing up, changing into pajamas, I lay on the bed that once belonged to me alone, but now was filled with the essence of two. Shikamaru naturally leaned over, just like in the morning, wrapping his arm around my waist, burying his face in my neck, his breathing gradually becoming even. I was trapped in his warm embrace, the comforting scent surrounding me. My body relaxed, even greedily absorbing the solace brought by this intimacy. Yet deep within my mind, a small part of my consciousness screamed coldly, this is fake. This is an illusion created by the enemy. It's a cage. But if the cage feels this warm fight, comrades, Konoha, the real world awaits you. But isn't this Konoha peaceful and prosperous too? Isn't Shikamaru truly holding me? Two voices clashed violently in my mind, tearing at my soul. I closed my eyes, feeling the steady heartbeat behind me, and for the first time harbored profound doubts about my steadfast will. Could I truly break this dream with my own hands? Could I really want to return to that bloody, death-filled, and despairing battlefield? In this flawless reality granted by the infinite Tsukuyomi, my sharp edges and brilliance, as Akatsuki's fiery river, seemed to be gradually worn down and melted by this endless warmth and daily life. And at dawn, when the first ray of sunlight once again illuminated this bedroom, will I truly be completely submerged? Days flowed silently, wrapped in the gentle embrace of an illusion. I acted like the most competent actor portraying the sixth Hokage, playing the role of Shikamaru's lover, managing the affairs of peacetime, and relishing the tranquility of post-war. Every meal, every conversation, every warm night spent in embrace felt like a carefully concocted poison, sweetly eroding my will. Shikamaru's thoughtfulness was omnipresent. He remembered all my subtle preferences, bringing me refreshing mint tea when I frowned, silently accompanying me while I burned the midnight oil on documents, and helping me organize my thoughts in his lazy yet precise manner. His kisses and touches, which once startled me, gradually became something I craved. This body, this heart, seemed to have accepted this setting long before my rationality. However, some things cannot be completely erased or simulated, even in the most perfect illusion. It is the sense of incongruity, a feeling so subtle and almost elusive yet stubbornly persistent. For instance, when I tried to delve into a technical document on post-war reconstruction, I found certain logical chains within the data contained extremely hidden gaps, as if the creator had blank spots in their knowledge of this field and could only gloss over them with vague generalizations. For example, when an old acquaintance casually mentioned a past we shared, the details were vivid, yet the core emotional tone always leaned towards lightness, warmth, or humor, deliberately filtering out all aspects that could evoke pain, regret, or sharp conflict. Again, in this world, there were no new, completely unexpected challenges. All problems, whether village management or interpersonal relations, could ultimately be addressed satisfactorily within my existing knowledge and logical framework. It was like a script where all the plots had been pre-written. Infinite Tsukuyomi, a world constructed on the collective subconscious of all its entrapped, could never create anything beyond the realm of individual perception and understanding. It could only weave, beautify, and restructure existing memories and desires. And I, in the dark valley of Lichuan, faced the winds and solitude alone for 3 years at the border, buried under mountains of documents in the Hokage building, brushed past death on the battlefield, battled legendary foes like Uchiha Obito. The reality, I knew, was never a smooth, perfect sphere without edges. It was rough, filled with surprises, pain, struggle, helplessness, and the imperfections that must be endured. This illusion was too clean. Clean like an exquisite glass dome that encapsulated all beautiful possibilities while isolating the air of the real world, mixed with dirt, blood, sweat, and unyielding will. Over time, problems would naturally arise. I gazed out at the eternally clear and peaceful sky, and the cold voice in my heart grew clearer. Because it was not creating reality, merely glossing over memories. And the base color of my memories has never been like this. The real Konoha had documents that annoyed me, but also the silent comfort of Asuma handing me a cigarette, Tsunade's temper mixed with concern, Kakashi's teasing, and those villagers busy with reconstruction, their faces scarred, yet their eyes bright. the real Shikamaru. He was lazy and averse to trouble, yet resilient and perceptive, caring in his unique way, not like now. As a perfectly tailored lover fitting all my fantasies. This Shikamaru was too good to be real. He almost never truly contradicted me or genuinely made me angry except for those sweetly teasing remarks. His emotions always stabilized in a gentle, tolerant, slightly lazy frequency. Yet the real Shikamaru in my memory had edges. He would genuinely frown and think this is so annoying, would mercilessly tease me when I acted foolishly, and would display a calmness and responsibility beyond his years at critical moments. The illusion was trying to give me a perfect answer, but forgot that my life and emotions have never been a fill-in-the-blank question with standard answers. Once again in the warm light of home, Shikamaru smiled at me and said everything went smoothly today, how nice. His eyes reflected my image filled with tenderness. I looked into his eyes this time, not flinching. I saw behind that flawless gentleness a flicker of extremely hollow programmed light. This was not a living person gazing at their beloved, it was an illusion reading the settings and giving the correct feedback. In that moment, the cold battle intent that had been lurking deep within my consciousness, suppressed by the sweet illusion, erupted like a dormant volcano. Black flames. My pitch-black fire, tempered by pain and destruction in the real world, ignited for the first time in this peaceful illusion, surging uncontrollably from the depths of my soul. It did not scorch the surrounding furniture, nor harm the close-by illusion of Shikamaru. It burned the very essence of my own indulgence in this illusory dream. No, I murmured, my voice hoarse, yet resolute in severing all ties. Shikamaru's smile froze slightly, as if the program encountered an incomprehensible error. Senpai, what's wrong? I raised my hand, watching the black flames in my palm dance, as if capable of devouring all light. This was the truth awakened alongside power, the deafening clamor of slaughter on the battlefield, the fallen figures of comrades, Uchiha Obito's piercing gaze, and the eerie purple moonlight enveloping the world. All of this is fake. I stared at him, or rather at this illusion born from my desires. Infinite Tsukuyami is merely a grand escape. The illusion of Shikamaru's expression began to crumble like a faded oil painting, revealing the pale, hollow essence beneath. The warm home around us also began to distort and ripple, as if the reflection in water was shattered by stones. Escaping reality is indeed very tempting. I clenched my fist, black flames coiling up my arm, burning not matter, but the illusory veil that clouded my soul. Reality is imperfect, filled with losses, pain, endless troubles, and responsibilities that must be shouldered. But I suddenly stepped forward. The black flames around me surged, as if to incinerate all this falsehood. That is my reality. That is my Konoha. That is the place I want to return to fight. Give back the false peace, return my comrades and future. Along with the roar from the depths of my soul, I poured all my will, all my reluctance, all my longing for the real world, even if it was tinged with pain, into this breaking thought. The illusion before my eyes shattered like a dream in a mirror. Darkness, thick, enveloping darkness. The sensation of my body returned. It was numbness, it was restraint, it was the suffocating feeling of being tightly bound by some wooden fibers. I suddenly opened my real eyes. Before me was a blurry, distorted external light and shadow seen through a white, translucent cocoon. There was a deathly silence in my ears, occasionally pierced by the eerie rustling sound akin to trees growing. I did it. I broke free. Without hesitation, the remnants of chakra surged within me, though weak, it was enough to condense. Black flames seeped out from every pore, not in destruction, but in liberation. Give me. Break. Sizzle. The resilient white cocoon was burned and torn apart from within by the pitch-black flames. Clumsily, yet resolutely, I broke free from the shattered cocoon and fell. Bang! My feet, carrying old wounds and new pains, heavily landed on the solid yet ravaged ground. The cold real air mixed with the scent of gunpowder and blood rushed into my lungs, causing a sharp pain, but also an unprecedented clarity. I gasped heavily, shaking off the sticky substances from my head and body, quickly scanning my surroundings. The moonlight remained eerie, a pale violet glow enveloping the land. In my line of sight stood countless towering white giant trees, enveloping the entrapped, silently lining this former battlefield, creating a scene more chilling than any nightmare. And not far in front of me, a few figures stood out, covered in dust and cracks, obviously the bodies of the reanimated Senju Tobarama and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who were gazing solemnly in a certain direction. In front of them, Senju Hashirama knelt on the ground, his face displaying disbelief and sorrow. Their focal point was further ahead, the figure lying on the ground clad in red armor, Uchiha Obito. He appeared to be on the brink of death, his chest rising and falling weakly, and I happened to land near them. The reanimated bodies could not enter the dream of infinite Tsukuyami. They were among the few remaining conscious beings on this battlefield, shrouded in nightmares besides me. Tobarama keenly sensed the movement, his sharp gaze sweeping over, and when he saw me emerging from the cocoon, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, which soon turned into deep scrutiny. Reality embraced me once again in the most brutal, yet direct way. I fell from the shattered cocoon, covered in sticky residue and remnants of black flames that had yet to fully dissipate, landing heavily on the cold, cracked ground. The genuine sensation of pain, the acrid smell of gunpowder, and the eerie purple light enveloping the world instantly pulled me back to this harsh reality. A calm yet surprised voice sounded. I looked up and met the sharp hawk-like gaze of Senju Tobarama. He maintained the ashen complexion characteristic of those reborn from the impure world reincarnation, but his eyes were clear as he carefully scrutinized me, his gaze lingering momentarily on the remnants of black flames that had not yet extinguished around me. You broke free from the infinite Tsukuyami by sheer willpower. Tobarama's voice revealed little emotion, yet I detected a barely perceptible hint of admiration. Under a technique that directly affects the spirit and soul. Kid, your willpower is far more resilient than it appears. I barely managed to steady myself, my chakra severely depleted from breaking free of the illusion and maintaining the black flames, while the old injury on my calf, torn by the black rod, throbbed painfully. Nonetheless, I nodded in response to the praise from the second Hokage. My gaze then shifted to the fallen Uchiha Madara not far away. Madara's condition seemed dire, his breath weak, blood seeping from the gaps in his armor, and the once glorious Rinnegan in his eyes had lost its luster, staring vacantly at the eerie sky, shrouded in purple moonlight, resembling a white forest. However, when the sound of my emergence from the cocoon reached him, his dim eyes flickered slightly, glancing in my direction. A genuine look of astonishment mixed with pain and confusion flashed in his eyes. You. Madara's voice was hoarse and broken, yet still held a semblance of his pride and curiosity. You actually broke free from the dream of the infinite Tsukuyami. I wiped the blood from my face, gazing directly at him, my voice somewhat hoarse from exhaustion and the surge of emotions, yet exceptionally clear. The infinite Tsukuyami is merely a beautiful dream that no one wishes to awaken from. Madara's pupils barely constricted. No matter how wonderful a dream may be, it is still false. I continued, both addressing him and emphasizing to myself having just broken free. To be immersed in an illusion where everything goes smoothly, free of pain, over time one will forget how to face the real struggles, lose the courage to fight, and become a mere shell reliant on phantoms. What difference is there from being dead? I paused, recalling the perfect yet hollow details of the illusion. Moreover, that illusion is not omnipotent. It can only weave things within our understanding and imagination. Over time, the repetitive perfection, the contrived beauty, and the logical voids it cannot fill will naturally evoke feelings of falsity and weariness, because what it offers is not a real life, but merely a delicate cage. Madara fell silent, simply watching me with a gaze that was complex and unfathomable, filled with mockery, confusion, and perhaps even a faint hint of wavering. The peace he pursued all his life, the redemption he offered to the world, was described as escape and cage by this young ninja who broke free through his own strength. Is reality really so good? He finally spoke again, his voice softer, as if talking to himself, filled with war, pain, and loss. Of course reality is not good, I interrupted firmly. It has too many imperfections, too many troubles and pains that make one want to curse. But I gazed at the massive white trees around us, imagining the comrades trapped within, recalling that perfect yet false Shikamaru from the illusion, and the real people of Konoha who existed with flesh and blood, who cried, laughed, complained, and fought desperately. But within it there are real emotions, things worth protecting, reasons to move forward, even in pain, and comrades with whom we can fight side by side, supporting each other. That is the true meaning of being alive. Madara said no more. He simply lay there quietly, gazing at the sky as the last light in his Rinnegan, which once sought to rival the heavens, gradually extinguished, and finally, he slowly closed his eyes. It was unclear whether it was exhaustion or something else. Not a bad insight. Tobarama's voice rang out again as he shifted his gaze away from Madara to look at me, this time with a more pronounced scrutiny and a sense of evaluation. To maintain a clear awareness and break free from the illusion in such circumstances, your heart indeed suits the cultivation of profound ninja arts. The Flying Thunder God technique I mentioned earlier, you might really consider trying it. Your foundational speed and combat instincts are excellent, and if combined with space-time ninjutsu, your tactics will become even more unpredictable. I nodded, committing his suggestion to memory. Flying Thunder God. If I could master it, it would be invaluable in future battles. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. From afar in the direction of the Valley of the End, two earth-shattering roars echoed, and two colossal chakra columns, one gold and one purple, shot into the sky, colliding violently. Even from a distance, I could feel the world-shattering energy fluctuations. It was Naruto and Sasuke. Immediately after, the pale purple moonlight that enveloped the world began to swiftly weaken and dissipate like a receding tide. The sky revealed its original dark blue hue again, the stars twinkling once more. The infinite Tsukuyami had been lifted. Did we succeed? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, a complex expression of relief appearing on his face. With the lifting of the infinite Tsukuyami, the techniques applied to the impure world reincarnation began to unravel. Tobarama Hiruzen and other similarly awakened impure world reincarnation users began to emit luminous white specks, gradually becoming transparent. It seems our task ends here. Tobarama looked at me and said, one last thing, kid, the future of Konoha is in your hands. As the light faded, the figures of the previous Hokages completely vanished, returning to the Pure Land. I stood in place, gazing at the rapidly returning yet ravaged battlefield, and the coalition ninjas beginning to fall from the white trees, gradually regaining consciousness, exhaling a long, weary breath. It's over. It's really over. The nerves that had been taut for I don't know how long suddenly relaxed, the aftermath of excessive mental strain combined with accumulated old and new injuries, and the shock at the soul level from breaking free of the infinite Tsukimi erupted like a flood breaching a dam. The world before me spun chaotically, darkness surged like a cold tide from all directions, instantly drowning my consciousness. The darkness persisted for a long time. Consciousness felt like fragments sinking in a deep sea, occasionally stirred by whirlpools, fleeting images flashing by the blazing fire on the battlefield, the fallen figure of Uchiha Obito, the clash of chakra at the Valley of the End, and the black flames burning in my palm as I broke free from the white cocoon. Pain was the first sensation to return. It was not a sharp sting, but a pervasive, lingering, dull ache that enveloped my entire body. It felt as though every bone had been shattered and barely reassembled, and every nerve had been roughly tugged. The chakra flowed sluggishly within me like an obstructed river. Then came the sense of smell. The scent of disinfectant mingled with the aroma of herbs, along with the comforting warmth of sunlight on the blankets. I struggled to open my eyes, my vision gradually clearing from a blur. It was the ceiling of Konoha Hospital, so familiar. Sunlight slanted through the window, casting bright patches of light on the white sheets. I tried to wiggle my fingers, and a wave of soreness and numbness responded. My gaze lowered, and I saw my right hand being held by another. The fingers of that hand were slender and well-defined, currently gripping my fingers somewhat tightly, the tips turning slightly pale. Following that hand upward, I saw Shikamaru, sleeping with his head resting on the edge of the bed. He looked utterly worn out. His hair was tied up as usual, but appeared messy. Dark circles hung under his eyes and stubble was visible on his chin. Even his usually clean and tidy jōnin vest looked wrinkled. He lay there soundly asleep, but even in slumber his brows remained furrowed and his lips pressed tightly together. My fingers moved slightly. Shikamaru woke up almost instantaneously. He shot his head up, his eyes not fully open, yet he instinctively tightened his grip on my hand. When his gaze met my opened eyes, a flood of emotions surged into his usually lazy or calculating brown eyes. Shock, disbelief, relief, and a deep-seated worry that almost overflowed. "Senpai." His voice was hoarse, as if he hadn't had water in a long time, or had been suppressing too many emotions. I responded, realizing my voice was as dry as sandpaper. Shikamaru stared at me dazedly, unmoving for several seconds, as if confirming this was not another illusion. Then he abruptly released my hand, almost jumping up, his movement so vigorous that he toppled the chair. "Medical team. He's awake. Hurry." A flurry of commotion ensued. Medical ninjas in white coats swiftly rushed and led by Shizune. As she quickly checked my vital signs, she explained my condition in a steady yet rapid voice. "Multiple chakra meridians throughout your body are damaged, especially the impact on your psyche, from forcibly breaking free of the infinite Tsukuyami reflected onto your physical form. The old injuries on your calves and feet show signs of mild relapse. Excessive blood loss, severe chakra depletion. It's a miracle you woke up at all, Rinkawa." During the examination, Shikamaru stood at the doorway, leaning against the frame with his hands in his pockets, his eyes fixed on me without blinking. His complexion remained poor, but that extreme tension of anxiety seemed to ease a bit with my awakening. Once the medical team finished their basic examinations and left with strict orders of absolute rest, no chakra use for at least a month, and certainly no missions, the room finally fell quiet again. It was just Shikamaru and me left. He walked over and sat back down on the chair by the bed, this time with much lighter movements. He picked up the water jug from the bedside table, poured a cup of warm water, inserted a straw, and offered it to me. I didn't refuse and slowly drank a few sips from his hand. The warm water soothed my parched throat, making me feel a little better. "How long have I been asleep?" 7 days. Shikamaru set down the cup, his gaze resting on my face, as if confirming every detail. "When you were found nearby, your chakra was so weak it was almost undetectable, covered in blood and injuries." His voice was calm, but the knuckles of his fingers gripping the cup turned slightly white. 7 days. Longer than the time I was unconscious after the battle with pain. What about the battle? What happened afterwards? I was more concerned about this. The infinite Tsukuyami was dispelled, all those wrapped in it gradually awakened. Although a few suffered severe mental trauma, most are unharmed. The White Setsu army lost its organization with the changes of the caster and was eradicated by the allied forces. "The war is over," Shikamaru reported succinctly, his tone steady and businesslike, but his gaze never left me. "Naruto and Sasuke had a fight at the Valley of the End, both of them lost an arm. They are also lying on this floor now. It's over. Really over." The boulder that had pressed on my heart for so long seemed to shift slightly, but with it came a deeper weariness. "What about you?" I looked at the dark circles under Shikamaru's eyes and his haggard face. "Have you been here this whole time?" Shikamaru averted his gaze, rubbed his nose, and his tone regained a bit of his usual laziness, but couldn't hide a hint of discomfort. Anyway, the post-war summary on the command side has more or less concluded there's nothing particularly urgent, and..." He paused, lowering his voice. "Keeping an eye on you is less worrying to avoid you causing more trouble when you wake up." I said nothing. In the room, only the faint beeping of the machines could be heard. After a while Shikamaru spoke again, this time in a very soft voice. I was beside you when the infinite Tsukuyami was dispelled. I saw you. Engulfed in black flames, your eyes frighteningly clear. Then you just collapsed. He paused for a long time, long enough for me to think he wouldn't continue before I heard his almost whispered words squeezed out between his teeth. Don't do that again, senpai. I turned my head to look at him. He was staring down at his fingers, the lines of his profile taut. Don't do that. Charging to the front, every time getting hurt the most, every time. He choked on his words, unable to finish, but the suppressed emotions, almost bursting out, were already clear. I recalled the gentle, smiling, perfectly considerate Shikamaru in the illusion of infinite Tsukuyami. But the one before me was real, weary, anxious, even a bit disheveled, getting angry, because I was hurt, staying by my bedside, without leaving, showing this vulnerable, yet stubborn expression. This was the reality. Though imperfect, it was heart-wrenching. I responded softly, a promise and a response to his feelings. Shikamaru lifted his head to look at me, his eyes complex. He seemed to want to say something, but ultimately just sighed, reached out, and gently brushed the lingering water stain at the corner of my mouth with his fingertip. Are you hungry? I'll go get something to eat. He stood up, resuming his usual exasperated tone, but his eyes softened considerably. Mom made porridge, kept it warm in the kitchen, saying you can drink it anytime you wake up. Shikamaru turned and left. I lay on the hospital bed, listening to the sound of his fading footsteps, feeling the real pain radiating from my body and the genuine sunlight streaming in through the window. The war was over. There were many things to deal with in the future, reconstruction, aftermath, potential new threats. And my relationship with this person beside me also needed a clear answer. But for now, at least in this moment, I could slightly relax the nerves that had been tense for too long. I was alive, I had returned. That was the best news. A month passed slowly in the Konoha hospital, surrounded by the smell of disinfectant, regular checkups, and the supervision of Nara Shikamaru, along with the occasional appearances of Ino Chuji Asuma and others. The wounds on my body gradually healed, and the chakra pathways slowly reopened under careful treatment and absolute rest. Although I was still far from my peak state, I could at least move without significant issues. Just when I felt I might go crazy from this idle healing life, and started practicing shuriken trajectories at the window, which was strictly prohibited by the medical team, Tsunade appeared in my hospital room, with Shizen, her posture almost impatient. You look good, and your chakra is stable, Tsunade said, crossing her arms, and sizing me up, nodding with satisfaction. It seems you won't die after all. An alarm rang in my heart. Every time this old woman spoke in such a tone, it was never a good sign. Sure enough, her next words were, so get ready. The Hokage succession ceremony will be held in 3 days. I was taken aback. Although I had mentally prepared for it, after all, I had experienced it in the illusion, hearing the news for real still left me stunned. What? Do you have any objections? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Your performance during the 5 Kage summit, your contributions during the war, and the recognition from all parties afterward are enough for you to take this position. Or do you want this old woman to continue to work herself to death in this position? No, I finally responded gloomily. I would not evade the responsibilities I should bear. However, the thought of that familiar mountain of paperwork that could drown a person caused my stomach to start contracting reflexively. Very good, Tsunade said with a triumphant smile, patting my shoulder, the force of which made my wound throb. I've already sorted out the documents for you there in the office. Do a good job, 6th Hokage. With that, she seemed to throw away a hot potato, and along with Shizen left without looking back, her steps light, as if she were flying. 3 days later, the Hokage succession ceremony was held in the plaza in front of Hokage Rock. There was no tragic atmosphere like at the end of the war. Instead, the air was filled with a sense of new hope and expectation. When I donned the white ceremonial robe embroidered with the words 6th Hokage and stood on the high platform taking the hat from Tsunade's hands, the cheers erupting from below nearly shook the sky. The sunlight was a bit blinding. I looked at the crowd below, seeing many familiar faces. Naruto, wrapped in bandages, grinning foolishly, Sasuke, silently, standing in the corner. He ultimately chose to return, although the path remained different. Kakashi Asuma, and Hinata smiling encouragingly, and Chuji and Ino waving frantically. My gaze unconsciously fell to the front row of the crowd. Nara Shikamaru stood there dressed in a crisp jōnin uniform, not cheering like the others, but quietly looking up at me, a faint smile on his lips that seemed to convey relief. When our eyes met, he blinked slightly. After the ceremony, Tsunade almost impatiently dragged me to the Hokage office. Here, your new territory. She pointed at the large desk, almost completely obscured by various scrolls and papers, her tone almost cruelly cheerful. These are all little backlogs of work, the details of post-war reconstruction, condolences and requests from various parties, the disbandment of the joint forces, and aftermath issues, compensation for the deceased, drafts of new policies. Oh, and what is piled up during your month-long coma? I looked at the mountain range of documents, more magnificent than I had ever seen before, and felt the wounds I had just healed start to throb again. All right, my task is done. Tsunade stretched widely, her face shining with a relieved smile. From today on this position, these documents and those family representatives who come crying every few days along with the bickering advisors are all yours. I'm going to enjoy my long-awaited vacation, at least a year or longer, depending on my mood. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. Better yet, handle it yourself. With that, she didn't wait for my reaction, grabbed Shizune, and like a gust of wind rushed out of the office, even thoughtfully closing the door behind her, leaving behind a lingering, good luck 6th Hokage. I stood alone in the empty but filled with documents office, staring at the closed door, then glancing at the daunting workload before me, and after a while finally squeezed out a response through clenched teeth. Tisuke. I knew there was nothing good coming. However, complaints aside, work still needed to be done. I sighed, resigned, walked to the desk, and picked up the top document. Days fell back into a certain cycle, though different from before the war and during it. I officially became the leader of Konoha, faced with more decisions and heavier responsibilities. Yet at the same time, I had Nara Shikamaru, who had become more legitimately present in my life, participating in my work and daily activities. As the chief advisor and assistant to the 6th Hokage, a position designated by Tsunade, before she left, reasoning that he was smart and not afraid of your temper, Shikamaru took on nearly half of my paperwork and most of the external coordination. His tactical mind was equally outstanding in handling the complex political affairs, always able to quickly distill key points, identify potential issues, and provide feasible solutions. Our interaction pattern also quietly changed. He still happened to bring breakfast or late-night snacks to the office every day, but he no longer needed to find any excuses. He would naturally sit on the sofa across from me, working on his own tasks while I reviewed documents or studying new chess strategies and formations. When I felt frustrated enough to slam the table over a stubborn proposal, he would lazily hand me a cup of tea or say in his characteristically teasing yet somehow soothing tone, "It's not worth getting angry with those stubborn old men, senpai." Sometimes when working too late, he would stay in my lounge, a small room attached to the Hokage office, claiming it was to save time for tomorrow's continuation. At first I protested, but it was futile. He seemed determined to fulfill his role as personal assistant. The ambiguous atmosphere quietly spread through our day-to-day coexistence. For instance, he would naturally reach out to brush the red hair falling in front of my eyes while I focused on reading. Or while handing me a document, his fingertips would accidentally brush against the back of my hand. For example, during a late-night fatigue when I dozed off on the desk, waking up to find his coat draped over me carrying his unique herbal scent. Or on one occasion, after staying up all night, I woke up on the makeshift bed in the lounge, having no memory of how I moved from the desk to the bed, to find him sleeping on the narrow floor, beside me, facing me, looking peaceful. In the morning light, his lashes were long and his lips were slightly pressed together. I stared for a long time until his eyelashes fluttered, signaling he was about to wake up, at which point I hurriedly looked away, pretending I had just woken up. Neither of us mentioned that conversation from the night before the war, nor did we break the current tacit balance. But some things were understood without words. A glance, a slight movement, a touch that lingered a few seconds longer than usual, all silently conveyed something. That evening, after dealing with a batch of tricky diplomatic documents, I leaned back tiredly against the chair, rubbing my forehead. Shikamaru closed the scroll he was reading and stood up. "That's enough, senpai. It's time to rest," he said, walking over and casually picking up the Hokage cloak draped over the back of my chair. "Let's go home." I stood up, stretching my stiff neck. We walked out of the Hokage building together, side by side on the streets lit by the evening lights. The night breeze carried a chill, dispersing the heaviness of work. Occasionally returning villagers greeted us, their eyes filled with trust in the new Hokage and curious goodwill towards this pair of work partners. "Tomorrow we will have an official meeting with the envoy from Tsunade regarding the details of post-war trade route reconstruction," Shikamaru said as we walked, his tone calm. "I've already prepared the materials highlighting the key points. However, the head of that envoy is a bit troublesome, as he likes to nitpick details." "Got it," I replied, feeling a warmth in my heart due to his thorough preparations. With him by my side, these troublesome affairs seemed more manageable. Arriving at my door, Shikamaru had practically made this place his second home, with his toiletries and some clothes quietly occupying space. I took out my key to unlock the door. Shikamaru naturally followed me in, as if returning to his own home. "What do you want to eat tonight?" he asked while taking off his jōnin vest. "Something simple. Tea, rice. Or should I go buy something ready-made?" I looked at his tall and poised figure under the light, at the calmness that seemed to suggest he had lived here for a long time, and recalled those overly perfect yet illusory daily moments from the illusion. Reality might still be filled with troubles, work still piled high, and the future might not be smooth sailing. Yet at this moment, this genuine companionship, this unspoken tacit understanding, and this warm, yet ambiguous feeling quietly blossoming beneath heavy responsibilities were far more reassuring than any dream, and made one look forward to what was to come. "Anything is fine," I replied, my lips unconsciously curling into a slight smile. Shikamaru turned his head, catching the fleeting expression on my face. He paused for a moment, then a clear smile spread across his face, brighter than the lights. "Then let's have tea, rice," he said with a smile, turning and walking into the kitchen. The night was gentle, enveloping the two of us. The troublesome daily life of the 6th Hokage and the ambiguous future of Nara Shikamaru and I slowly unfolded under this warm light. End. A message from Wang Nanan, evil readers pushing for updates. Our readers, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh, it's finally great to finish writing. Excited, crying, tears of joy rolling on the floor. Ahem. Back to the point, I'm very happy to have finished my second novel. While there were a bit of slacking and setbacks, I still completed it.